give us a question. Can you stay categorical? You are fake news. Sir, go ahead. Can you
2 cents? Hello to my blue friends. Get another spinning and they call it revolution. Loose lips, fatter than a new tits. Glass make her think it's ruthless. Deuces, 2 cents.
What's going on, guys? Hope you're all doing good. And look, it looks like Mars is here already. Okay, Mars, here we go. Here's a link for you to come on up. Let's say a member of the assembly is with us as well. Given the nature of the environment to this point, they're not sure they're here to join. They will consider joining. Whatever, that's fine. There you go, Mars. Come on up. Hello, Hippie. Hey, Simon. Hey, Tim. Everyone here knows Virgo.
Hello, everyone.
And we're looking to have a spirited debate here. Okay, so now Shiva, I think we're gonna wait to see if his person comes on before I let you up. So just give me a minute for Mars to go up and see if the person's actually gonna come up or not. No Mars. So how's your day been, Virgo?
Just extremely busy.
You getting done the moving stuff?
Yeah, well, we had a little bit of a break. We had my spouse is back, started having some problems a couple of days ago, so we've had to extend things a little bit. But we had a little bit of a break. We had my spouse.
Mars, you're gonna need to You're gonna need to mute YouTube or get YouTube down because we can hear ourselves talk, sir.
There we go.
Got it?
Better. So we have a little bit of a break with that, but we'll get back to it, and it'll be all right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So Mars, is your friend going to attend? Because she was backstage to help you a little bit, but if your friend's showing up, Shiva doesn't need to be here. So
they're undecided at this point. If you want to join, will you send me a text and I'll shoot you the link. Speaking to the other person. So yeah, I'm not sure they're going to join. They have not committed to joining, and I don't blame them at all whatsoever.
So then I'll leave this up to Virgo. Virgo with Clockwork Rex. This is an open panel, so I'm sorry you're gonna have to go down. So I'll leave this up to Virgo. Virgo, would you be okay with Shiva joining?
Yeah, I'm fine with Shiva joining. Now, let me just say this. Under normal circumstances, when you do a debate, you don't spring someone on someone, but I'm secure in my position, so that's fine.
Well, just for the record, I don't actually support Mars's position regarding you, Virgo, and I'm not really intending to take part. I'm just kind of here.
No, I wasn't actually referring to you, Shiva.
All right, okay.
I wasn't referring to you. I was actually referring to a member of the what assembly and so on and so forth. So, but it doesn't really make a difference, as I said.
Well, they don't have to join if you don't want them to. If it's an issue.
I said that's not normal protocol with a debate, but I'm secure in my position, so it's fine.
It can come up.
I didn't find the detailed protocol. I'm sorry.
Well, that's normal for a debate. You don't spring another party onto someone without them being aware of it and agreeing.
I thought it was always an understanding that Anna was invited, and then I made it clear that Anna was not really interested, and that potentially a member of the assembly would join us.
It was not brought to me, but that doesn't, as I said, that doesn't really matter at this point. I'm just saying normal protocol of a debate.
Well, I won't be doing this normally. So this is just kind of a spur of the moment thing. And so I respect your opinion, but irrelevant. Sorry. I'm distracted. Never mind. I'll carry on.
All right. So how we're going to do this essentially is you guys are going to start it. I would ask that everyone mutes while the other person is talking, and wait for at least a 2 or 3 second break in the person talking before they start talking, just so this goes as civil as possible. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm happy to let Mars go ahead and start because this actually is something where he originally had questions. So it makes sense for Mars to go ahead and start, and I will mute from this point forward until further notice.
All right. So Mars, the floor is yours, sir.
All right. Well, it's my opinion that the evidence you provided in the quote unquote exposed videos about Anna have no proof to support the idea or the claims that she is a fraud. And so essentially I'm here to defend you and your community's claims that she is a fraud and a scammer, etc. So leaving all of the emotions and the personal stuff and the community out of it, I think my intentions with this is to determine whether or not Anna is a fraud. So she's not claiming to be a judge in the state of Alaska Judicial Council. And I know that's where you went to verify her claims. I think that is maybe unintentionally, but nonetheless, it's misconstruing the facts. And you also claimed in your video that she's married to the president, or that the quote unquote married to the president idea is hearsay. It was presented to me by you as a matter of fact. So that is the stuff I would like to try and clarify. Basically, I don't know how you really necessarily want to go about this, but how I've formulated my perspective is I've evaluated the evidence you've provided to support your claims. And I do not see the elements of a fraud. And so I'm looking for clarification to that. And I guess that's pretty much where I'll start. If that works, does that suffice for everyone involved?
Sure, that's a good start. Don't you think, Kenny? You're moderating this, right?
Yeah, I agree. That's a great start to this. So, Virgo, the floor is yours.
Okay, so bottom line is that what has run across her website for a very long period of time is that she's an Alaskan state judge, a judge of the state of Alaska, which is exactly what that would mean. The video that you're referring to literally has the phone recording of me speaking to the Judicial Council of the state of Alaska, who claimed that she absolutely has never been a judge in the state of Alaska. After that video was put out, Anna responded, the only time she's ever responded with anything other than ad hominem attacks, by the way, was when she stated, no, I said I was a postal court judge. So I went on to contact the head of the postal court, the postmaster, in order to determine if that was true. And as it turned out, it was not true, as you could see from the second video. So because she continued to make statements on her website that showed that she was all kinds of different judges, and we couldn't really get any kind of a straight answer because there were about 9 different judges that she claimed to be, I made the following video, which I will show you now, which are questions, 10 of the most pertinent questions out of a total of 46 that were asked by subscribers at that time, which by the way, that time was 3 years ago. And I have never gotten an answer to any of these questions. These questions being extremely important in determining whether she truly was a judge or not, by the way she was claiming, because a judge is either appointed or a judge is put in office by the people. So these would be the most pertinent questions. Let me go ahead and share that with you real quick. It's very short. Sorry, guys. I need to go and grab it real quick. I had it up and it looks like it. Oh, nope. There it is. Found it. Okay. Kenny, am I okay to go ahead and play this?
Yes.
Here we go. Morning, everyone. Virgo Triad here. It is May 9th, 2018. And this morning, I am going to be going over several of my viewers' questions that they have asked of Anna Von Reitz. Now, as you guys know, I have done 2 videos over the last month and a half out of viewers' requests of information regarding Anna Von Reitz and whether she is indeed a real judge. The very first video that I did almost 2 months ago now was with regards to contacting the Alaskan Judicial Council and them having a phone call with them and them stating that indeed Anna has never been nor is now a judge within the state of Alaska. There then was a response from Anna that stated that she was not a judge for the state of Alaska in the same sense that the Judicial Council would count her a judge. Instead, she was actually a postal judge, in which at that point I did a secondary video showing that in fact that is not the case either. As a matter of fact, Anna has actually made mention of her being a different type of judge other than what is being looked into and investigated about 9 different times now. So whatever it is that's researched, it appears she's going to come back with a different answer. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have actually gone any further with the actual research because, well, as I believe with most people, once someone has been found to be guilty of lying to you or misrepresenting themselves, they are no longer someone that you are really willing to look into. They've automatically discredited themselves. But as a result of Anna putting out a lot of additional information, most of it having to do with just simply trying to discredit me over simplistic things like not having a picture up on my avatar, which all you guys know that I had my picture up for a solid couple of months there. But because I started getting some very unsavory emails and comments that most would view as death threats, I removed anything personal off my channel. But nevertheless, Anna felt it was necessary to attempt to try to basically discredit me in ways that are really rather silly. And as a result of that, made several other claims. My viewers have seen those claims and now are asking questions of Anna. So the following are written out, and I will be reading through all of the questions that the viewers have submitted to me, plus a few of my own that they would like to know about and from Anna Von Reitz, so that you can be researched thoroughly to determine whether or not you're actually being honest at all about anything, Anna. So here we go with our first question. Question number 1. What is the name of the court clerk? Question number 2. Is that an elected or appointed office? Number 3. Who is the chief judge of the alleged court where you claim to preside? Number 4. What is the percentage of your cases which are appealed? Number 5. What is the name of the relevant appellate court? Please include the location and the clerk's office hours. Number 6, is the alleged court one of general jurisdiction or limited jurisdiction? If limited, please include subject matter limitations. Number 7, if the position of judge on the alleged court is by appointment, when are you up for review? Number 8, if the position of judge on the alleged court is by election, when was the last election? Who was your opponent? And what were the poll results? Where can those results be located and verified? Number 9, what are the names of the other judges at this court? Please refer to all the same questions for these judges as asked of you for the purpose of verification. Number 10 is a question that was emailed to me. If she doesn't think taxes are required, how is it that the IRS received a deficiency judgment against her? You will find the link to these in the description, including the order to sell your property to pay the judgment, Anna. That is a very good question. And if indeed you're being honest, you should be able to answer it. If you honestly don't feel that taxes are required, how is it that the IRS received a deficiency judgment against you? And how is it that they ordered you to sell your property to pay the judgment? Well, there you have it, Anna. We will start here. Perhaps by answering these questions, it will assist us all in clearing your name once and for all. We wait. So that is, oops, hold on. Let me close this off. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to blow anybody's ears off. All right, so that is essentially the set of questions that I asked back 3 years ago that I never got any kind of a response to, which of course made me even more suspicious, which is the reason why I went on to investigate the following things and found some serious issues with. But first, let me get this out of the way really quickly. I want to talk just real quickly to Mars and everyone else really about the definition, the actual definition of, legal definition that is, of fraud. So there are actually two separate definitions of fraud. The first being wrongful or criminal deception intended to result in financial or personal gain. But the second, which is even more important in this particular scenario, is a person or thing intended to deceive others, typically by unjustifiably claiming or being credited with accomplishments or qualities. So that would be someone claiming to be something that they're not, to project some form of authority, as would a judge or a law enforcement officer. It can even be a scenario where a medium, for example, is exposed as a trickster and a fraud because they are supposedly able to speak to the dead, for example. In this case, number 2 would be the reason why I originally called Anna a fraud, a person or thing intended to deceive others, typically by unjustifiably claiming or being credited with accomplishments or qualities that they simply don't have. It's just not there. I started doing additional investigating with regards to this type of fraud and found that fraud number 1 applies to Anna in addition, wrongful or criminal deception intended to result in financial or personal gain. So let's not lose track of the actual legal definitions of what fraud is. And in Anna's own words, fraud is not something that actually has a statute of limitations. So let's just think about that for a second. Now, I will list out the things that I can cover today, that the reasons why I continued to go after Anna with the harm that she was projecting onto others, that if they took up a lot of the advice, they'd find themselves behind bars, as many actually have. And I've got proof of that also. So her continued pushing of common law with a misunderstanding and disinformation being written up on a regular basis of what common law really is. Accepted for value being an actual financial instrument when indeed it is just an actual terminology used in economics. The corporation being the United States of America, when indeed the United States of America is not only not a corporation, but never could be a corporation. And the proof of that, the all caps name pushing the all caps name lie, which actually has a history of back in the 1600s of why that's even the case on things like your birth certificate, or which actually not everybody's birth certificate is listed that way, but regardless, or a court case, for example. The fact that she's not a real judge of any sort, anywhere, at any time, and never has been. The fact that she now recently has claimed to be not only a judge, but also an attorney as a right-hand man to the Pope. I have proof that the Pope only has one United States attorney and who that attorney is. NASARA, which, by the way, never got passed by Congress. And NASARA is a complete and total lie and scam that's been going on for years now, since the 90s, when it was pushed by a gentleman to try to pass that through, and Congress never even went in front of Congress. The pushing of the vapor money theory, which is 100% a lie, and that proof. Her statement that the Declaration Act of 1779 is something that we need to pay attention to and bases a lot of her theories on, which, by the way, does not exist. Birth certificate fraud with secret accounts attached to them. There is a budget, a United States budget you can go through. Those secret accounts are nowhere to be found, and she's never been able to provide an ounce of proof that there was any such thing. Maritime law with the Title IV flag, which indeed is Title IV, is actually just how you're to handle a flag. The Title IV flag that she refers to as being the flag, quote unquote, without fringe, or the peaceful flag, or what have you, that is not even the case. That flag has absolutely nothing to do with what she claims, and I've got proof of that. Fringe on a flag being a maritime flag. I have all of the maritime flags, and I can show you each and every one of them. That flag.
Could we slow down the argument and provide some of the proof to your arguments?
I will, as soon as I get done reading off what I'm going to say, what I'm going to do. These are just topics. These are just the topics. I'm almost done. The pushing of the Ceste QV Trust, which is a 1600s law that never had anything to do with this land whatsoever, and has been extinct for a very, very hundreds of years. The claim that she doesn't make any money off of these things, when I indeed have numerous, and I mean numerous, we're talking more than 12 websites of her pushing things and selling packages and making offers of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars where people can do things that they really can't do. Her claim that she works for the Pope and has never actually filed a FARA. Let's see, is there anything else? Well, yes, there is actually. There's about 20 other things, but we'll start there.
Okay, so now that was a lot. So I can understand Mars might feel a little overwhelmed here. So let's start out with the topic of the video and the claim that she is or was a judge. Mars, your evidence to, do you have any evidence to support this? Your time begins now.
Yep. My time begins now. Where was her time? Oh, shit.
You can go until you can go, just like she did.
Oh, okay. I thought that you were implying there's a time limit. But all right, yeah, I'm ready to share my screen. Share screen.
I'll give you that. That did sound like you had a time limit. My bad.
What do you mean I'm getting my ass? Oh, I can't pay attention to chat. do you mean I'm getting my ass kicked? I haven't even had a chance.
Best bet is just don't pay attention to chat, Mars. Just
Yeah, yeah.
Do you.
All right. Application window. Share. All right. Is that showing on your screen? Is that showing on your screen?
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. Don't share your screen. Your best bet would be share the web page. All right, you're gonna need to zoom in on that. We can't really read that. Well, not really that well. There we go. That's better.
That's good.
That's better.
All right. You want me to read this, or you want me to do like a text to speech?
No, go.
Just me go ahead and read it.
Do you need someone else to read it, or do you want to read it?
It doesn't matter to me. It might be better if someone else reads it, but I'm happy to do so.
I think the ladies would like if Shiva read it. Shiva, you want to read it?
Yeah, sure. Can you scroll up to the top? Right, Alaska State Superior Court Judge Anna von Reitz, judge of the actual Alaska state, one of the several states of the continental United States, posted on April the 28th, 2015. Right, as to my being a judge, to give you the fair, full depth of it, you have to learn a lot of history and learn it right now. So I'm going to answer you, and then I'm going to post this letter and let everyone else read it to their heart's delight. Please bear in mind that if you feel stupid or overwhelmed at the end, that's normal, and we all go through that process. We all go through that in the process of waking up. Just realize that you were intentionally defrauded and kept uninformed, so it isn't your fault that you never knew any of this. You simply weren't told. So let's begin. From the founding of this country onwards, the jurisdiction over the land was split from the jurisdiction over the sea. The continental United States, the actual geographically defined states with physical borders, etc., were given jurisdiction over the land, and their citizens, known as American state citizens, are the ones protected by the Constitution for the United States of America and vested with all powers of the civil government on the land. The federal United States was created and limited by the Constitution for the United States of America and given jurisdiction over the international jurisdiction of the sea. Circa 1868, the federal United States started operating as a corporation, doing business as the United States of America Incorporated, and published its corporate charter as a look-alike, sound-alike constitution we are all familiar with as the Constitution of the United States of America. Excuse me. This is a different kind of document, a corporate charter, as well as being a different document in and of itself. As part of this reorganization, the federal United States created state franchises for itself. These are states of states, such as you find described in the Uniform Commercial Code's definition section. They exist only on paper and are corporate franchises in the same sense as your local Dairy Queen is a franchise of the national parent corporation. Thus, you have the Ohio state land jurisdiction, and you have the state of Ohio sea jurisdiction, operating side by side, one being the natural jurisdiction owed the living people on the land, the other being a corporate franchise in the business of delivering governmental services and administrating the affairs of the federal United States, its employees, and service contracts, all operating in the international jurisdiction of the sea. The continental United States is under plenary, complete control of the living people, the so-called birthright American state citizens. We each have more civil authority on the land than the entire federal government. The federal United States is British controlled and always has been. Sorry, I'll try not to laugh. All those courts that you think are your courts are not your courts. If you are an American born on the land of the continental United States, they are a mishmash of corporate administrative tribunals and martial law courts operated by the federal United States and the Washington, D.C. municipality, all operating in the foreign international jurisdiction of the sea. For example, the Superior Court for the state of Alaska is run by the Alaska Court System Incorporated, which is a federal corporation doing business as the Superior District Court, a privately owned and operated for profit corporate franchise, which is under contract to act for the state of Alaska, which is another mostly foreign-owned corporate franchise of the United States Incorporated, which is owned by the IMF, which is an agency of the United Nations Incorporated. Got that? Now, does the local Burger King franchise have any right to haul you over to the side of the road and that you produce a license? No, not unless you are a Burger King employee. Does the local Sears franchise have the authority to foreclose upon you and kick you out of your house? No, not unless you have a fully disclosed contract with Sears allowing them to do that. It's the same with the situation above. The fraud is that these yahoos are merely local franchises of the national level governmental services corporations, not the actual government at all, yet they are pretending to operate as public institutions. How do you know that what I'm telling you is true? That these really are nothing but private for-profit corporations. They are listed on Dun & Bradstreet. They have employer identification numbers. The laws they use in these courts are all under private copyright. Just open up one of their state statute books and look. Since when are public documents subject to copyright? They aren't. If these crooks represented the actual state, all the documents would be public domain. So what kind of judge am I? I am their worst nightmare. I am a judge of the actual Alaska state, one of the several states of the continental United States. I occupy the actual public office and operate the actual Alaska State Superior Court. Note the difference. Alaska state equals actual state on the land, actual public office, using actual public law and operating under the American common law, which is the law of the land. The state of Alaska, a state of Alaska in capitals, Alaska in capitals, equals all various corporate franchises, private offices operating under either administrative, purely private in-house corporate laws or international law in the jurisdiction of the sea.
All right, thanks, Shiva. So, yeah, that's I'm interested. I know you have an opinion on that, Shiva, but and I'm interested in each of yours, honestly. But that's her response.
Mars, just to be clear, I'm not actually taking part in the debate.
Yeah, fair enough. So do you want me to try and formulate an argument for all the rest, or just start there?
No. This is where we're gonna start with now. So I guess I'm finding it. I mean, I understand what that letter said. So basically what you're implying is she's judged because of what that letter says.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm implying. It's her explanation of the misunderstanding. It's not. All of her work has been documented. It can all be verified. She has like over 4,000 documents on her website. So all of the things that she says would have to be verified. If we went through to try and break everything she has said down, I don't know that there would ever be an end to it. But that's my point is Virgo verified her claim or invalidated her claims by checking with the state of Alaska Judicial Council. And she never claimed to be a judge within that jurisdiction or, with that organization. So, this is a better understanding of what Anna is claiming to be, so that way we can begin to get on track with what we're actually arguing. Does that make any sense?
Virgo?
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were addressing me. I thought you were still addressing Kenny.
I'm just talking to anyone who is willing to listen to me.
Okay, have you completed that segment? Because I can follow up if you.
Yeah, I'm not following any sort of rigorous format here. I'm
just trying to make sure we don't talk over one another. That's why I asked you that way.
Yeah, am I yielding all the rest of my time for another 15-minute rant, or am I just allowing a response? I don't understand.
Well, here's what it is. You said the question was posed, the evidence how she was a judge. You had your response, and unless you want to add anything else, Virgo is going to have a chance to retort.
Yeah, I mean, I was just asking if that kind of clarifies what her claims are. If this is what, if she wants to rebuttal, absolutely, go ahead. I mean,
Well, that's kind of how a debate normally works. Yeah, once you make a statement, then the other person.
well, I didn't get a chance to rebuttal all because it was a long response that you had.
Well, that's just an opening, though. So they're really, those were just the things that I was going to present.
Okay. Okay, so you just started with a summary of.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. So I guess if we can backtrack and restart and just do this in a way that,
Well, there's no reason to restart. All I did was present what I had available that I was going to be presenting should the debate go to that length. I'm
happy to take it to that length. I'm just saying I can't recall everything that you stated, and so I can't.
Fine.
I can't.
I'll be going over them again.
Yeah, we'll go over one by one, but right now let's stick to what the claim of her being a judge. Now, do you have anything other to show, or can Virgo retort?
Yeah, I mean, I have other things to show, but if this is the appropriate time to respond, I think that's fine. All I can do is I can show you. It's left up to everyone's interpretation. I'm not an attorney. I don't. So all I can do is show the evidence of what Anna has presented.
Then I think your best course of action is to lay down everything you have, verifying her as a judge or whatever, and then let that stand, and then Virgo will respond. So again, the floor is yours until you feel you have given as much information as you possibly can, and then Virgo will respond.
Okay, well, my point is there's no way to verify that she was involved with the state of Alaska Judicial Council. And I think she clarified the misunderstanding of language being used there. And so, yeah, that's what I'm hoping to discuss.
All right, so Virgo, your response to his evidence.
Okay. So, unfortunately, your argument doesn't provide any evidence or factual proof of any sort is the problem. So I could claim that I am the judge of the unicorns and fairies. But because of the fact that I am not constitutionally empowered to create courts, that it really isn't going to matter. It's not recognized. And there's proof of her statements not being recognized by way of the court case that has her very tax lien in it, in addition to two other court cases, one in Ohio and one in Maine, where she claimed to be another judge that was providing information within a court case to the defendant, and the judge actually dismissed the cases because of the fact that there was no recognized proof or evidence of Anna actually having any legal training of any sort or being a judge in any jurisdiction.
Okay, do you have any proof of that? I keep hearing you say you have proof. So I just would like to kind of try to figure out why you're coming up with this conclusion. I think to me it's pretty simple. She's not claiming what you are claiming she is.
She claims to be a judge. There are ways that you
right. She claims to be a judge, and it has no recognition with the state of Alaska Judicial Council. She never said it was. That was your claim that it.
Okay, but in order to be a judge for the state of Alaska or within the state of Alaska, there are reasons why there are paper trails for that. There has to be some form of evidence that she has been appointed or elected in order to be a judge.
She's not claiming to be a judge.
What happened?
I keep getting muted. I don't.
Okay.
So the.
I mean, you're telling me she's not claiming to be a judge in the state of Alaska, but yet her very website says that she's a judge in the state of Alaska. Well, I mean, you can't have it both ways. I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't say the state of Alaska. It says I am the judge of the actual Alaska state.
No, that's not what it says, but it doesn't matter. Even if it did state that.
Where can you show that it says that she claims to be the judge of the state of Alaska?
On her very website. Do you want me to leave this court case in order to show you that first?
I would love to see that. Yeah.
You could close your screen share, Mars.
Oh, okay. Did that work?
No, it's still there.
I don't know how to do it. I'm sorry. Oh, stop.
There it is.
Okay, there's number one. The page is an index of the writings of Judge Anna Von Reitz from Big State, Alaska.
That does not say she is claiming to be
So we're going
the
to
judge.
argue semantics. Okay, let me take you back over to the court case then. We're going to argue semantics.
No, you're claiming this is what yeah, it is semantics. It is absolutely syntax. It is absolutely language and the importance of words. Words have meaning. So she is not claiming, as you are presuming, to be the judge of the state of Alaska. She clarifies the particular language being used right here, which would clarify the misunderstanding.
I think she kicked herself. She'll be back. There she is.
Okay, I just got booted. I don't know how.
Yeah, I think when you closed your screen, you accidentally closed StreamYard. I've done it many times.
You cannot for 1 second tell me that people who read that do not believe that she's an Alaskan state judge because she states that. That is absolutely an attempt to try to make people believe something. But regardless.
That is not a matter of fact. That's your opinion, and that is your perspective. And I
didn't say it was a matter of fact. What I said is that you cannot tell me that would not make people think that she was not a judge within the state of Alaska.
I can tell you that because I did not for a moment think she was.
You cannot tell me that I said it was a fact when I did not say it was a fact.
Hold on, I didn't finish my sentence before you interrupted. What was that?
I said you cannot tell me that I said it was a fact when I did not say it was a fact.
You did not say
that you cannot tell me that people wouldn't misunderstand and believe that she was a part of Alaska State Judicial Council or a judge within the state of Alaska.
Sure, people misunderstand things that they read all the time.
Yeah,
that does not mean that she is misrepresenting the fact. She is clarifying.
Oh, she has made so many statements
hold on, guys.
In regards to judges. It's ridiculous.
Okay, guys, let's get back into this. Okay, now you guys are starting to talk over each other.
No, I want to go back to the letter. I want to go back to the letter he just presented.
Okay, fair enough.
Because it says the judge of the Superior Court of Alaska, right on the top of it. But here we go. Here's the case you were asking about, the analysis. Defendant's motion to dismiss on jurisdictional grounds relies upon what has commonly been described as the sovereign citizen theories, alleging that defendant is an Ohioan, Ohio national, who is not a citizen of the United States and therefore not subject to its authority. Defendant additionally asserts that the United States of America is not the United States of the U.S. Constitution and therefore that this court has no jurisdiction. In short, defendant Loggers, which is who the defendant is on this, asserts a lack of personal jurisdiction over him and a lack of subject matter jurisdiction over his case. Attached to defendant Loggers' motion is a judicial notice of fraud and violation, immediate order to cease and desist, that purports to be signed by a woman who identifies herself as Judge Anna Maria Reisinger, non-negotiable, all rights reserved for, by, and on the record of the Alaska State Superior Court. Defendant's motion is patently frivolous. Arguments that a person is a sovereign citizen and not subject to the laws of the United States have uniformly been rejected by the courts as lacking in foundation and law, and it goes on and on. And this case, as a result, that was appealed, has actually been thrown out because of Judge Anna and her claims. This is number one. There's another one in Maine. She's not recognized. Now, you can make all the claims that you want to all day long. But the fact is, she doesn't have the constitutional authority to create her own judgeship out of anything.
I hear the perspective you're trying to take, and I would just add that the courts obviously will not recognize this. Some judges have honored it.
Then what makes her a judge?
And there are cases that have gone through the court system with this ideology successfully that have been scrubbed from records. So,
Where?
And they are documented. If you want one example, Romley Stewart and Rohan Lorian.
Romley Stewart. Where? In where?
And Rohan Lorian. ROHANLORIAN.
And you're saying this was a case that was scrubbed from PACER.
I don't know what PACER is.
PACER holds all of the federal court cases and documentation that ever existed.
I know it was scrubbed from public records. They have documented their entire process, but it has been scrubbed from records. I'm not exactly sure what jurisdiction it was in, but it can be verified.
Can you verify it?
Yeah, sure. We can do some search. Rohan Lorian. And can you verify, while I'm looking this up, where she has claimed to be the judge of the state of Alaska? Because I'm looking at that. It does not say right at the very top of the page. It says the Alaska State Superior Court judge. It does not say of Alaska, the state of Alaska. So,
it's just arbitrarily any superior court?
It says judge of the actual Alaska state.
So it says Alaska State then?
Not the state of Alaska.
Mars,
there is
you're
a difference.
missing the whole point here. No, there really
is no difference.
No, you're missing the whole point. You don't have to agree with me, but there is a difference.
No, then prove there's a difference.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think she does that quite well, and we can go over all of her work to prove that. But yeah, I don't have that queued up.
I'm sorry, Mars, but Rohan Lorian, you're talking about Rohan Lorian Hilder from Australia?
Yeah, and
hey, that's not an American case, number one.
I understand it's not an American case. It's a similar case. It's a similar ideology where they had documented everything. They implied the same logic.
No, that's not even relevant. I'm sorry.
It isn't. You don't have to agree with me, but it is relevant.
It's not relevant. It's not within the United States. It doesn't. Number one.
Not everyone. How do you even know I'm within the United States?
Well, because that's how you've presented yourself. And if you're not within the United States, then why are you arguing constitutionality of things?
Because maybe I have an interest there. It doesn't matter. The point is, you're missing my point, and my point is.
But I can't pull up this.
And I'm sure there is incidents in the U.S. that Anna could cite. I can't, but the one that I'm familiar with, using the same ideology.
No, it doesn't, because this does not apply to anything having to do with the corporate.
It does. It doesn't. It don't even exist in Australia. It's an issue dealing with jurisdiction. It's an issue dealing with the deception that's being done by the government and the semantics with the state of Alaska and Alaska State.
No.
Okay, Mars, hold on. Look, here's the thing. The case you're bringing up is in Australia. It has nothing to do with the Constitution. Nothing. There's no similarities. I mean, you need to, if you could find a case that will, have something to do with the U.S., then we can continue. But out of that, we're going to have to move on to a different subject because you're not bringing up anything of no validity to any of this conversation.
Not to mention the fact that you claim that he won this case when in reality, I'm seeing here the final comments on this statement that was that his case ended up at a dead end.
And that's not a win.
Was a U.S. federal case. All right. I am saying
he's in Australia.
Yeah. Okay. It's an Australian citizen.
So it's not a federal case.
I didn't say it was.
Isn't that what you just said?
No, I am explaining to you that I did not claim that. Okay? I'm giving you an example of a situation where a gentleman has raised the same jurisdictional issue. All right? It's in a different jurisdiction, sure.
And he didn't win.
He did win.
He didn't.
He did.
Okay, I'm done. You know what? Your facts are not facts to you.
And
Facts
facts
are
are
not
not
facts
facts
to you.
to you. All right?
Okay, look, we're not going to do this. Look, I'm really sorry about this, Virgo. Wow. Mars, look, dude, if you want this to continue, you're going to need to come with facts. You're coming up with stuff that is irrelevant. Do you have anything relevant?
I'm asking
anything
her
at
to
all?
provide facts too. Yes, I do have things relevant.
She has produced facts. She's produced a case.
What?
She produced a case. The case she just read before
That does
you
not
read
prove
yours.
that Anna is a fraud.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
How?
Because the court case reads to you that it is frivolous based around what Anna presented.
Okay, so why doesn't she have any charges for fraud?
Why would she have charges for fraud
If
when
she's
no one's
committing
turning
fraud,
her in?
especially of this heinous degree,
No one's. Okay, you gonna let me answer your question, or you just gonna
Are you
keep?
gonna let me ask my question?
You already did.
Just go ahead. I'll just keep muting him until you finish. Go ahead, Virgo.
Number one, they are giving out the attorney general's number left and right out of the state of Alaska because people keep contacting the state judicial council regarding the claim that Anna makes about being a judge. Number two, people that are going to be pressing charges against someone like this, they have much bigger fish to fry, and sometimes it takes years upon years upon years. Anna's been doing her shenanigans for around 25 years. You said 40, but that's not actually true. Now, if she's been doing it offline, and there wouldn't be a number of people that would be contacting people probably back then before the SovSit movement was well known. Now, at this point, Anna's making her money in other ways. Let me give you some of those ways, and that'll help you to understand why she wouldn't be looking at fraud necessarily right now. So she's making her money at appearances. She's making her money doing things like this. Sorry, I have to find it. I have too many things pulled up right now.
While Virgo's doing that,
say that you're making money too, and you're selling an ideology. So if you're
I don't sell an ideology. That's crap. I do not sell an ideology.
Yes, you are absolutely.
No, all I'm doing is debunking one that has been known to be flawed, majorly flawed.
Okay, you've called her a fraud yourself. All right, and you've backtracked, you backpedaled on that.
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay, all right.
She's 100% a fraud. She's a fraud because she lied about being a judge. She's a fraud because she pushes ideas that are absolutely
she lied about being a judge
and disinformation. She's a fraud. Here we go. Expert in all legal matters. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. Hold on. This is one of about 14 different websites where she's selling her. Excuse me?
No, don't worry. Keep going.
Here we go. There's Anna there, and I've got to find her. Where's the home page?
Mars, stay muted because you can't learn. You don't know how to fucking keep quiet, buddy.
Nope. Double. Orwellian.
All right, there we go. We'll just put him backstage until he's ready to talk. That works.
What the heck?
He's gonna stay backstage.
I gotta find the.
While he's backstage and Virgo's finding the thing, Mars, can I suggest that you take a moment just to take a breath, like breathe into your stomach, relax your shoulder muscles, just kind of stay calm.
So here's some of the stuff you can take a look at. Here's a state pricing and info, 1,500, 5,000. This is all over the world, by the way, not just here in the United States. Expert in all legal matters uses a lot of Anna's stuff. I'm going to provide you with an actual list of things that Anna is using, websites that Anna is using based on a background check that was recently done. So let me provide you guys with that real quick. And there is actually a purpose for me showing you this because, he seems to believe that she's not profiting off of her lies, when in reality, she's profiting a huge amount. And it's not donations or thanks for making a few videos. It's not done up front. It's charged up front. It's very different.
Are you ready for him to come back up, or?
No, I've got to get this pulled up real quick, and I'm just having trouble getting it to respond.
Mars, this isn't double standard. You would not let her talk, so I had to put you backstage, buddy. Nothing personal.
No, that's not the right one either. That actually is her husband. So let me go ahead and see, how do I go about doing this? I wanted to show you guys all of the different websites. So if I do IN, keeps going back to the same one for some reason. I'm sorry. You guys, this is really difficult when I've got so many pulled up. There we go. All right, so here we go. This is on Anna, as you can see. And here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I could keep going for a very long time. These are websites where Anna sells things like her books, gold and silver, her Title IV flags, her appearances to speak at different places. She also sells tactical gear and different things like, what are they, tasers and stuff like that. It's all over the place. And you can find it all on her website. Her website, AnnaVonWrites.com, has got Paul on there, but he's just her web hoster, or the guy who puts up stuff for her and maintains it. It's her website. It proved it right there that it's in her name. It's her website. So, you want to talk about why Anna's not being busted for fraud? It's because Anna is selling other things behind this fraud she's perpetuating. Since she's not making money off the actual information, she's making money in other ways. But how she gets people to pay attention to that is through this garbage, this word salad that she spews out to everybody, making crazy claims about the United States being a corporation and claiming that, she's a judge, so she knows all, claiming maritime law, with a flag that's got fringe, which is total horse shit. And Nasara, which never even got heard by Congress, is alive and well. It's all a bunch of crap. It's all lies.
Okay. Now,
pissed off enough of an American at what's going on, which everyone has the right to be, then maybe you might listen, and a lot of people have. So you want to talk about money she's not making? She's making plenty of it.
And Mars, I'm going to let you back up, and let's try and keep on track, sir.
All right. Yeah, I guess we're going to stoop to the argument of she's making money, so I guess that makes her a fraud. But you're also making money. You did a fundraiser because you claimed that you needed a new device. You lost or broke your iPad, and you needed a new device to continue uploading content to YouTube.
That was not me.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
Yeah, Virgo, let him finish, Virgo.
So there was a fundraiser done in Virgo's name. suggesting that she needed to raise funds to continue uploading content to her YouTube channel, which she is monetized with, and also has a Patreon account associated with, and also has ways for you just to donate directly. But she also has hosted multiple fundraisers. One being
real quick,
one being
what's
the
relevant?
one being the Facts Matter fundraiser, which seemed to kick off a campaign against Anna von Reitz, and the following videos that she uploaded that claimed to be exposing Anna von Reitz are not presenting facts, not presenting rhetoric that's relevant to what Anna is claiming. It's misconstruing the information and presenting it in a way that fits your narrative. So I think that there is a misunderstanding of language. I don't think that Anna is making any fraudulent claims. I think it's completely legitimate for her to do business, like make products or services and sell them outside of this, or even associated with this. I don't see any problem as long as she is providing a legitimate product or service. I don't think that that's fraudulent. I still don't have any evidence to support your claims that what she is claiming is fraudulent. The way you verified or validated her claim on the judge is through the state of Alaska Judicial Council, and she's not claiming to be a judge within that jurisdiction or with that organization. So that would kind of make it you're arguing something that doesn't really exist.
Okay, Mars, real quick. All right, so what you're saying is she's not the judge of the state of Alaska, correct?
Correct.
Then show me and show all of us the jurisdiction and the landlines for the Alaskan state. If you can't do that, then if Virgo's claims aren't valid, then neither are yours, and it's a stalemate.
I disagree, because she established herself.
She didn't establish any lives on it.
Hold on, let me respond to that. Do you mind?
Go ahead, dude.
Okay. As Virgo stated herself, you can claim to be the judge of whatever, right? It doesn't give you jurisdiction to make judgments or whatever. I forgot exactly how she worded it, but she claimed herself that you can be a judge of anything. The point that Virgo is arguing is that she is presuming that Anna is claiming to be a state of Alaska Judicial Council member, and that's not what Anna's claim is, right?
Mars, you're missing the point here, buddy.
Okay.
Your thing is you're saying that because the jurisdiction of Virgo claiming is not valid, then it is your job to come in here and present that what Anna is claiming is valid. Can you validate Anna's claim without anything from that letter? Something completely different.
Yeah, it's been validated through all of her work. I didn't queue it up because I didn't know I was going to have to prove every detail of the situation. I thought that establishing the fact that there's a misunderstanding of language being used.
Can you validate it through an independent source, not attached to her?
Like what? Use an example. Tell me what you're looking for.
An independent source, one that doesn't have her interests at heart, one that's going to be fair and unbiased.
Could you use an example? Like what would you consider
fair and unbiased?
Okay, what would you consider that be an acceptable form of what you're asking for?
Somebody that's not involved in her programs.
Okay, like who? Like Shiva?
If Shiva could come up with it, or if Not a Brat or RAS or Island Grower or whoever, if they could come up with it, then yeah.
Shiva,
I mean,
I know
'cause everyone
you're
else
pretty
has a
well
vested interest.
educated on this jurisdiction, jurisprudence thing. And I know you had a little chuckle when reading Anna's response. Could you help maybe articulate the misunderstanding here? I know you're really particular about language, and so without, I think we're at a massive roadblock, and I think it should be something we could easily get over. But
you could get over it if you could come up with some landlines, jurisdiction for the Alaskan state. We could come up with stuff for the state of Alaska, but this Alaskan state has no borders, no nothing. You can't, because it does. You know what I'm saying? Like, and now if I'm wrong and it does exist, then show it to me.
Alaska state would probably be what you would picture on the map. Alaska, the same borders. That's Alaska state. That's Alaska, not the state of Alaska.
Can you find that in writing in anything that it wasn't written by Anna?
Yeah, it's a common. It's known. It's pretty well known. It's
show me.
Justinian deception would be a good source to validate. He breaks it down extremely well. That's Romley Stewart, and he has absolutely provided evidence of the fraud, and I know it's a completely different side of the world, but the logic, and he explains how it applies here in the U.S. as well.
Okay, look, you can't prove anything, so we're just going to leave that argument alone.
Sure, I can.
Let's move on to our next.
I'll pull it up right now.
No, you
I'll
can't.
pull it up right now. Yeah, I can. It's Justinian deception. You just asked me. How is that not proof?
Then bring it up.
All right. Why you fucking say I can't? Give me a chance.
Let me just interject here real quick, if you don't mind, Kenny.
Okay.
The original argument before we went into a lot of word salad to why I was presenting things the way that I was in terms of the different sites that Anna is selling other things, which I never claimed, by the way, were fraudulent. I simply said that she was making money in other areas, which would be the reason why she has not been arrested for the fraud. And it's actually her students that are using her paperwork who have been arrested for the fraud that Anna technically should be arrested for, because she's the one who wrote the paperwork. And let me also just say that your statement with regards to this supposed GoFundMe of a broken device was not me. And I have no idea who you're referring to, but it was not me. And as far as the facts matter, GoFundMe, we've gone over that ad nauseum at this point. That was for the specialty database that was to go on my website, which it now is, in order to make sure that people did not get disinformation without getting real information in addition. So I resent the fact that you started ad hominem attacks when my purpose for showing you what I showed you was simply because I was helping to answer your question as to why she has not been arrested for this fraud.
Okay, I'm not going to get into the logical fallacies that you've used.
Do you understand what a logical fallacy is?
Yeah, absolutely.
You do? Can you explain it to us?
Yeah, it's there are many different forms of logical fallacies that will undermine you just completely discredit your argument if you do them. We can go through multiple examples. The most common one I think is like ad hom straw man logical fallacy, where you're attacking the person rather than the argument. And you undermine my judgment without engaging with the actual facts. And so there's all sources. I mean, there's the slippery slope fallacy, which is inevitable doom, which is basically what I think you kind of imply here with Anna. Because you mentioned the 38 years, if someone got convicted at 38 years using her ideologies or whatever, the circular reasoning fallacy is just falling back on the argument without proof. You want me
The
to?
fact that I made a statement that says this is the reason why she has not been arrested for fraud with regards to her paperwork and her false ideology that she's pushing, and that I showed you where she is making income based around those things, you're calling a logical fallacy when indeed that's just factual information.
Yeah, well, because you just before that claim that she is a fraud, and if
she is a fraud.
Okay.
She called herself a judge when she did not have the right to be calling herself a judge.
Sure, I have the right to call myself a judge.
No, you do not.
Not of the state of Alaska Judicial Council. No, absolutely not.
Not of anything unless you have been appointed.
Oh, I can judge. I can judge.
Okay, go ahead.
That suggests that you have an authority that you do not have. That's why there's laws against giving legal advice if you're not a licensed attorney. Same difference. That's why claiming that you're a soldier when you were never in the military is considered stolen valor. She has no right to call herself a judge. Sorry. All right, I'm done, Kenny. I'm done because this is not something that is, I didn't sign up for this. My point for having a debate was to have a real debate. Mars doesn't have factual information he's coming to the table with. Mars has he says, she says, and I'm going to throw circular arguments and word salad all over the place. And to be quite frank, there's nothing that I could provide, even though I've got 25 tabs open here of proof of things that Anna has said that are either not valid or complete and total disinformation. I could put every one of them in front of him and it wouldn't make a difference because he's made up his mind and he is digging in. And I have learned with sovereign citizen ideology, people that fall into that simply dig in harder the more proof you show them. I didn't come here to debate Mars. I came here for hopefully an answer after 3 years to the questions that we asked Anna, because that would have cleared up a lot. Quite frankly, there aren't going to be the answer to those questions because she's a fraud.
Yep. I mean, Mars, you wanted to debate. You really turned this into an argument when things weren't going your way. Honestly, I'm very disappointed in you for that. I thought we gave you 2 weeks to prepare. And the best you can come up with, I mean, that's just sad, Mars. I mean, this is your chance, and you kind of ruined it.
You can say that all you want, but you guys knew what you were dealing with when you invited this opportunity. So I don't know why any of you are surprised.
I think because we thought that you led everyone to believe that Anna would be showing up with you, and I have valid questions for Anna.
I never led anyone to believe that.
Oh, I'm sorry. He didn't lead you to believe that, Kenny?
He said that he was definitely going to ask Anna, and and he was going to see if Anna would come. And then, to be fair, I didn't hear from him personally, but on panels he was saying that he was going to have someone come with him if Anna didn't show up. So, he's just here by himself.
And that person is present in the chat. Absolutely.
Well,
they're watching.
Come on up.
They're not,
come on up so they could. They might be able. They're not
to explain
it a little better than you.
They're not interested in changing the minds of people that don't want to see what Anna is presenting, and that's what we're experiencing here. He does not understand why I care to deal with you guys. There's plenty of people that can have an articulate conversation and a reasonable conversation and either agree to disagree or have more of a mutual understanding. Why that seems impossible here proves to me the intent.
Because you're attempting to try to make people believe in a fantasy world. And I will not come to a consensus on that.
I think I've made it very clear from the very beginning. I don't want anyone to believe like me or think like me or anything.
Anna is presenting a fantasy world. The state of Alaska is Alaska, period.
Yes.
I disagree. And
it is a jurisdiction in itself.
Do you understand? Do you understand her argument to that?
her argument to that.
Yeah.
That's not an argument that she provided. That's just a bunch of baloney.
Yeah.
The
Okay,
state of Alaska,
okay, let me rephrase that.
state of Alaska.
Do you understand her perspective on her claims to that?
Yes, I do. This sounds good. So let me write it down on a piece of paper, because that's really what I am. I am a fiction writer. That is exactly what Anna is.
So it sounds good. So let me just potentially.
Yes, it fits her political agenda.
Let me risk my
It
life.
fits her
Let me risk my
agenda.
life and my freedom and everything to.
That's not risking anything. You have the right to say and write what you want to.
Exactly.
But when somebody checks you to see whether or not what you're saying is accurate, then factual information is going to win out every single time. Anna is a fiction writer. That's what she went to school for. That's what she is. She's not a judge. She's not a historian. She's none of those things.
Do you have any proof of that?
That she's a that's her own statement. And sure, there's proof of it. That's what her degree is in.
Do you have any proof of that?
Not on me, no, but you can certainly find it very easily.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I would say the same thing about anything that I didn't have right off the top of my head.
My God. You can look at my videos because it's on one of my videos.
Because I didn't get a chance to present my argument. It's been pretty hostile.
Well, you go ahead. If you consider this to be hostile, you really need to stay out of debates.
No, I disagree. I didn't even realize this was going to be a formal debate. I
thought we agreed to have a formal debate today.
That's what it was.
You said that you presented yourself, and now what I'm realizing as a false pretense that you actually were really caring about people like me, and that you're in this.
I do care about you.
You're in this business, and that you're in.
Okay, hold on, Mars. Just relax. No, Virgo does care about people like you. I do too. I want to make sure that no one takes advantage of people like you, just like Virgo does. Okay, you're coming at this with your heels dug in. You don't want to even listen to anything that remotely talks bad about Anna. That is your problem. That's why you're so defensive right now. If you would just sit back, relax, and listen, and then present your arguments and come up with evidence, I think you would find this a much more tolerable situation. But you're the one making this intolerable for yourself. Okay, that's what you need to understand. And again, you keep telling her she needs to come with facts. You haven't come with any facts whatsoever. None. You showed us one document, and you keep talking about this.
And that document proves what he's saying at the very top.
Exactly. And the Alaskan state you keep arguing, you still have yet to show proof that even exists. No, I'll take it back. You said your argument was the map of the state of Alaska is not the map of the state of Alaska. It's actually the map of the Alaskan state. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, that would be called a straw man argument right there.
No, I disagree with you.
Well, you can disagree all you want to, but the philosophers that came up with the fallacies would absolutely agree. That's punching at nothingness.
Oh, okay. You must be God to be able to speak for them. But I think you have logical fallacies. I think you have logical fallacies yourself. I know I do. I'm not too afraid to admit that I have faults. I think you're also very defensive and emotional. I tried to start this very neutral.
Okay.
And so I am strongly opinionated. I know what I know. I'm willing to change my mind, but I have not had any solid evidence to support your argument. And I know that is a subjective statement. Apparently, I guess in this situation, but I think it's objective. But I don't. I don't see the willingness to progress with this conversation going both ways, because I'm getting pretty defensive because of the you guys knew what you were getting into.
Have you tried to prove her claims, Mars?
Have I what?
Have you tried to prove her claims?
Like what?
Like, have you attempted to try to disprove anything that she has said, like the United States is a corporation? Have you tried to disprove it?
I think the United States is a corporation.
No, it's not.
Okay.
And it's
Well,
easily disproven.
okay.
Hello.
It's easily disproven by one simple fact. And that is that foreign corporations, along with corporations within the state, incorporate here within the United States. A corporation cannot incorporate under another corporation.
Could you interpret that for me, please, Shiva?
I think what Virgo is saying, if I've understood correctly, and I'm not a lawyer, I don't know anything about US law, but she's saying that a corporation cannot be made by another corporation. I think that's what is that correct, Virgo?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, does that prove that the United States is the United States a corporation?
Mars.
Okay.
So so what Virgo is saying is that a corporation cannot create another corporation in law, right? So if the United States government is a corporation, it cannot create other corporations.
Corporations have to incorporate under governments.
So the United States couldn't create states because states are a corporation. According to your logic.
Right.
So there could be no more states, no more like, you know how Alaska became a state way after the became one of our last states? That couldn't have happened because the United States corporation already existed, and they couldn't have made Alaska a corporation because they were a corporation.
Okay, maybe there's more to this story than what I understand, but
states are not. Yeah, you're right. States are not corporations.
States are not corporations, or the United States is not.
Neither one.
Neither one.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Is that true, Shiva?
I don't know what I mean. I don't know. As I said, I'm not a lawyer. I mean, I draw pictures, right? I'm not a lawyer, and my understanding of American law is even worse than my understanding of English law.
I thought we've had this conversation before, though, and
this is why people get preyed on. They don't understand basic civics. Basic civics would dictate these things, and you would understand that there's no possible way that the United States country could be a corporation, because people, including foreign entities, desire to incorporate under the United States of America country for the purpose of things like tax breaks and all kinds of stuff. Okay, they want to be incorporated here. Without it being a country, it has to be a government in order for corporations to exist.
Are we presuming there's no difference between the United States Incorporated and the United States of America?
There is no United States Incorporated.
Okay.
So if there's a United States Incorporated, it means it's going to have a structure, it's going to have books, it's going to have records, it's going to have an organizational structure, right? It'll have a CEO and a financial officer and all that kind of stuff. So where is all that information located?
It's I'll pull it up right now. It's on Justinian Deception. Is where I learned about it originally.
There is a
sorry, Vic.
There is a federal corporation that is within DC, but that is not the United States of America. That is not the country.
That's exactly what okay, great. We're in agreement, I think.
What, that Congress has a federal corporation? The DC has a federal corporation?
Yeah, I guess.
What does that have to do with the country being a corporation?
This is where I wish Anna was here.
Okay, yes, and Liz D is right. States are created by acts of Congress, not incorporation. In order to incorporate, you have to incorporate under a government. The United States is not a corporation.
Okay, this is the stuff I can't technically argue all of this stuff, and I didn't know that this was going to be where we were heading. I thought you clearly understood. I didn't have this technical knowledge.
No, I'm just showing you other reasons, other things. This is not just a matter of the judge thing. There are a number of other things. For example, NESARA, pushing the NESARA agenda.
I'm not familiar with that, so I couldn't speak on that. I have never seen her push the NESARA agenda. I don't know.
Yeah, it's on her website.
Okay, well, I'm unfamiliar with that, so I can't speak on it.
How about we do this, Mars? Okay, look. You have stuff you were prepared to defend. Anna, why don't you talk about what you were done? You are ready to defend. You have the information on. That
And
way,
they
you're not
have
sitting here.
evidence for.
Yes, you have to have evidence for it. This isn't just going to be what you think. Stuff that you have evidence for, because we don't want to waste any time here. What can you argue with evidence?
Well, I mean, as I was about to pull up the evidence, I think we came to an agreement. I may be misunderstanding, but that there is a United States Incorporated.
Okay, let's start there then.
There's a United States Service Corporation that does nothing but do out-of-state service for doing articles of incorporation. That has absolutely nothing to do with the country whatsoever. It's just a business.
It's a foreign business set up to incorporate states.
No, states are not incorporated.
What
Congress,
did you say?
Congress.
Okay,
is
but what was the statement you just made? I'm sorry. I'm trying to comprehend that.
I'm sorry. Which statement? That
The last one.
Congress created the states.
I understand that. Okay, I
That was the
understand
last
you made
part.
that point, and then you said something about the
States are
United
not incorporated.
States Incorporated. What claim did you make that they're somewhere else over? Did you say they're overseas or something? And they're
No, I said the United States Service Corporation is simply a company. It's a private company that helps people to incorporate from foreign and domestic entities that want to incorporate in certain places like Delaware. All they do is articles of incorporation, file articles of incorporation for out-of-state and foreign entities that want to become incorporated within the United States, the country.
so like
That's all they do. They're just a private business.
Wanted to open a business in the state of Delaware, is the example you're using. That's who they would go through.
That's one of the service providers they could go through. It's just a private. It's like if I sat here and I said, okay, Mars, you want to go ahead and incorporate you want to file articles of incorporation with the state of Delaware. I'm here within the state of Delaware. My business is called United States Service Corporation Incorporated. And what I do is I fill out paperwork all day long and I send it to you to sign, so that this way I can give it to the Secretary of State to file for your articles of incorporations for your corporation to be a valid corporate business. That's what they do.
All right. Could you use like an give me like an idea of like who would use that?
Anybody who wanted to open a corporation that was not in the state of Delaware, because Delaware provides for special tax write-offs.
Interesting.
So, for example, a lot of people that are maybe in Texas or in California, they don't like the business corporate taxes that the state puts on them. So, therefore, they will incorporate in Delaware because it provides them specialty taxes.
So Mars,
that is the service that they use. And of course, foreign businesses that want to incorporate within the United States will have to use a service provider such as that.
So Mars, are you bringing up the information?
So with that, yeah, what I think I'm going to try and articulate this. What I think the understanding is, that's the Justinian deception of just good old Alaska in the United States of America versus the state of Alaska. At some point it changed, right?
No, it didn't.
Okay. The language has changed over time for sure. And so
yeah, but I mean, if you want to, see, all of this stuff is verifiable. This is the reason why I specifically asked you. Have you, when you are trying to determine whether somebody is not being honest with you, or they are something, there's something about them that you feel like, okay, this is really odd. This isn't stuff that I learned in school, or this isn't stuff that sounds right to me based on what I normally hear out there in society. So let me check. A scientist who does proper vetting would go in and they would try to debunk that stuff. And that's what I do on a daily basis.
Right.
And by the time you hit number 5 and you've debunked 5 different times in 5 different directions, you know, at that point you can safely say, this is a lie.
All right. Yeah, I hear you. We're getting off track to the point though. And I think that the misunderstanding is, I think pre like 1868 or something close to that, it was probably called just Alaska. And eventually it became state of Alaska. And so I'm looking for something like pre 1868 that shows where the title of the state was state of Alaska, not just Alaska.
Quite honestly, it really wouldn't matter because the point being that she's not recognized.
I understand she's not recognized within that judicial system, and that's to my point with Romley Stewart, where he has thoroughly documented his experiences through his research and interactions with the system. So their system is very similar. I understand it's different, but it's very similar. And so basically he's explained how we're basically stuck in the same system. And it really does come down to like a straw man with your name and stuff like that. And it all sounds like a bunch of soft-sit bullshit, and that's not for me to try and articulate because that'll just discredit the whole argument. You know, is because I understand it could easily be misunderstood as a sovereign citizen ideology, but her language is very particular, and I don't think in any sort of way it's fraudulent or.
Well, and as I said, no matter what I say or no matter what I provide to you as information, that is your stance, and that's going to remain your stance, and that's obvious because we've done this 3 times now. We've discussed this, and you know, it really, there's no reason to move any further with it. You are not interested in showing anybody that Anna is not a fraud, because if you were, you would have more facts to actually evidence to show them, and you're not really there yet, and yet you claim you're not interested in anybody really, you know, trying to convert anybody to her way of thinking. So really this is all about you, and you've already made up your mind, so that makes it sort of a waste of time.
My mind is not made up, but it is not easily changed either. So the truth is, I don't have any compelling evidence to support the claim that she is fraudulent or a scammer or dishonest or mischievous.
So you're going to go with the fact that she claims to be a judge, even though no one recognizes her as a judge, and she can't give us any information on how she became a judge.
Yeah, because I understand her intent.
Who appointed her to become a judge?
Yeah, because I understand her intent with claiming to be a judge.
What was her intent?
It's to prove a point.
Oh, to prove a point.
Yeah.
So I can claim whatever I want in order to just prove a point and not make it clear to everybody that I'm not really that thing?
Yeah, and if it's not fraudulent, you won't be held, you know, there's nothing to hold you accountable. You know, you can't be held to you know, with charges.
Can I ask, using that same logic, can I just decide that I'm a surgeon? And then tell people that I'm a surgeon?
You absolutely could. I mean, I would say I've, you know, given myself stitches. I could consider myself a surgeon, right?
Mars,
and then,
would you go to a surgeon from the Alaskan state, or would you go to a surgeon from the state of Alaska? Would there be a difference to you?
Yeah, I would say that there is a difference, and it comes down to licensure. And
so, who would you go to?
Well, if one's available, I would say within the Alaska state, I would go to that one because that one seems to be.
Where would you go?
Well, that's kind of a hypothetical question because I'm saying if it exists.
But if you can't prove that it exists, Mars, that's the whole point.
That kind of is the whole point.
Right. I see what you're saying, and I think that they have proven that it exists. And so
where?
That's the Justinian Deception channel. I'll get back to that.
Okay, I'm familiar. You don't need to. I'm familiar.
Is he wrong?
The Justinian deception falls along exactly the same lines as the sovereign citizen movement. It is a political agenda, Mars. That's what you're not understanding.
He is
It
not
is
political.
a political agenda. Yes, it is.
No,
Everything having to do with the sovereign citizen movement is a political agenda. And it doesn't matter. You're not going to believe me, so it does not matter.
he's not associated with any movement.
Mars.
He is one man who's documented his experiences, and that's all I'm going to say. Sorry,
Okay.
Shiva. Sorry, go ahead.
Just because something isn't partisan doesn't mean it's not political.
Okay, fair statement. Yeah, that's definitely a fair statement.
So let me ask you about any of these things. Are you familiar with her claim about maritime law and the flag with the fringe?
Yeah, I am. I don't think it has any legal implication, as Artie. I trust Artie. I also. So I haven't actually verified either one's statements, but I understand what it represents. But I also understand Artie's point that it doesn't really have any legal implication.
Well, it not only does it not have any legal implication, if you contact the what is it called? The Assembly of Flags, something. They will let you know that it is simply a decoration, always have been and always will be. There is no implication of it being a maritime anything. As a matter of fact, maritime flags have their very own little section, and I can show you all of them.
I just don't trust what people tell me, and so I have
that's why you have to look at factual evidence.
Right, and I've actually looked at a lot to kind of understand.
So pick up the phone and call them.
I don't trust them.
Okay. You trust Anna, but you don't trust hundreds of other sources that are trying to make sure that people have accurate information, because this disinformation of the sovereign citizen movement has been spread around for the last 45 years.
What is wrong about what she's claiming?
It's factually incorrect, Mars.
Okay, can you use an example, please, Shiva?
Yeah, sure. America is not owned by Britain.
Okay,
it's not ruled by Britain.
Yeah, that statement was written in 2015, and so I have a queued up.
But in 2015, it still wasn't true.
No,
I understand. There's been an evolution of thoughts and her research process.
She gets a pass for anything that she has said that's
no. She actually corrects herself when she's wrong, and that's
okay.
All right. If you're not interested,
I'm going to mute myself and let Mars educate us on.
If you're just going to laugh me off and you're not interested, then there's nothing else I can do. I mean, I'm doing my best to be reasonable with you guys. You guys have your feet planted firm in your beliefs, and just as you.
No, Mars, that's not true.
It's not
true. My beliefs are only held tentatively.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I don't really consider you being involved with this discussion. I'm not addressing you particularly, but
okay.
I would love to.
There's real life. There's real life that has to be dealt with on a regular basis that actually dictates what reality is, what's really factual. And the problem is that in real life, people have followed the ideologies of Anna von Reitz, and unfortunately have found themselves in an awful lot of trouble. And so that is my problem. Okay.
Well, in real life, people have followed the same beliefs that you carry, and they find themselves in a lot of trouble as well.
You don't even know what my beliefs actually are, because I don't teach those things. I simply debunk things that are 100% falsified.
Well, you exposed her. You claim to be exposing her without having any factual information to really support your claims. You said yourself. You said yourself.
And if you haven't watched all of my videos, then you wouldn't know that. But I'm sitting here with 20 talking points of actual proof and evidence right in front of us right now.
Oh my God. Continue, Virgo.
As I said, I'm sitting here with 20 talking points of actual proof and evidence that I can show right now, but we're never going to get there, because the point that he is trying to make is something that is cognitive dissonance for him. It's never going to sink in. This is a waste of time. It's not just a waste of time for everyone on the panel, but everyone watching the panel. This is a waste of time because he is not open-minded in any way, shape, or form. When I go and I show him that a judge has said on its face that her statements were frivolous, that she's not a judge, and that her statement of cease and desist would not apply because of the fact that she's not a judge and because it was a frivolous filing, that's not good enough. So if you know, actual evidence of there being a problem with her claims is not good enough, and the fact that he showed a piece of paper with her statement of superior court judge bullshit is going to be turned around to be something is, oh no, that's not what her claim. I mean, at this point, Anna's not even here to defend herself. He's going in circles trying to defend her. It's just ridiculous. It's
So
not
the only thing
so
the only thing acceptable would be if I agreed with you completely.
no.
Oh,
Not what
okay.
she's
Well,
saying.
I think that seems to be the only problem. I don't have a problem with you personally. You seem to have a lot of problems with me personally.
I have a problem with your cognitive dissonance.
Okay, I could say the same thing about you, and actually I do. And I say the same thing about a lot of people.
Well, good. Now you feel better?
No, it makes me feel crappy. But
Well, I don't know what to tell you, dear. I know that in reality, what I've provided is really there. I know that what I've got in these 20 talking points and the factual evidence that I have for those is really there. I know there really was never a Declaration Act of 1779, even though Anna claims that a lot of her documentation is based off of that
I would
declaration.
like for you to pull up her claims and show that how they're invalid.
I would have done that. But now we have gone on for an hour and 42 minutes.
Okay.
And it's not going to change anything, even if I do that. There's an entire list that
it absolutely would change. I don't follow rhetoric very well. I don't follow concepts.
What I have provided is absolutely not rhetoric, and the people in the chat are fully aware of that.
Oh, the people in the chat are a part of your echo chamber. So I don't.
Mars, earlier on, when I was on here with you and Gregory and Kenny Klein, right, and we were talking about this debate, and I asked you if you were ready, if you had prepared, and you said yes. And what I was expecting that to mean would be that you would be coming with well-reasoned arguments and evidence in support of your position. And I'm going to be honest, the only thing that you provided seems to be a document drafted by Anna von Reitz, which to my mind makes it kind of biased, right?
I'm willing to present more, like the Justinian deception. They weren't willing to see that evidence, but
that has nothing to do with our actual debate.
It absolutely has something to do with our actual debate. But if you would see or hear the evidence, maybe you could change your mind. But you're not even willing, and that proves your intent. So,
I have an intent. You know what my intent is? My intent is that anybody who wants factual information needs to actually go and do some research themselves and try to disprove something that doesn't sound right.
Hey, can I make a statement in that?
If you can't do that,
yeah,
then,
can I get it? I'm sorry.
Can I finish, please, for a moment?
Yeah, go ahead, babe.
If you can't do that, then you have a problem within yourself. And anyone who attempts to try to debunk the statements of Miss Anna von Reitz are immediately going to see that there are problems right off the bat. They have to be reliable and verifiable sources. But if you attempt to try to debunk something that doesn't sound right, that you're going to be in a much better position to find out what's real and what's not real. And from what I can tell, the research that needed to be done for the last 2 weeks in order to make this debate something that would be fruitful for everyone has not been done. So unfortunately, I have to sign out at this point because we are almost 2 hours in and there's absolutely no evidence that we are going in any kind of a direction to be able to even continue to debate.
All right, before you go, Virgo, let me say 2 really quick things. One, Mars, you got to admit, y'all only really talked about fucking governments and her, whether she's a judge or not. Let's admit that if she says I'm the state of Alaska judge and you saying she said Alaska state, that's bullshit. She knows and I know that shit's misleading. You could give Virgo that. And Virgo, you named about 20 fucking pieces of evidence when you jumped up here and y'all got bogged down on the first 2. I really wish you could have went over or still could rapid fire And Mars, you're not qualified. You're just not like you have evidence that the other
I
chick
would be
Anna.
more than happy to make a
Well, have
separate
you-
video
have
with
you,
every
uh,
single.
Have you tried to look and verify any of Anna's claims?
Me, all I heard was that letter, and that was her. Like Kenny said, that was her
Well, I know
declaring.
you've heard about the situation, and so I mean, and I know you have access to Google, and I'm just asking you a simple question: have you tried to verify any of Anna's claims, or are you just taking Virgo's word for it?
No, I'm not taking Virgo's word for anything. I'm just naming a couple of observations I know, and I did after the first time we
Wait,
talked.
you know my character. You don't need to go to ad homs. I know I suck at this.
Okay, I wouldn't have add hom. I meant that you don't have the evidence. She's asking you to prepare an
I
argument
do.
that
She's not
Anna
willing to
herself.
hear my evidence. Justinian deception.
Ah, okay.
Justinian deception would be a great piece of evidence.
Let me just say this, Joe. I'll be more than happy to do a video with every single one of these talking points. It needs to be updated anyway to put on Anna's fraud list. I'll be more than happy to do that. But before I close out here, let me make it perfectly clear. Congress has the right to make courts, okay? Anna does not have the right to declare a court or herself as a judge. Anna von Reitz is not a judge, nor is she an attorney, which she most recently claimed to the Pope. Those things do not exist.
Can we debate that? Can you show Mars what she claims she's an attorney to the Pope?
Sure.
And Mars, you debate that.
Yeah, I'd love to debate. I'd love to see the evidence that Anna claims to be working with the Pope or working for the Pope.
It's all over her website. Are you kidding me? You
wait, Mars. When you came up earlier today, you said you don't think Anna is going to have time because she's talking with the president and the Pope. You yourself admitted she talked with the Pope.
I said she communicates. Yeah, she communicates.
That's
she's not
talking.
working. She's not working with them. She
Pope,
applied.
though.
How I understood Virgo's claims is that Anna is working.
Stop it. You said she's talking with the goddamn Pope. Now you're trying to backtrack and say, no, I didn't say that before. Bullshit.
You say she raps
the shit, motherfucker. Admit it.
She raps with the Pope, Mars?
She does rap with the Pope.
That's heavy, yo. That's heavy.
And the Queen.
And the Queen and the President. And what's this nigga?
Yeah, and Anna von Reitz.
Can you pull this up, Kenny, please?
Piero is not here to help.
Yeah.
All right,
Hello, guys.
so here is some information that I
Hold on, guys.
Hold on, guys.
Hold on. She's got something to do here.
Here's some information that I found to be absolutely hilarious today. It was forwarded to me on one of the many websites that Anna has to do with. And basically what it is a attachment that talks about her in her full name, by the way, which is outrageously long. Twitter has problems with it. As a matter of fact, it's so long that she is an attorney, an advising attorney to the Pope.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I meant to do. There it is. There it is, Mars.
An advising attorney to the Pope. Now, I have some information on that.
Okay.
Okay. So let me go over here and tell you that I did some investigating on her being the right arm of the Pope.
I got a text saying she communicate with Tupac too.
and Biggie. She gonna take care of the East Coast West Coast beef just like that.
Okay, and here is what I got back. Pope Benedict. Let's see, what is that? 5, 6, 5, 10, 5, 16. The Vatican has prepared a legal strategy to defeat a suit filed in U.S. federal court that accuses the Pope of helping cover up clerical child abuse. How do you become a lawyer for the Vatican? And it's an entire article to show you what law schools you would need to attend and all these other things. And then it says the Pope doesn't normally have his own lawyer in the United States, but after being sued in Kentucky and Oregon, the Holy See retained a team of American civil defense lawyers led by California attorney Jeffrey Lina, who has been the only one who has ever been of service to the Pope. And he had his own team in which, by the way, Anna was not on. And further, there are canon lawyers that are the religious law lawyers for the Catholic Church, all of which are, of course, out of
overseas.
So
right.
This is total and complete horse shit, along with pretty much everything else that is claimed on that particular statement.
All right, Virgo and everyone else, could we please give Mars a chance to respond if he's
Sure.
still here? Yeah, go ahead, Mars.
Yeah, Mars needs some time to digest this.
Yes, she's
Yeah,
lawyer.
absolutely. I'm gonna rewatch this one for sure. Sorry, I'm shoving my mouth full of food, but
It happens, Mars. If I told you, or if someone else told you, I rap with the Queen, the Pope, and the President on a regular basis. Not only that, I'm counsel to the. You wouldn't swallow that shit.
I'd
No
want to know
fucking
what
way.
you have to say. I'd definitely hear what you have to say about it.
Yeah, but you wouldn't believe that shit, though, right? It's amazing that this chick is this.
Nah,
And I don't see.
I didn't believe her either. I criticized them very much, so I earned a lot of hate in that community too.
Very
When you
good.
first
Have
came
you seen
on-
pictures with her and the Pope and the President and the Queen and all this? Have you seen any pictures or anything? You just taking a word for it?
I've seen the communications.
I don't know about that one, bro. But
Yeah,
go
but how
ahead.
can you prove,
Yeah,
how can you prove those communications?
I
Was
can't.
my question.
I can't.
Yeah.
Hey, Mars.
Fair enough.
Mars, you can fake communications real
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah, I agree. I
Actually,
don't have any
I'm
evidence
still
to
in
support that
communication
these
with JFK.
communications are fake, but I agree. You can fake communications, but I wish you guys were just as skeptical about everything you.
Very
I
good,
am.
Mars.
I'm very
We are
skeptical about
skeptical,
a
Mars.
Yeah.
lot of things.
Wait a minute. Can I ask a question though? So when we first got on, when I first got on this stream, I took a couple seconds to listen to the previous stream in which apparently Artie was talking to, where I landed anyway. Artie was talking to Mars about some things, and Mars went on to say that the reason why Anna, chances are, wouldn't be here tonight would be because she has bigger and better fish to fry. She's one that hangs out with the Pope and the Queen. So you knew this. Why would you claim that you didn't know that Anna had any claims that she dealt with the Pope?
Facts matter. I didn't claim she hangs out.
He claimed she was not. I'm sorry. I
Easy.
thought he said about the lawyer shit. Not that he admitted she talks to him on the phone, but she is not the other thing, which was a lawyer or something. I think that's what he said.
Yeah, I didn't claim she hangs out with him. I don't think that's the case. I don't think they're friends. I don't think she's his right-hand man. I don't think anything.
Well, she's claimed that several times, and it's all over her website.
Okay, could you show me one?
You talking to the wrong person. She might pull it up.
I'd love it. I'd love to see where she.
I'm really, honestly, I'm done after this. I'm done after this because I'm tired.
Shit.
Mars, shouldn't you already know this?
I
If
do know.
if you're a fan of this woman, shouldn't you already know these things?
I do know she has communicated with the Queen and the Pope.
Oh my God, that's
Mars,
heavy, yo.
Mars, a couple hours ago, you said on Kenny's panel that you were going to come prepared. And
as prepared as I can be.
You came with a pea shooter, okay? And
Get the
Virgo
mob.
had an atomic bomb.
You're talking to
Okay.
a layman who dropped out of high school in 10th grade. All right? You're not talking to anyone special. You're not talking to Jesus. You're not talking to God. You're talking to me.
And that's the thing. We were hoping that there's going to be someone else here.
Hold on a second. What? So, because you didn't graduate from high school doesn't mean you're special?
No, you guys knew exactly who you're dealing with. I don't know why you're
No, not
surprised.
exactly. Not exactly.
I don't know why
Are you saying, Mars,
Not me,
Mars,
anyway.
Are you saying it, because if you're saying you guys knew exactly who you were dealing with, right? Well, like, to my mind, that means that we shouldn't take you seriously. That we shouldn't give you
That's your
the
choice.
give you the respect to actually come with your argumentation and your evidence, because
To
we
me,
know who you are.
to
and
me,
what
that
you
would
are
show
and what you
virtue
like.
signaling on your part to even show the intent to try and communicate, because it was presented the idea that she wants to help somebody like me understand, and she knows that I'm pretty firmly rooted. I'm pretty firmly. She knows I'm pretty firmly rooted in my beliefs.
Where is she?
Does that mean you've got a closed mind,
Tim,
Mars?
I'm putting you back real quick. You can
Yeah,
still come
Tim,
out.
stop it,
At
Tim.
this
Stop
point-
it, Tim.
At this point, I would say yes. I've closed off my mind a little bit.
Then
Why,
I would argue that the problem in this instance is with you in that case, because my mind is open. I am open to the fact that Virgo Triad is a scammer. I don't believe she's a scammer. I don't think she's a scammer. I've not seen any evidence to indicate that.
I don't think Virgo's a scammer. I'm not arguing that. I'm trying to get Virgo to prove to me that Anna is a scammer.
Oh, she's done that.
Well,
waiting for your proof that
do you agree with
Anna's
that,
a judge.
Do you agree with?
Okay, yes, I do. Here's the thing, Mars. You cannot just decide that you are a judge. You can't, right? And you certainly can't do that and then play semantic word games, which is what Anna von Reitz is doing. If what you're saying about her is on the up and up, she is playing semantic word games.
I believe, Mars,
would it be possible that the government's playing semantic word games?
That's deflection. That's distraction.
Mars, it doesn't matter because it is the government that appoints judges. Judges don't appoint themselves.
Mars, remember this.
I disagree. Is the government of, for, and by the people?
Shiva said, if I cut myself, does that make a stitch myself? Does that make me a surgeon?
Hold on. I'm having this conversation with Shiva. Is a true government of, for, and by the true republic of, for, and by the people?
Okay, yeah. Yes, it is. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Does that mean that all decisions should be made by the people, or do you delegate that decision-making process to the government?
I think it should be delegated to people who are qualified to make those decisions.
That's the government,
I think the government has illegally usurped their position through language.
You to vote them in.
Through language deception, and I think that that's what she's exposing. I don't think that means that she's guilty of semantics because she's exposing the semantics.
So I'm just trying to wrap my head around. So, like, what would be a legitimate government to you, Mars?
A legitimate government would be of, for, and by the people.
Wouldn't a judge be elected by people? Wouldn't a judge be elected by the people?
Judges are either appointed or elected.
I think she exposes how the government has been illegally usurped.
Then let me.
But what made what made her a judge? Was she elected or appointed? Mars, use your fucking brain here.
I think she was probably self-proclaimed.
All right,
there you go.
That's not a thing.
It's not a thing, and it's a thing to me. It's not a thing to the state of Alaska Judicial Council, which is where
It's not a thing then.
It's not a thing.
I disagree.
She can't issue binding judgments.
Things can exist outside. Things can exist outside of the state of Alaska Judicial Council. Correct?
Is she able to issue binding?
As to why Anna?
Can you answer my question? Do things exist outside? Yes. Thank you.
Of course, Mars. Of course.
All right. Thank you.
Well, what things? Whoa. What things exist outside of the Judicial Council?
There could be like a dog show judge.
Okay, well,
wait, what the?
A dog show judge does not issue liens
They are either appointed.
That's a weak argument, but it's valid.
They're either appointed or elected.
Okay,
she's not claiming to provide the services that a judge would normally provide. So she's not claiming
to. What her website does.
Hang on, Mars, what about that website we just looked at, expertinalllegalmatters.com or whatever
what about
it was
the case
called?
that I just showed you? What about that?
Legal Matters? I don't know who Legal Matters is. It could be Virgo Triad for all I know. I don't know. I have no idea what that source is. I'll look more into it for sure.
Virgo, you called it cognitive dissonance. You called it, Virgo.
Yeah, I absolutely have cognitive
Let me just say this real quick,
and I think
I will shut up. Let me just
hold on. Go ahead, Virgo.
All right. So the bottom line is this. As I said, the second legal definition of fraud is the fact that someone makes a statement proclaiming to have more authority than they really have. And that's exactly what kind of fraud Anna has for sure committed. If Anna were honest, if Anna were honest and she actually meant the things that Mars believes that she meant by, oh, she's not really that kind of judge and she's not really this kind of judge. She would admit that she wasn't really a judge in the statement of what everybody believes a judge to be, but that she's simply making a point by saying that she's a judge, which is ridiculous because we have already confronted her with this and she has already come back with 9 different types of judges.
She had a 3 fucking page and a half diatribe explaining why she calls herself a judge. That's evidence enough, right? That
and it was all just proven false when they made the claim that the U.S. is still owned by Britain.
So the case at hand here in this debate is whether or not Anna von Reitz is a fraud. The second definition is what I'm going to hang my hat on,
Very good.
That is that she is a fraud because had she been honest and told everyone, as Mars believes, that this is outside of the regular jurisdiction of actual judges and that it's a judge that's self-appointed just to make a point, that instead of coming back at us with the claim that no, she's actually not a state judge, she's a postal judge, and then we found out she wasn't a postal judge, and then she claimed to be a common law judge, and since there's no common law courts in the United States, she backtracked on that and said she was a superior court judge. No, you don't do that when you're being honest and just trying to make a point.
Agreed, Mars.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
Do you have evidence of her claims to you on that? Because I think she made this clear.
Oh my God!
I think
you have evidence of it.
I think she established in 2015 as presented with that letter. So that was found with a very simple Google search. It was like the 3rd result.
Have you ever heard of
Yeah,
something
first
called?
you have to believe the documents in the
I'll
letter.
tell you what, Mars. Here's your evidence, dear. Look up Anna von Reitz Virgo triad. That letter is in there.
I don't trust you. I think you have cognitive dissonance, and I
don't care. Quite frankly, I don't care what you trust.
And I don't care. And I've established that from the beginning.
So there you go. There's your
trying,
evidence. You look it up because
I'm
everybody
not trying to change your mind because I do not care what you think.
Good. Then there's no reason
to evaluate the facts and not play semantics and not play fucking ad hoc.
I just gave you the facts. Anna is a fraud.
Not using.
She lied.
Mars. You know, there's a real easy way you can figure this all out.
You got to echo where I was talking.
All right. Is that better?
No.
No. Gotta close YouTube.
Well,
The
Mars.
first one is the Pope stuff. If you guys wanted to see it.
Mars, what about her second thing? Because a fraud is someone who says they has more power than they do. This chick is saying she's a judge and fucks with the Pope and the president and so and so. Sounds like that she's gonna win this fucking argument.
It may sound like to you because it
be nice.
But where do you have any evidence that she's wrong, that what she claims?
Okay.
She did not claim to be the state of. Hold on, let me make a fucking statement.
Yeah, y'all leave me alone.
They
Yeah,
put me
go
on
ahead.
mute every fucking time, right?
Go ahead,
So
bro.
get over your fucking selves.
Go ahead.
Fuck, I forgot.
You were saying that I said she said portrays that she has power in these things. Therefore, the second definition of a fraud is
right.
accurate.
Got
and
you.
you said,
Got you.
okay.
Got you. Anna has made it very clear. It's very particular what she's claiming. All right. Just because Virgo assumes it means something else and tries to validate what she assumes it means doesn't mean that Anna is a fraud and that it's wrong. Okay.
I'd agree with that, Mars. Can we just not go by what Virgo? Can we go by what the general public would assume? If someone says they're a judge of the state of Alaska, a person wouldn't know to make that that small differentiation.
If you're that deep into her research, you would know. Yeah. She doesn't just put that out there on an advertisement to say, hey, come follow me, which is what's being presented.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
Like a banner on a website.
If you dig deep into her,
right, like a banner on the website.
Hey, Mars.
Fair point. Fair point. Yeah.
Mars.
Yeah.
There's an easy way for you to take care of this whole problem. Take him to a background check, find out your facts, see what she's been arrested for. I'll tell you now, she's probably got fraud on in her background.
I would imagine you guys did that, right? Since you're suggesting I do that, but
you said you don't believe people. Do it for yourself.
Well, I don't have any reason to believe she's a fraud, and so I'm not going to waste the money. I don't have the know-how. I'm not an investigator.
You don't have to waste money. It's called a simple search of the internet.
It's not a simple search of the internet. I haven't found anything to support that. I have searched the internet. Trust me.
How hard are you looking?
I've looked very hard. I was skeptical for a year and a half. I did not believe in these guys a single bit. I was talking shit. I was talking the same shit you guys are talking. I was like, this is bullshit. Stop sit bullshit. Fucking get the fuck out of here. You know,
Mars. Real quick, Mars. So you're talking about how nobody's proven that she has lied about anything, correct? Just give me a yes or no. I don't need an explanation. Just a yes or no, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So then when Virgo is pretty much telling you civics and corporations can't fund corporations, that wasn't proof enough that the United States wasn't a corporation? You'd still need more facts based off of that?
She did say that there's a United States Service Corporation. So yeah, I need some clarification.
Okay.
You mean her explanation of what that was wasn't enough?
Yeah, it's just a company.
We would have to evaluate. Like I said, I'm just a layman, guys. But the reality is what I understand. What I understand is yes, it is a foreign-owned corporation.
No, it is not
registered with.
She just proved it to you, dude. She said a corporation can't own another corporation.
She said it. That's not proof. Okay,
it's civics. Look it up on the internet.
Look at if we do find out, if he do find
so
out
show
that
the
that's
proof.
true.
Okay, her saying it is not proof. What the
Agreed.
fuck is wrong with you guys?
No, Mars. Neither is what you're saying.
Okay,
Mars.
I didn't
That's
say
not
that.
proof either.
I didn't say that. I didn't say what I said is proof.
You haven't brought anything, Mars.
Yes, I did. I did. You guys aren't willing to hear it. I've said it multiple times. Justinian deception will explain this very fucking perfectly.
Is that a video?
We're not willing to hear it because it's freaking make-believe.
And I'm willing to bet you money that he's going to end up a fuckwit.
Okay, I bet you money. How much?
Post a link, baby.
How much?
$20.
How much?
$20.
Agreed.
Share your screen. Let's see Justinian deception, man. I don't know in 30 seconds if this nigga.
No, I'm gonna watch his. He's got stuff, so I'll spend a week watching his.
Oh, right. That's better than my 30 seconds.
Right, Mars. I have a question for you. If government is for the people, by the people, and all that kind of stuff, how does it work? Like, how does that work?
By the people. It's not all that kind of stuff, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm paraphrasing. Right, but how does that work with people appointing themselves judges? Like, because that's not by the people, is it?
That would be by a person.
I would imagine an elective process.
No, but she elected herself, right? She appointed herself.
I don't know.
How is that?
I don't know. We're assuming, we're speculating. I don't know. I wasn't.
Hey, Shiva.
Yeah, very good, Morris.
Shiva.
We're not really speculating. I mean, it's simple fact. If the government is for the people, by the people, there's no speculation. That's just a simple fact.
We are
speculating because we don't know if it was recorded.
Yes, it has to be recorded.
Exactly. So that's the point.
Yes, and Justia would have it recorded if she ever had an election.
Exactly.
I'm Kenny. I have got to go, dear. I'm sorry. I didn't
Virgo. No worries.
more than 2 hours.
But if
nice.
she recorded her proclamation with the clerk of the courts.
See you, Virgo.
Nice meeting you, Virgo.
Thank you, Virgo.
If she recorded her proclamation with the clerk of the court, you understand what does that make sense?
If she did with the clerk of the court in Alaska, it would be on record. They record all these things.
Yeah,
it is nowhere to be found.
Have you looked?
I personally haven't, but if Virgo has, and if it would have came up that it was there, Virgo said
did she say she looked for that?
Actually,
yes, she did.
I did.
No, she didn't. No, she
did.
I did.
Yes, she did.
No, she didn't. I did. She verified by the state of Alaska
shut up
Judicial
for a second.
Council. She verified by the.
Go
Mars.
ahead, Hank. Go ahead.
She verified by the state of Alaska
I
Judicial
went-
Council. She did not do a public records request. She never stated that she did a public records request.
Listen, Mars. Listen, Hank.
Mars, I went back and independently verified the facts she put out in that story, and I went through the same sources she quoted and additional sources. There is no record of Anna von Reich being any kind of judge within the state of Alaska.
So Hank is telling you that he went and searched and he found
Okay,
nothing.
wait. Do you have any? Can you cite any sources?
I went through about 11 different websites.
Okay, could you cite any of them?
This was 2 months ago when this bullshit started with you. I could have went back then.
Okay.
Here's one thing that
I'll
we
have
can
to
easily.
trust you then.
Here is one thing that can be one of your arguments that you made earlier that can be easily blown out of the water that I think even you can understand.
Be careful. Be careful with that.
Because you haven't been able to grasp any of the other concepts yet. You stated that back in the 1800s, I forgot what year you stated,
1867.
that they made a change to change the wording from the state of Alaska to whatever she's claiming in her letter.
Hold on, Hank. I know where you're going with this, but to be fair, he didn't say he claims it. He said he doesn't know this might have happened. To be fair.
Thank you, Kenny. Very much appreciate it.
Okay, but whatever happened in the 1800s cannot affect a state that did not become a state until January 3rd, 1959.
1867.
No, Alaska became a state in January 3rd,
No.
1959.
No, I'm saying the 1800 date that was given earlier, I believe was 1867.
Yeah, and I was talking about the states in general, not the state of Alaska particularly.
But we're talking about her making a claim about being a judge for the state of however she wants to term it.
Yes, my
There
point
is
about
no such thing.
My point about 1868 is I think that there could possibly be a language deception that's happened where they have basically changed the name from just Alaska to the state of Alaska.
Okay, that's 91 years before Alaska became a state.
Now, I'm using Alaska as an example, so you could.
Well,
you
we're
could
talking
apply,
Alaska
so you
because
could-
that's the state she's
right,
claiming to be a
right.
judge out of.
So we can apply that logic to, say, New York. Does that work for you?
If she was claiming to be a judge in New York, we could.
No,
We could
I'm
go
not
down
talking
that
about
rabbit
that.
hole.
Again, that's a logical fallacy. You're
No,
I'm making-
It's not a
I'm
logical
making-
actual
Mars,
fact.
innocent.
Yes, it is
Stop,
because
stop
I'm making
using the logical fallacy like that.
It is.
Yes.
So fucking
Okay, hold
annoying.
on. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Mars.
Wait. Mars is backstage because he's not letting Hank finish. Hank, you go ahead and finish.
Hey, Morgan.
It's not logical fallacy when it's an actual fact. You can check any way you want to that Alaska did not become a state until January 3rd, 1959, 91 years after he's claiming that whatever happened to change the state name from state to whatever fairy tale that's in her title.
Can we
And the
define
reason-
logical fallacy right quick?
I'd like to address the logical fallacy issue, if I may. A logical fallacy is an error in reasoning or the construction of an argument that invalidates that argument.
Understand.
It's
The
pretty fucking
following,
simple.
the rest of the argument is invalid because of a fallacy early on in the argument. Mars, I would like you to tell me, you keep using that, throwing that word around. I would like you to tell me where's the fallacy in the argument that Hank presented when you pop back up.
When we get a chance, I have a 1-minute video that I think will solve all of this.
All
right.
Won't.
And now hold on. Now Mars, the reason that Hank is bringing up when Alaska was incorporated, the United States as a state, not incorporated, I'm sorry, was put into the United States is because in order for your argument to hold weight, Anna would have to be a judge before that change happened. And since she was not even a glimmer, her grandfather wasn't even a glimmer in his father's eye, it's invalid.
That's your understanding of the law, and I have to disagree. But essentially, what I have a problem with Hank's perspective is I'm not claiming anything with 91 years before Alaska actually became the state. I was making the point that the names of the states, the United States of America, the actual nation states, have changed from their nation state name, whatever, just Alaska, for example, but we'd have to use one that was valid. So I'm sorry, I don't know what states.
No, I understand where you're going. I think I understand what you're going.
So whatever states were around, we'll assume that that's where Anna was, if she was even alive. I don't know.
No way.
So let's. My point
She'd have to be grandfathered through her ancestors.
Right. She is basically uncovering the fact that the government is using semantics. She's not using semantics to deceive you. She's proven the fact that the government has used semantics to deceive you. And
Or as you sold me, I'm going to look up Anna von White.
It's ANNAVON.
I would disown you, Joe.
It's Reisberger.
I would disown you. I would disown you, Joe.
Wait, I looked her up about 2 months ago for 2 seconds.
REITZ.
Right.
Yeah, her actual name is Anna Reisinger, I believe. But that she goes by Anna von Reis.
Okay, here's the thing. I think that you're confusing, and why you keep bringing up the corporation. I think it's because when the original colonies came from Britain, they did come through corporations. The Virginia Company, these type of companies. So
that's logical.
The original colonies were corporations at first, but when we fought the British powers and we won, we became our own government, and those properties ceased to become
You're correct.
Corporations,
legitimate,
and they became states.
You're correct, but then we failed to follow up with doing our job, and we basically vacated our seat as government, and we contracted it out to these foreign entities or whatever.
No, that's what you're wrong. We fought the war so we weren't beholden to.
No, I agree. I agree with you. So no, I'm not wrong because I agree with you.
No, but you're wrong. You disagreed with me.
I have a different perspective. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree. Everything you're saying is valid. I'm adding to that the point that Anna has uncovered is that we, the people, have failed to do our job to be the government. We have not assembled as a legitimate government for 160 years or whatever. So that's
there's the fallacy.
There's the fallacy.
Okay, could you point it out, please?
Mars,
the whole thing. I mean, even just going back to that corporation, there is nothing in the history of Alaska that has the word corporation in it.
I didn't say that.
Well, she did in her page, and that's the same.
Okay, well, that's a logical fallacy because I'm not talking about that.
Mars said that we had.
You did present her letter as evidence, and it was in that letter,
Kenny.
So that makes it a logical piece to have to be able to validate.
Yeah, you have to defend it, Mars. You can't just give it to us and
I'm going to try and validate your claims that she says that the Alaska was the corporation. I'm sorry, what was your claim again?
That Alaska was never a corporation.
Okay, I'm looking for where she claims that it is.
She says that the government is a corporation and the states are the corporations as well. So therefore, Alaska being a state makes it a corporation. I mean, it doesn't take rocket science to figure that shit out.
Wait. Fuck. Cities are incorporated.
Here she says a privately owned, operated, for-profit corporate franchise, which is under contract to act for, quote unquote, for the state of Alaska, which is another private, mostly foreign-owned corporate franchise of the United States Incorporated, which is owned and operated by the IMF, which is an agency of the United Nations Incorporated.
Okay,
So,
Mars,
now,
Mars,
I need proof of
I,
all
I
that.
understand there
That was
may
your
be some
job.
inaccuracies in that,
Easy,
Mars,
guys. Easy.
and I
Mars.
understand there may be some inaccuracies in that statement, but I think the Justinian deception is where I learned. So that's why I had a conflict with her from the beginning, is because it kind of conflicted with what I learned through Justinian deception. But what it came out in the end, they were meaning the same thing. So
Okay, they should have said something different if they meant something different.
yeah, well,
but
now
Mars,
I think
Mars,
they're on the same page now. So
Mars, Mars.
All right.
Let me try and explain something to you that you
Okay.
might be able to understand. Okay, in 1887, Alaska was bought from Russia. Okay, there was a purchase agreement for Alaska. It was for $7.2 million. It was negotiated under treaty. Okay, it was bought, but it was under treaty, not under incorporation or anything else. It was never incorporated. It was under treaty, which is a totally different thing. The
I
name
think you're
has
on the
always
same page I am, Morgie.
the name has always been Alaska. It's just been spelt in different ways. So it's always been Alaska. Okay.
And when we first bought it, it was the Alaskan Territory.
The Alaskan territories. Yeah.
Before that, it was Russian, Mars.
It was
That's
Russian
an hard
owned.
argument. That's an
Yeah,
hard argument to beat.
And now
It
it's
was-
called the state of Alaska.
And it
So-
was incorporated. And it was entered as a state by Congress in 1959. Okay.
January 3rd,
So it was.
1959.
So it was actually bought under treaty. It was not bought as a corporation because there was no corporation. The IMF and the United Nations have only been around for 75 years. So, that they don't run under those processes.
That also rebuts your argument that Anna is being grandfathered in when Alaska was called something different.
I didn't say she's been grandfathered in.
No, I said she had to be grandfathered in because she wasn't alive whenever whatever we were talking about occurred.
No, I still don't think that's the case either.
It's been Alaska long as she's been alive.
I agree with that. And
well, then she can't be beholden to the laws of former if she wasn't alive during the former, or else, like Joe said, she would have to be grandfathered
in or something. Yeah.
Unfortunately, here's the thing, Mars. We get what you're saying, but even what you're saying doesn't add up. Now, if she was like 200 years old, I say, you know what? Maybe Mars is right, but she ain't 200 years old.
Right. My point was not to state a case for Anna. Honestly, I am here to see evidence that she is a fraud, and I don't have that. I just don't.
I'll make it very easy for you. If you put in the Alaskan judiciary that you mentioned earlier, they have their own website, and on that website they actually have all standing members and all historic members, and her name is not nowhere to be seen.
When did I mention the Alaskan judiciary?
Oh, quite a long time ago. But
No,
if she's
I said
the
Alaskan State Superior Court Judge Anna von Reitz, judge of the actual Alaska state, one of the several states of the continental United States. That's I didn't say.
She's obviously saying she's a judge of Alaska, one of the states. She's not being ambiguous.
What she is doing is
hang on, guys, let me finish. Which, if she was, she would still have to be part of the Alaskan judiciary.
I disagree.
Do you want? No, you can't disagree with it because that's how it works. You cannot.
Can you show me how that's how it works?
You cannot decree yourself a judge of a fictitious entity.
Yeah, she just said she's a
it's
state
not
of
a fictitious
Alaska.
entity.
Just read, right?
It's not a fictitious entity.
It is what she's claiming she is a judge of is a fictitious entity.
You show me that.
Okay, we're spinning our wheels here. Can we show my video?
Yes, let's
Yeah,
do that, Taco.
Go ahead, Taco.
I'm adding judge to my resume because I judged a wet T-shirt contest back in.
Why
back
just
in
be
the
a
college years.
judge? I could be
You
an
can't
artist, an
add-
electrician, a fucking
You
policeman.
can't
I could
show
be
your
anything
video.
now.
Hold
don't
on,
wanna
we
be a
can't show your
policeman,
video.
Joe.
Be anything
We
you
can't
want.
Trouble
show.
for that one.
Ah, damn, we can't show you. Okay, now we can show your video because someone dropped. We couldn't show it before someone dropped. You need to bring it up, Tom.
I'm on my cell. I put it in the private chat for you.
Oh, god damn, making me work.
Do.
Hey, AK, you doing, babe?
Now, while we're waiting, AK's been waiting
there
very
it is.
patiently. AK, you go ahead and say something.
You probably fell asleep as long as we've been talking.
Ah, no.
Yeah, poor baby.
How are you doing, Joe?
I've been well, man. I've been getting some rest.
No,
So
that's
much-
that might give me that guy might give me a strike, Taco. That's we're just not going to do that.
Holy fuck! Oh,
No, it's
What
Joe,
the
'cause it's on a different channel. It's
Oh.
not on the official channel,
It-
so you should be
It
fine.
don't matter. No, it don't matter.
Also, it's
Oh,
only a
it's
minute
so-
long, so you should be good.
I'm
Also,
just rest of it.
something I want to say is it's very easier than you think for someone to claim they're a dog, military cop, or whatever, ever, and it's easier for them to claim that and to actually not be what they say they are.
yeah. Mars, it took her a page and a half to explain what she meant by she's a judge. I mean, just the normal sharp person you are, that would set off a red flag with me.
That it can set off as many red flags as you want. I'm not asking you to trust in this belief system.
I'm asking, doesn't it set off a red flag for you that it took?
Yeah, I
so
told
long?
you many
Okay, yeah.
times, and I'll state again. I gained a lot of hate in this community because I criticized them as I would anyone else. I did not believe in them. It took me a year and a half of my own research to finally realize what she is saying is true. It's all verifiable.
Actually, it's not.
Nowhere is
Oh
it
my God.
verifiable about a corporation and the United States government.
Here's the thing, and here's the thing: if it's so verifiable, yet you bring any verifiable proof, you claim it's so verifiable, yet you won't verify it.
I do. Justinian deception. I've tried to bring that up many of times.
Fucking God, let's look at this let's look at this asshole. I'm so getting tired of hearing about this guy. Justinian what?
Deception.
At least a minute or two. Let's see
Deception?
what this.
Yeah. I'd say start back with his first videos, like 4.5 minutes, I think.
Mate, this guy's in Australia. It's under completely different laws.
That's fine.
Yeah,
and he's a raving lunatic. Nobody takes him seriously in Australia.
All right, we'll take all that into consideration. We'll take all that.
Logical fallacy. It doesn't mean he's wrong. It doesn't.
Sweetheart. They're talking grammar and syntax, and that's all been disproved on numerous occasions. It's all bullshit.
Where? Can you show me where it's been disproved? Can you show me where what they've actually claimed has been disproved?
The whole lot. The whole lot is crap.
Anywhere, please show me one
for
source.
fuck's sake.
Okay, we already disproven that the United States is a corporation, which was one of your claims. We've disproved the hell out of that.
Yeah, that's been completely
By
disproved.
definition, it'd be tough to be a corporation. By definition,
it would be impossible.
Yeah, with the way our governments are, I doubt the country can ever be corporate. It's too crazy in theory, in my opinion.
That's fine. It's not for everyone, and I'm not.
Cities are being incorporated. Yes.
I'm sorry.
I believe cities are incorporated. I do believe so, but then again, cities don't incorporate other cities.
But they're only incorporate the main. Okay, let's hang on. Let me try and explain something. Okay.
Yeah.
The premise behind this incorporation crap is because there's tax file numbers and all that kind of crap. The reason there are numbers and stuff like that is because they employ people. To employ people, you have to have certain paperwork and things like that. They have to be able to contract to get services and things like that. They have to pay taxes on that. They have to pay fringe benefits taxes on that. That is why there is certain ABN numbers and tax code numbers and all kinds of things. It's because
Morgie, I think I hear you saying that the reason this corporation shit plays such a big role is because their logic means that we have to be cattle under a corporation, so we have to be corporate.
No, it's just because if taxes have to be paid either way. If you're going to employ people, then taxes are paid. Is that not correct?
No, it's not correct, Morgie. Because you can be a business without being incorporated. You can get a taxpayer ID number from the IRS.
Hang on. I'm saying as far as the government being an employer.
The government can have
government, cities, anything like that, as an employer, still has to pay employment tax, does it not?
Correct.
All right, now hold on, guys. All right, now hold on, guys. We can all guesstimate all we want, but we have a fucking lawyer up here that's going to explain it to us. Artie, the floor is fucking yours.
Hi, Artie.
Hey, Ari.
Hello. So what I miss? No, just all right. This has been a common trope of the sovereign community that the U.S. government, the state government, the local governments are all corporations. There are what's called a municipal corporation, and many, for example, in New Jersey, it has a specific statute on municipal corporations and how they're formed and how they operate.
Yeah.
The sole purpose behind a municipal corporation is so that they can operate with certain principles that are akin to what a private corporation can do. For example, being able to sue and be sued, being able to contract with vendors, so for city services, and similar avenues like that. However, that is, at the end of the day, they are still considered public entities. They are not the same as a McDonald's. They're not the same as a Walmart. They're not the same as Amazon. They are very distinct entities and a specific type of corporation or association of people to do certain business.
Artie, I think your name is. It sounds like you're saying they are a corporation and they are not. I'm not sure I don't want to be disrespectful, nothing. You just meeting you, but I don't know if that's clarifying anything. It sounds like you're saying they are not. They're something different, but they are a corporation. I'm not sure you're clearing anything up so far. Maybe I shouldn't interrupt it.
A municipal corporation is a public entity that has been incorporated to be able to do certain types of business.
Then yes, it's incorporated. Then yes.
It's incorporated, but it's still considered a public entity distinct from a private business like a McDonald's.
I go for that.
I think what he's saying, there's some similarities, but they're also a bit different between them. Is that right, Ari?
I would agree with that. Artie, continue.
That's basically what I was coming here to point of what the distinction is between a private business and a municipal corporation. A lot of these
his argument stands. You just came up here and backed Mars up. He said the problem is Mars and other sovereigns treat a municipal corporation as though it is a private corporation akin to McDonald's, i.e., in other words, if it's a private corporation, I am under no obligation to contract with McDonald's. I'm under no obligation to enter into business with USAA. The argument just got interesting.
Can you show me the proclamation date where I am obligated to contract with the United States?
You were born here?
You were born here. Okay, what about Indians, like, for instance?
They were born
You
here
mean Native
too.
Americans?
They also
They
are
crossed
US
the
citizens?
land bridge,
Are
but
the
they
US
crossed the.
citizens? Are the U.S. citizens as well?
Yes, because they were
depends on
born
the
here.
tribe.
Depends on the tribe. Okay. What would be the difference?
Depends on whether or not the tribe, as sovereign nations, have contracted or made a treaty or an agreement with the federal government to obtain citizenship.
Okay,
right,
could you
but they
show
were
me my
born here.
proclamation date or the proclamation date that shows that I'm obligated to this treaty?
The day. What is this birthday?
Are you a Native American?
Well, here,
Yeah, I would say I'm a Native American.
Okay, is your tribe recognized by the Secretary of State?
No.
Okay, then no, you're not a Native American under the definition of the federal government.
Okay, under the definition of the federal government, I can respect that.
Well, the Secretary of State holds a list of federally recognized tribes.
I can respect that it's not federally recognized by the federal government. I can respect that, but it doesn't mean that it's not true.
How
well,
so?
you can have name but any, but legally, like on birth certificate, they don't have that often. You be able to say the newborn is the American.
Well, if you correct your political status, then you would be able to
Define correcting for your status.
basically putting it on public record with the clerk of the court.
With which clerk of the court?
Of whichever state you reside in.
And what does this unilateral declaration do? Is it recognized by the courts?
Recognized in what sense? I mean, like, is it like, yeah, they take it as a record on, as a public record.
You understand that accepting your whatever you send to them does not mean that they acknowledge it as legally binding, correct?
No, they have like 3 chances to dispute it, and if they don't, it becomes a matter of fact, I believe. Something.
No, that's incorrect because that's not the way it works. A municipal a clerk of the court is under no obligation to respond to everything that is sent to them by letter or by email or by whatever communication. If that were the case, then they would never be able to get anything done because these clerks receive these correspondence all day, every day.
I think she's expecting a response from the state, wouldn't that make sense? Not actually she's not really looking. The clerk's just responsible for taking the record, not corresponding.
But you just said that. But you just said that you gave them 3 chances to respond to it, and if they don't, then you win by
it's
default.
filed with the clerk of the court, and the state has. I don't know exactly what I'm talking about, to tell you the truth, but it's my basic understanding in layman's terms that if you file it.
Well, here. Let me clarify for you. Receiving a document is not the same thing as filing it.
Okay.
The thing
just because you send something to the clerk of the court and it doesn't get sent back to you or return to you or bounce back does not mean that they filed it.
Well, you do it certified.
Okay, whether or not it's sent certified mail, they are under no obligation to either acknowledge receipt or send it back to you. If it's something else, if it's a bunch of words on paper that they don't recognize, they're looking at it as like, what the hell is this guy trying to say?
No,
it's not something that it's not a document like an
you have to
actual
follow
filing.
a particular format, and it has to be notarized. And there's like a difference between a public notary and a notary of the public.
All right, please watch the mics and please get to where y'all going.
What is the difference between a notary public and a public notary?
I'm not particularly sure. I couldn't articulate that exactly.
But again, you understand that is
that Mike.
Who
Tim?
is doing?
Tim's doing that.
Basically, one's an agent of the state, and one's works for the public. I think.
So the turn of phrase, a public notary and a notary public, that's what turns it.
It's the language deception. It's same with the state of Alaska and Alaska State. same type of shit that's going
No,
on.
but that's a bunch of with all due respect, that's a bunch of bullshit. I've heard that line far too many times, and there is no validity to it. There is literally no legal discernible difference between saying the New Jersey Republic and the state of New Jersey, or whatever sort of.
Sure, I hear what you're saying. I'm going to have a hard time articulating a rebuttal to that, but I think Anna has presented appropriate information, and my best judgment when evaluating said facts, I came to the conclusion that what she was saying is legitimate. I have any of you looked into like what she's claiming particularly, so we can address that?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
The arguments that you are citing from
Not
Anna
what I'm
are the
not what I'm
same.
not what I'm arguing.
No,
I'm
yes,
asking you, have
you
looked
are
in-
relying on Anna's word. You are making the arguments on Anna's behalf. Are you not?
He says he's not, but he is.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'm trying to, but I knew from the beginning, and I've tried to establish clarity that I'm not qualified to really even have this conversation, but I will certainly give it a go. And so, I expected a little bit of consideration to that fact that I am kind of an idiot. Just,
we expected that you would at least accept some of the facts that we put in front of you.
No, I have. I just don't have.
You've rejected every single fact.
You have rejected every single one. Now, Mars.
No, not every single fact.
Mars. Here's the thing.
But any fact that you have brought to present to establish the fact that she's a fraud, I've rejected.
Well, let's deal with fraud. You have a lawyer up here that can tell you if the United States is a corporation. Get all your. He'll let you know. A lawyer. You respected Artie's opinion earlier. So if he tells you the United States is not a corporation, will you take that as fact, or are you still going to back up?
I do highly respect Artie's.
Then hold on, let me finish. If he tells you that the United States is not a corporation, so are you. Are you fucking kidding me? You're complaining about someone who's long-winded? Get the fuck out of here.
Artie, is there any way, Artie? Is there any way, Artie? Is there any way
wrong?
Is there any way, Artie, that the United States is a corporation, in your opinion?
The United States government has public companies such as Amtrak, for example.
Yeah,
so
very
there are
good.
federal there are companies that are run and funded by the federal government. The federal government in and of itself is not a private corporation, no.
All right,
Entity.
is that good enough, Mars? Do you give that some heavy consideration?
Oh, yeah, I totally respect what Artie is saying. I think there is a misunderstanding, and I'm not articulating Anna's position very well, and I think that should have been expected. But and so I'm asking him to kind of validate what her claims are and not just take my word for it. But
I hear what you're saying. I'm trying to look, Mars, for your reasoning and things. I'm trying to.
Yeah, I have all night long. I'll sit here for hours.
Here's my problem. Here's the thing that here's the thing that I'm trying to allude to you, Mars, is that based on what I've heard earlier today, and even in the brief time that I've been here listening to the discussion, it sounds to me, and also looking at Anna's website, it sounds to me that Anna is making her arguments are no different than other sovereign citizen arguments that I've heard over and over again ad nauseum, i.e., U.S. as a corporation, the straw man, the split personality, the distinction between the word deception, as you alluded to. I've heard this all before, and I've seen it arguments raised before in both state and federal courts. And they have been struck down as frivolous, as baseless, as nonsense. I can give you, God knows how many cases I've collected over the last several years of courts who have both dispensed with these arguments completely, and those that have meticulously broken down each and every one of their claims.
And Mars is
no, please let me. So what I'm trying to say to you, Mars, is that the onus is on Anna to prove her claims. And by proving their claims, it means being able to raise these arguments in court, which in our system of government, we recognize as being an authority on the interpretation of law, interpretation of statute, interpretation of the Constitution. And if she doesn't have anything to back her up in what we recognize as to being authority, an authority in our system of government, she has nothing.
Hey, Mars,
that's the
let
point
me
I'm trying to
respond,
make.
Let me
She
respond to
can't
that.
so
I would totally disagree with
I'm
that.
going to totally
I
forget
would,
what Artie said, but all right.
I would totally disagree with that unless she can be proven in court and her arguments can be proven in court. She has nothing, because I believe the whole argument of them is that the court system is flawed in some way. So to make them the ultimate judge and decider of what her position, if she's coming from that opposite side, that's not logical to me. So I'd have to still listen to every fucking argument Mars presented, and even the shit that didn't make it through a court, I'd still have to see that for myself and see if they had a logical argument. The court, they can't make it through a court. It's not impossible.
But here's the thing: is he really is she can show official documentation like her law degree, if she has one, her citation, and the federal government that if she actually does can prove she not have that, then I think it's fair to make that dumb, and that he probably not done.
Yeah, I agree. If you're making certain claims like I'm a judge, and that you better have legal shit then.
And I argue that she does, and it's not verifiable through the state of Alaska Judicial Council, but there is validity to her claims. I'm sorry that there is a misunderstanding of what she's claiming.
Where can it be verified?
She made it intentionally vague, Mars.
Can I play real quick a couple of minutes of where she explains her
Please do if it's okay with Kenny.
It's just a couple of minutes how she explains how she's different than other sovereign citizen ideologies.
That'd be helpful.
If it's not something that's going to end up in a fair use.
No, I have permission to play these videos. It's a friend of mine. His name's Stan Barabas. He's goes on the channel.
How long is it?
How say 2 minutes, I think.
I'm gonna play 2 minutes of a 57-minute video.
All right, find the timestamp. It must be.
I got it. It's already marked on my screen.
Okay.
Can I play it?
Yeah.
Is it turned all the way up, guys? It's kind of low.
You have the law on your side, and you can exempt yourself from a lot of the things that will otherwise be used to control you and create trouble for you.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. What about the United States of America? What are your thoughts on
Well, that whole group is a bunch of nutcases. They, I don't usually just come out and say.
Right, I know you normally try to be as politically correct and understanding as possible.
Well, yeah, because there are a lot of people out there who are acting in good faith and they're doing their best. And, maybe they don't have all the facts that we have in our arsenal of research and whatnot, but, they don't deserve any criticism because they're Americans trying to do something in the behalf of their country or their state. But the TRO, the Reign of the Heavens organization, is just absolutely whack job. They set up an offshore corporation and called it the United States of America, right?
Okay.
So they're infringing on the name of our country and our federation of states. And obviously no incorporated entity has ever been the United States of America. That's the name of our federation of states. And our federation of states has never been incorporated, never will be.
Oh.
So, you're talking apples and oranges.
She's saying the exact opposite of what Mars was saying.
She's saying the exact opposite of what you're claiming, Mars.
And you have
That's why I asked you guys to verify what she's saying. You can't trust me. You can't trust anyone. Verify the facts.
Fucking God.
We sure as hell can't trust
So
Anna.
this whole
Yes,
whole
whoever said,
argument
"Oh
was
my fucking
moot.
God," you are
Was
absolutely
just
right.
moot. It was just moot. All right, turn this shit off. Turn this shit off. Turn this shit off.
Can't get mad.
I'm just no. That
So they're under off Costa
it's
Rica
ridiculous,
law,
Mars.
you know, whatever.
Kill a sound, Mars. Kill a sound.
Okay, I'll hear you. What's ridiculous?
Mars, you're not even arguing from Anna's perspective, dude. What the hell are you doing here?
Okay, I'm a fucking idiot. What do you want me to say? I told you guys from the very beginning, don't trust me, don't trust anyone. Verify the facts. The facts matter. The facts matter. I'm a fucking brain injury. I'm a fucking high school dropout.
Well,
Mars, why would you do this to yourself?
Why would you fucking trust me? Why would you trust me? I'm sorry you're embarrassed for me. I don't give a fuck what you think about me, right?
Mars.
Maybe now you will evaluate the facts.
Goodness.
Mars.
Oh my
Maybe
goodness.
now facts matter.
You're evil, Mars. You're evil.
All right,
Mars.
you guys have fun. I'm out.
Hey,
Before I start
Artie,
drinking
wait.
oblivion again.
Hey, Artie.
That was funny. Damn, that's funny. We done brought in a lawyer and everything.
Hey, Artie, before you go.
Yeah.
The only thing he's brought up as evidence was a letter from Anna von Reich. I think you can probably find at least 10 examples of fraud in that statement.
A convoluted as fuck letter.
Yeah. What was it? A letter to the Pope or to Obama? Which one?
No, it was a letter explaining her title as judge.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Which
All right, fine.
in that letter, she directly just 180-degree state. She was talking about the states being incorporated, where she just said they can't be incorporated.
She
Are you a
contradicted
bar
herself.
attorney? How
She
credible is
just-
your interpretation of the law?
She just said in her own letter that they were corporations. In this video, she just said we were never incorporated. She
They cannot
contradicted
be
herself.
incorporated.
Okay,
Mars,
so
Mars,
that's why I said, because that's what you guys were arguing, and that was from 2015, and I said there has been an evolution of thoughts, right?
Oh
Did
my
I
God.
not?
Mars,
okay.
Mars,
that
you
was
just-
brainwashing.
Mars, you just heard what we just saw the last 5 minutes, and then are you seriously now trying to deflect and call into question my credibility as an attorney?
Yes.
No, I'm not deflecting. Let's revisit whatever we were talking about.
No. I'm sorry.
Artie,
Mars,
I
with
was
all
talking to
respect, I'm done. I'm
Okay.
done. We're
Yeah,
done.
you know what?
We're done here.
Hey, Artie.
Hold on. All right, Mars, I put you backstage for a minute because I need to collect myself because I am just like this is-
You are
No,
kind,
that-
Kenny.
that-
You
that-
are kind.
Hey, Artie.
I don't think that's really
Please.
funny.
It's
let-
hilarious.
He play
as
on
fuck.
buzz.
Yes,
This is
Hank. What do you
I'll be
need?
talking
I
about
would
this shit for
greatly
months.
appreciate if you could go through this letter that he brought up as evidence.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
And
Not now.
Yeah, it's just one letter. How long?
it's
can
pretty
it be?
long. It's long.
I will super chat you enough
Long.
for a case of beer.
I think Ari probably.
come on, Artie.
Next live.
Come on, Artie.
Where is it? Where can I find
Mars,
this?
Mars.
Oh,
Can
Mars
you read the
had-
letter again quickly?
Yeah,
Or put
Mars
it up
brings
there
it
and let
up.
someone else read it.
I'll pull it up. Artie, no disrespect, man. I was talking to Hank.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
and my
Okay.
answer to that question would be that's why I'm referring to a lawyer who, whenever I have legal questions, I go to my attorney
Yeah.
to have it explained to me.
Yeah, I would love for you to be quiet so we can hear Artie.
Taco
Well,
Josh
I'd
is
love for
my
you to
attorney. He's in the chat.
have a reasonable, open opinion of what's being told to you.
I am.
So
I just I don't with you. Sorry.
Well, I don't believe a fucking thing that comes out of your mouth, so we can agree on to
That's
do
great.
that.
So
Where-
fucking ignore me for another hour.
Where is this letter?
All right. Oh, sorry.
Come on,
Oh,
it's past
stop.
Artie's bedtime.
This is hilarious.
I actually do have work in the morning.
How is it
Okay.
funny?
Yes, Artie.
Because fucking Virgo was up here arguing corporations. This shit been going on for hours. It's dark in Chicago. And then Mars got that, excuse me, Lord. And then we found out he was arguing the whole wrong fucking side. This shit's hilarious.
I don't believe he knew it. I think he's just honestly, Mars. I think you're just trying to fucking.
Yes,
Now
he
that
didn't know.
got said, you didn't know. There's
He
just no
didn't know.
way.
No, no, no.
You're trying to play the role right now, and it's not working, buddy.
Legal advice. Don't take advice from Mars.
No, fuck no. Don't take life skills 101 from me. Don't take legalese 101. Don't take anything. I'm a mess, but that's not the point.
No, I believe you were sincere when you were trying to argue, but it's hilarious that all of us just went through that. It's really funny.
Oh no,
Anyway.
I think
Don't
it's
play
hilarious.
the fucking victim. You guys wanted this shit. You're going into it. You're enjoying it.
I didn't want that.
You guys are having a fucking great time.
No,
I am now.
Only Joe is.
Jesus
No,
Christ.
this is great. My point is, like, you brought up evidence to prove you're right, and you end up proving that you're wrong. I think that's hilarious.
That was hilarious, right?
No.
I mean,
I didn't come up here. I never came up here.
No. We're done. Listen, you argue for a second, okay?
No,
you brought up
all right.
evidence.
Good night, guys. Good night. If I'm not gonna get this letter, I gotta go. I'm out. Good night.
Yeah.
All right,
good
Artie,
night.
be easy,
Later.
baby.
Bye, Ari.
Yeah.
Thanks anyway, Artie.
You wanted
no problem.
to
Thanks,
produce
Artie.
some proof. You said this video will prove what I'm talking about. That video proved that what you were saying was just stupid, full of shit, completely wrong. Done. You can't. There's no backtracking that now. There's no making yourself look better for this. You look stupid now.
You've been
look like
arguing
you look
America.
unprepared.
You've been
you
arguing
look completely
America as a
unprepared right now.
corporation against us for the longest and telling us
Yeah,
we're in our
there's no
cognitive
going back.
dissonance and we're fucked up in the head. And it turns out, damn it, that you were
Admit,
wrong.
all you need to do is just admit you were wrong here and say, look, I was wrong on that. My bad. And don't try and put this off on anyone else. This is you. You fucked up. If you're ready to do that, well, I'll let you back out. If you want to argue anything else other than that, you're going to be in the basement for the rest of the show. I think that's fair.
Let him up, man.
I admit that I am no better than you guys.
So you admit that
be
you
nice.
were mistaken in this instance.
I'm sorry?
You were wrong in this instance.
Wrong in what instance?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, no. Are you talking about the
Arguing
argument? Yeah, I was wrong. We just proved
fair
that.
enough.
But I never.
Fair
Let me
enough.
make the point. I never came up here to argue that I was correct. I came up here to argue the point that Anna is not a scam or a fraud as alleged by Virgo Triad.
No,
You just proved it.
Then why does
You
he
just proved it.
contradict her though?
All right, here's the thing, Mars. How do you not understand that you just proved that she is a fraud? She comes on one thing saying it's a corporation, and then on a live stream, totally contradicts her own point by saying it's not a corporation. It can't be a corporation. How is that not a fraud? And I swear to God, if you say anything about evolution,
Hold on. Yes, Mark. Let me do it, Mars, so you don't get kicked in the basement.
All right.
Mars. Let me do
All right,
it.
thanks,
I think
Joe.
Mars is saying that when early on she thought one way and now she's changed her way of thinking. I think that's what he's going to say. If the letter is like years old, maybe she changed.
Yeah, beyond that, I think that it's been a process, and nobody is absolutely correct. Not you guys, not her, not me, not anyone in the chat. I think that everyone makes mistakes. I mean, I think that the what you guys are calling a fraud, you're using that term very loosely, as I have done in the past.
Oh, she's a fraud.
Mars,
calling her a fraud, I think, is being used very loosely, because if she was a fraud in a legal sense, then wouldn't she have at least been charged in the?
No. That letter
and that's
alone, the fact that she went that. If I ask anybody else, are you an artist? Are you a basketball player? Are you a lawyer? Are you a judge? I'd have their answer in half a page, and the rest would have to be about their fucking early childhood. The fact that it take her so long to explain it, it means she's dancing. So I'm already assuming that she's on some bullshit. Personally,
I understand you've made that point before, and I would argue that I think that it's a complex situation. I don't think it's a black or white
All right, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'd have to fucking examine that letter, but she'd be the only motherfucker ever who took that fucking long to explain it themselves. When I say I'm an artist, I'm a basketball player, I'm a judge. No, what I meant was I didn't mean it verbatim. I meant it in the sense of your ancient ancestors. If they were 7 feet tall,
I think
Yeah.
that
I have a question for Mars.
So
when
I
you
got
get
a good
chance.
reason why she probably does not charge. A good
I'm all
reason
ears,
she
bud.
probably doesn't have a charge is that our legal system has to have a person that is injured or an entity that is injured
yeah,
bring the case to the court system.
right.
According to
So
Virgo,
unless someone's done that,
sorry.
That's a good point.
but these
Good
people
point.
probably don't have the money to bring the case to a court.
Okay, that's a
Court is
different
expensive.
What
argument.
kind of case would they
Is
bring?
there
What
no
kind of
victim?
fraud
Because
case would they bring?
the state will act as, will act on your behalf if you are a victim of a crime.
Yeah, what kind of case do you see them bringing to prove
If
she's a fraud? What did she do besides lie? That's all I could see.
It would more be the state would bring something, but the state has so many things. The federal government has so many cases. Where do they want to spend their money?
Yeah, like don't a document case that gets on every day. From what I understand about court, they got to look at whether they're priority first, they're high
Yeah,
priority first, or move on to other things.
I've
That's
seen this,
how the court works.
yeah.
I've seen the state focus on much pettier offenses. If this is truly a fraud,
You're right. They'd pick it up if there were injured parties.
and that's been claimed as so.
Mars, can you drop your screen? I was gonna kick it, but I think it might end up kicking you. So could you stop sharing, please?
Yeah, it's too bad you never brought that up, but I will.
What is it? Oh, hold on. What is it? What is it?
It was the this right here.
For Artie.
Oh yeah, for Artie.
Alaska State.
Can I get a word in edgewise?
Yeah, please.
Mars, based on that letter, she claims that her judgeship is based on that corporate fiction stuff that she was peddling in that letter. She has now claimed in that video a few years later that it's not a corporation fiction. How does she still maintain her judgeship? What is her claim to this judgeship?
Oh, that's
very good question.
We'd have to review the particulars of it. As you can see, it gets very complex, but I'm very interested in that question. I think it's a very good question as well.
So the correct answer is you do not know.
That would be absolutely correct.
Fair enough.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything as a absolute truth. I could be wrong about everything I know.
Then here's the thing.
We know now, motherfucker.
For
There's
future,
nothing on her website.
reference.
No, if you think that if you don't think you can be fooled, then that's on you. I mean,
No, I believe I can be fooled, but
Oh, yeah, me
that
too.
was a pretty spectacular fucking flop right there.
the difference is I'm not trying to fool, and that's why you guys are kind of having fun with this. Is because
Yes, I'd agree.
I'm extremely transparent. I'm not trying to fool anyone. I'm not trying to sell anyone. I believe this, and if that offends you, that's your fault.
No, I'm trying my best to see where you're coming from. I know a lot of motherfuckers with soft sit mentalities.
Look,
Fucking
dude, I'll talk to you for hours on the phone anytime.
and I see some very fucking sound arguments. So I'd be interested. I just think you're representing her poorly. If
I
she's
agree.
not, if she's not all these things that they're claiming fraud and so on. So I don't know enough. I was trying to judge from here, and you are representing her poorly. And the only thing I saw her do personally was 60 seconds contradicting everything that you told us about her. So
Yeah, exactly.
I'm in no position to judge that girl.
Yeah, don't judge her. You can judge me all you want. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm wrong all the time. I'm a fucking,
Oh, I got a ton of sirens. I gotta go.
All right, thanks for joining. Well,
Wow.
It's been exciting.
Greg, you're gonna need to turn YouTube down.
You proved the point I made that you're just full of shit. and you're just up here to argue. And no matter what anyone says, you just simply take the opposite. Okay?
Yeah, I'm extremely
crap,
confused.
You're just full of crap.
I'm a very gullible.
No, you're not gullible. You know full well what you're doing. You're just full
Oh
of
yeah,
shit.
I'm doing this intentionally.
You're just full of shit,
Okay.
mate.
All right, what?
You're just wasting people's time.
Yeah,
Getting up
yeah.
and you do it on every panel.
Mars,
you do it on
let
every
him
panel
fucking
I've seen you
finish.
on. I'm going to talk over the top of you like you do, mate. You're full of shit.
Mars, I'm going to try something here and see whether or not you can actually understand it. I am not.
Why do you take this YouTube stuff so seriously?
Why are you on here? Why, Mars? What are you hoping to achieve by this? Except you're just trying to piss everyone off, and you're succeeding. You know,
Oh, yeah.
but I've said for you, crap,
I say get as offended as you like.
You're just a dickhead, mate.
Yeah,
I mean,
totally am.
honestly, you're a wanker. You're just here pulling people's strings, and they're falling for it. I see through you, mate.
The good thing is I'm not trying to be your friend.
No,
I'm
not
asking
listening
you
to
to evaluate the facts about Anna.
Oh shit!
Here's
You're
the thing.
lying. You're just off
Gregory?
state. Sorry.
With all due respect, I think you're giving him a little too much credit here. I think he really thought I really think he came in here trying to defend some things. He got bogged down in when we were talking about the corporations, and then he thought he would play some evidence. Turns out the evidence disproved his theory, and now he's trying to backtrack, and he's letting everyone go with he knew what he was talking about when he just really fucked up. That's my theory.
I've never argued.
Do it on numerous
That's
panels.
honestly what I was going to say too.
I've never argued
Yeah,
that I'm a fuck up. I've never told you guys to trust me and believe what I'm telling you.
No one trusts you. No one ever
No,
trusts
you're right. You're right.
No, but you asked
believe
for.
you, bud.
See, here's the deal, though. When you ask for a debate, you bring your proof, right? And don't go with the whole this thing that is in a whole nother country, has absolutely nothing to do with it. I get that you're trying to say the premise is
does
the
have
same, but
something
it
to
is
do with
not.
it.
If you were the premise.
Yes.
Hold on, you've had many times to talk. It's my turn. If the
Go ahead.
premise is not actually the same, right? You do not have the same laws. You do not have the same constitution. All these different things. Those are what make that point.
And to boot, this idiot was defeated in our courts. He lost. The whole Freeman movement in Australia got its ass kicked by the courts. You know, it's just bullshit. He knows full well. He just bungs on this crap about having a brain injury.
Mars.
I don't know anything about the Freeman.
God damn it!
Well,
Let
that's
people
exactly
finish.
like you would talk
Hold on,
about. It's
hold
the
on, guys.
Freeman movement, mate.
Guys, hold on, real
Do
quick.
some research.
Mars, you've been talking like almost this entire 3 hours. Okay, right now I want you to sit and listen to everyone else because everyone else has been sitting patiently waiting for you to finish. So now it's your turn to sit and wait for them to finish, and then you can respond.
It's too bad you won't let me respond to the people addressing me individually. I can't remember everything that everyone says to me. So.
But not everyone is fucking talking to you. So just sit and relax for a second, dude.
No,
Not
I'm going to
everyone's
address
talking.
people individually.
I have a question though. I have a question though. Mars,
Yeah.
do you know if Anna has ever been in Alaska? Has ever claimed residency here in Alaska?
I couldn't verify. I have not verified that.
Okay. That would cause another issue.
I understand, but is that a point? Have you verified it?
I live here, dude.
Okay, does
Lived
that
here
mean
my
you
whole
verified that she has not lived there?
Would you let her?
I'm
make her point
asking.
before you
I've
answer the question?
asked 100 times in chat.
Ask her.
I've asked 100 times.
Just ask her.
Dude, you barely know what she's even about. You already got proved that you have no idea what she actually believes in.
That's correct. I'm an idiot.
No, you just.
Oh no, you are not going to turn my words into I'm calling you an idiot. That is not at all what I said. What I said is
No,
you
that's what
do
I'm
not
saying.
understand. Then you are dimming yourself down and make that very clear that it is you doing that. Do not go anywhere else and say everybody else was doing it because you right here are saying it about yourself.
Yes, I'm very transparent with the fact that I'm an idiot.
Yeah, hold on, real quick. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Okay, so I got 10 people. I'm gonna need someone. All right, Carl, you're not really. Carl or Tim, you guys really aren't participating here, so I'm gonna have to drop one of you. Does anyone want to just drop voluntarily? All right, thank you. Now someone else can come up. Because we've been trying to get on for a while, so I want them to be able to get up here.
I am not the Messiah. Do not trust me. But
no, I trust you, Mike.
good.
No, but you
I
were
don't know why there's so
supposed
much
to be coming
disappointment
here to have a debate. If you were going to have a true debate,
No, I came
right?
here to discuss.
That was the
says
whole premise
Virgo and
was a
Mars hash
debate.
it out.
Mars, let AK talk.
Okay.
No, the whole point was a debate.
I disagree with that. Do you have anything that suggests that?
Oi.
Yes. 2 weeks ago, we said you were going to debate her. It was the specific words debate were said.
We all know that I can't articulate
Then why'd you agree to it? Don't agree to something if you can't do it, Mars.
Why did they ask me to agree to it? That's the real question.
No one asked you
Because
to.
we thought with
Yes,
2 weeks
actually,
you'd have
you
time
did.
to
You
get
pushed
yourself
This
to
was
have
not my
that.
idea. This was
Yes,
not
it
my
was. You pushed to have this.
I agreed to have this.
And then had 2 weeks to prepare. And the funniest part of it all had to be when you drop a clip and you end up looking like you had no idea what she actually believes in. You're so far off base.
Yeah, you're right. I'm an idiot. I'm very wrong on this shit.
Oh, look, all right. So
I'm
you're
not
a
asking you to
self-proclaimed
trust
idiot.
what I'm telling you. I'm asking you to evaluate the facts because I think facts
Penny,
matter.
you got conned into giving him airtime,
and I don't
so he
think
could
that Anna von
spew
Reitz
his
is a
crap.
fraud. And
That's
I don't
it.
think
That's
Anna
all
von
he's
Reitz
doing.
is a fraud.
He's sitting there batting
And I don't think
on
Anna von
his
Reitz is a
right
fraud.
leg.
But Mars, are you going to
All right.
debate or you
All right.
got to prove your points? You can't you got validate information yourself.
point
That's not
did I-
how debate works.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my 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 god! I'm going to fucking my head is going to explode right now.
Sorry, am I doing something wrong?
No, it's just it's everyone is talking over everyone right now, and that shit is getting so annoying. Now, real
Sorry,
quick.
Kenny.
Now, just real quick, okay. Juan Galt just got up here, so we're gonna allow him a chance to have something to say. Mars, I'm gonna bring you back up here. If you say something again, I'm just gonna drop you back down, bud. This is Juan Galt's time, and unless he's actually talking to you, please don't talk. Just don't.
God.
Go ahead, Juan.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Poor Mars. He's one of those guys that's easier to fool than convince him that he has been fooled. This Anna von Reitz stuff is so out in the weeds, so convoluted. It amazes me that somebody in the 21st century, in 2021, with all the information available at their fingertips, swallows this bullshit. Now, I'm through.
Okay. Now, some people in chat are saying you are a former Sovset. Is that true?
Yes, I'm an OG of a Sovset. I was with the Posse Comitatus when I was in college back in '69. And
Now, I don't know.
Go ahead.
I'll just say, so you haven't been here long, but based off of all you've heard Mars say, would you believe he has the Sovset ideology based off of your experience with the Sovsets?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
He's
enough.
up to his eyeballs in it.
Yeah. And are you familiar with Anna von Reitz at all?
I have. I've seen videos. I've read a lot about her. I know she's a fraud. It's very simple to prove. And she does what most pseudo lawyers do, that they really always say regular attorneys do, is that they twist words. They use semantics. They use, linguistic gymnastics to bring in such a convoluted way that it supports their narrative. They try to shoehorn this convolution into their narrative, and that's what she's done.
So if I might ask you, what got you out of the Sovset way of thinking? I mean, to me personally, I've never come across people that have gotten out of it, and I'm just curious your story as to how it happened for you, sir.
Well, like I said, I was in college at the time. Vietnam War protests, a lot of protests on campus, a lot of things going on. As a young person, even before I got into college, I always was aware that government was something that should be held in check, and that always overexpanded itself. And so I got introduced to by somebody there on campus to this group, the Posse Comitatus, and some of their thoughts were that they're the ones that coined the phrase sovereign citizen, because in the United States, the people are the sovereigns. That's a fact. And so we looked at it as, well, since we're the sovereigns and we inhabit this place, we called ourselves, instead of sovereign inhabitants, sovereign citizens. And so I agreed with that. And because I'd taken some political science courses, I was majoring in political science at the time, and that was a fact that the people are sovereign. And then, of course, limited government, local government, the sheriff being the highest law enforcement in a county because he is elected, not like your policeman on the block. So there were a lot of things that I just agreed with. But I come to find out that they were a little bit, well, they were absolutely racist, and I am not. And they were absolutely violent, and I am not. So I got out of, got away from that after a while, because like I said, there was a lot of turmoil on college campuses back in the 60s. And I didn't fall in line with the Marxist beliefs, because they were a lot of the campus organizations. And I'm not a Marxist. I'm a devout constitutionalist. And I kind of got into, when I graduated from college and started having to pay income tax, I kind of got into the tax protester movement that came along about the income tax is, it's funny now, but unconstitutional. It wasn't, it wasn't ratified correctly. We don't have gold and silver coins, so they can't tax you. Just, a lot of these things that for about a year and a half, I digested all this stuff and thought it was true. And I also got into briefing, traveling and driving is a right, and that you didn't have to have a driver's license and all this kind of stuff. I kind of the OG of that BS, and got into a lot of different things. I got my feet wet in the courtroom because I had an organization of about 5,000 people, and I would represent them on tax matters and different things such as that. But I ran into a friend of mine who had actually gone to law school. And here I was going to sit down and teach him a thing or two, because I knew all this magical news, hidden stuff that the average person doesn't know. And he didn't laugh at me. He sat there and listened, and then he just absolutely debunked everything I said point by point. But in the job that I had at that time, I was dealing with a lot of attorneys, and in my experience writing briefs and things like that, in my sovereign citizen organization, I really liked the one-on-one challenge in court. I also loved the Constitution. I wanted to fight government overreach. So I decided to go to law school. And I did, and I practiced for over 40 years. I practiced constitutional law. I've worked on some very famous First and Second Amendment cases that SCOTUS has decided, and they're always in the news being debated. And that's the evolution of a short one of my career.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Well, thank you for sharing that. Okay, so Mars, I'm gonna direct this more towards you again. You just heard from somebody that was with a lot of the soft sit ways of thinking and what they did. He himself defines what Anna says, what Anna believes, what you are talking about, what you are spouting here today as soft sit. Um, I I mean, how can you argue that at all? I mean, can you argue that maybe he's
Yeah, sure.
wrong? Go ahead, sir.
I think probably what he's referring to is more of the what I would consider the psyop of the soft sit movement. And I do not associate Anna with that. And she's actually criticized a lot of that ideology herself. And what she presents is completely unique, and it has aligned with some others. The only one particularly that I know of that is in as deep as her is Romley Stewart and Rohan Lorian. But yeah, they're in Australia. They do have a lot of similarities. They do talk about the United States and show how they are similar. So I've evaluated the facts to the best of my ability, and I don't trust the Sav Sit movement. I can see how she can easily be misconstrued as just another one of them. I disagree with that, and as we've experienced here tonight, I cannot articulate her argument for her. It's very complex. I'm an idiot. I think that's been established a long time ago. That was never the intention. I came really honestly to get clarification that Anna is a fraud, and I still unfortunately did not get that. I keep hearing that he says, yeah, he thinks that she's a fraud, but based on what?
But here's the thing, Mars. Here's the thing. You don't even know what Anna is preaching yourself. You contradicted yourself trying to talk about what she says. And
no,
yeah,
you
it can
caught
be
me
said.
up on the technicality, man.
No, it wasn't a technicality. It was a fact. That there's no technicalities about that, sir.
Yeah,
It was
it
caught
is
up
a
in
fact,
facts.
but it is a technical fact, and yeah, there is technicalities about facts. So
It was a fact, man. You got caught up in the facts about her own beliefs. You don't even know her own beliefs, which that means
I cannot articulate. I do not completely understand, as you've experienced, and I just stated, and I've stated multiple times, and I'll state again. I'm an idiot spouting nonsense on the internet. You cannot trust me. I am fucking a high school dropout. I was homeless for 10 years. I'm a fucking moron. I have a brain injury. Don't trust me. Don't believe me. Don't expect much out of me. I don't expect much out of myself, but I'm trying to get better. All right. So that's the difference between what you guys are presenting about me and what's actually true. I'm trying to understand this stuff, but what your arguments to prove Anna as a fraud have not been valid. I do not see anything. And as you would put faith in the judicial system, apparently, they do not see anything that constitutes fraud either. So they haven't charged her. She hasn't been convicted. She's not a fraud.
Not true. That's not true. Look at the Look at the Moorish temple. The Moors. They're automatic frauds, but they're not going to jail either.
No. That doesn't mean Anna is a
fraud.
No.
They're my point is
called a straw man argument.
No. My point is just because somebody isn't going to jail doesn't necessarily make them not a fraud.
No, but they would at least bring charges. They would at least.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't.
Okay, well, they would say that there would be evidence to support that she is a fraud. She's not claiming to be. She's not
plenty of evidence
to be what Virgo understands it to be, and that's fine.
Oh,
all right.
Jesus.
You can Jesus me all you want.
You're not getting it. You're not getting it. You're
getting
just not
what?
getting it.
Getting what?
You're not getting it. You're not getting anything anyone is saying, man. You're in your own head.
Anyone
you
who speaks in absolutes is an extremist. Okay, I do get something some people say. For you to claim that I don't get anything that anyone says already proves your credibility. You're wrong.
We proved it to you all night long that she is a fraud. No, I should say we. Virgo has proved it to you. Already came on and was proving it to you. Fraud. The simple fact that yes, that she's a fraud.
What would make her a fraud? Could you articulate that simply?
Oh my God!
Just give me a quick.
Here we go. Here we go. Let's do a survey real quick. Everyone in chat. If after today, no, hold the fuck on. Hold on. You had your chance. Everyone in chat. You think freaking she was a fraud. If it's been proven to you that she is a fraud beyond a shadow of a doubt today, give me a 1. If you think that Mars has a point, nothing's been proven, go ahead and put a 2.
1.
I'm guessing we're going to see a lot more 1s and 2s, Mars.
I'd be surprised to see any 2s unless it's ironically placed.
And it's ironically placed.
I think Mars's biography he just gave us says a lot.
Yeah.
He is built for the Sovset bullshit.
Oh, Dingo gives you a 2 too. So
yeah, and the way
Mars.
you guys handled the situation says a lot about what you've claimed to be, trying to help people like me. And I think
you can only help who wants to be helped, Mars. You don't want to be helped.
I disagree with that. I do want to be helped, and I just don't think that what you consider help, I don't consider help.
Okay, that's fair.
I thought like you
That's
at one
fair.
point. I thought like you at one point in my life, and
What facts are you willing to accept?
Any facts that can be verified.
So
No,
all
you're
the
not.
facts that you've been given tonight that can be verified, you've been rejecting left and right and right and left, or you deflect to something else completely
Could you
different.
use an example? Just one example.
I want to see
that the United States is a corporation. We've given you fact after fact to debunk that, but you continually refuse to accept that, and then
No,
you
I
played
didn't
a
refuse to
recording that
accept anything.
Anna rejects that idea now.
No, I may be misrepresented on his argument, right? That was general consensus.
It's there's a misrepresentation is not a 180-degree spin from what.
Oh, that
she
would
said.
180-degree spin would absolutely be considered a misrepresentation, would it not?
I just want to know what evidence has he seen that has convinced him that she is a judge, other than just an email that she wrote to somebody. What evidence?
Thank you. That was my question.
Yeah.
Everything that she's presented supports her argument that what she's claiming is essentially just to prove a point, right? And now now that point has been established, we can assemble as a legitimate form of government since we vacated and did not do our job after the Civil War 160 years ago. We failed to do our job as we the people. That's my understanding.
And you're not, and you're. Have you looked into the fact that that's been debunked 1,000 ways from Sunday?
Another of my questions.
I'm hearing the arguments of how that ideology has been debunked. I cannot cite any credible sources to prove that.
Well, can you cite a credible source to prove that we failed to do what we were supposed to do at the end of the Civil War that created this grand fracture in our society?
Yeah, definitely. Just look at all of Anna's work, and you'll see tons of evidence to support that.
I've read a lot of fictions. I don't need to get my. I don't need to.
Okay,
get my
just
arguments
because
from
Virgo claims that she's a fiction writer doesn't mean what she is writing all the time is fiction.
Everything I've looked into that I've read from her, I can go and debunk the shit out of it within 15 minutes.
Except what you guys just used to debunk me?
Okay, let me try something here. Okay, according to the ideology, okay, you are not a legitimate citizen of the United States, or you don't see yourself as citizens of the United States. Is that correct?
Yeah, I feel like I've been tricked into being, so there hasn't been full disclosure. And so, yeah, I feel like I've been tricked. It's basically constructive fraud.
Full disclosure. What the hell does that mean?
Hang on.
I'm involved in a contract that I don't have full disclosure of.
What
Disclosure of what?
contract are you talking about?
The U.S. citizenship.
I think
Okay.
you mean like
There is
birth
no such thing.
That's not a contractual arrangement, sir. You don't even know what a contract is, do you?
I'm
Do
kind
you?
of I'm
don't
definitely
know?
an
Just
idiot,
admit
but
it.
basically it would be my obligation to pay taxes and follow the rules and regulations of that jurisdiction.
Okay.
Well,
So
that's
according to
that's the political philosophy that the United States operates under, and you reside in that geographical area where that political philosophy operates.
Can you show
And
me
that-
in reality, not on paper, there's somebody wrote it down, but like in reality where that line is? Or is it an imaginary?
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to get. That's what I was trying to. Hang on. That's what I was trying to get at. So you don't recognize yourself as a citizen of the United States. I am not a citizen of the United States, but yet if I go over there, I have to abide by the laws of the United States. So
Correct.
under your ideology, or what you're telling me is, I could literally walk in there and make myself a judge.
No, what I'm saying is you don't have to come over here and pay income taxes if you come over here.
No,
If she
I
made
don't
income
know.
here, she still would.
If she's not making any income here, if she's just coming here.
Well, if I want to live there, if I just want to walk in there, if I decide, okay, I want to leave here, I'm going to the United States, I'm going to live there, and I'm going to make myself a judge. I can do that. I'm not a citizen of the United States, so I can declare myself as anything I want to be.
Well,
Hang on. Let me finish. That is literally what you are attempting to say. That you can make yourself anything you want to be because you are not a citizen. So you don't have to. Hang on. Let me finish.
Okay.
Because you are not a citizen of the United States, so nothing applies to you. I am not a citizen of the United States, so none of that applies to me.
Yeah, I heard you the first three times.
So that's basically what you're saying. So you are not but if I as a non-citizen, now hang on. If I as a non-citizen of the United States go over there, as an Australian, I am still expected to abide by the US rules.
Yes, I heard you and I understood you the very first time. Would you like to repeat yourself? Just for the record, would you like to repeat
shut the fuck up? I'm talking, not you. Okay? So you're basically trying to tell me that you don't have to abide by the own rules of the land that you live in.
No, that's what you're saying.
That's what you're saying.
Would you
don't have to pay taxes.
Yeah,
Let him answer,
you're
Mars.
not going to let me answer. So obviously, you know
Mars.
what I'm saying, and I don't. So shut
Mars.
the fuck up.
Answer, Mars. You can answer now.
Did you mute her?
Just answer.
Did you fucking mute her?
Do you see the mute icon on her goddamn
No, I'm not looking because I'm fucking screaming.
Because you're an idiot.
Because you're a fucking idiot. That's why you don't understand what you are talking about.
No,
you keep interrupting people.
Okay, stop. All right, look,
fuckwit.
Mars. Now go ahead and answer her question.
All right, we can try and breathe here for a second. Okay. So she asked it about 7 or 8 times. I think I understand what her question is. Her question is if she, as an Australian citizen, decides to come over here and live in the United States, then she will be expected to follow the rules and regulations of the United States. Am I correct?
It's pretty much a given.
Okay. And I think Anna has made the distinction between an American citizen and a United States citizen.
What in the...
They're the same thing.
Same thing.
That's what you would assume. Okay.
No,
and I think legalese says otherwise.
No, you just stuffed it completely.
I want to know.
Okay,
could you
just have an articulate conversation here?
Just a second, Mars. Let me just ask you this pertinent question.
I just gave
Do
a lot of
you
seconds
what
to more.
is your definition of a citizen? What are you defining citizen as?
A citizen as you're a part of that. You have to follow the bylaws of that entity, right? That's
Okay, now what authoritative source are you relying upon for that definition?
What authoritative source am I relying upon for that definition? I'm not. I'm relying upon my fucking ignorant brain. That was, you asked me. You didn't ask me for my authoritative source definition. You asked me what I thought a citizen was.
Okay, would you like to know what a citizen is?
Yeah.
Would you like to know what the Supreme Court, which is the authoritative source of the United States Constitution and definitions, they've defined it. A citizen, as used in the Constitution and the 14th Amendment, simply means somebody who has rights and privileges within the boundaries of the United States and within the state in which they live in. That's all a citizen is. It's someone who has rights and privileges.
Okay. And I that does not change what I am understanding Anna to be doing, and that is making the distinction between an American citizen and a U.S. citizen.
No, there is no such thing as a difference. Those are made up terms that mean absolutely nothing in the politic body of the United States or the legal system of the
So
United
why
States.
do I have to declare myself when filing for public services, for instance, as a U.S. citizen?
Well, because there are other people who apply for public service type jobs that may be over here on a work visa that are not citizens of the United States. They may be citizens from wherever Anna's from, or
legal
Morgie.
And there's other jurisdictions within this imaginary jurisdiction of the United States. Is that correct?
Okay, now wait, hold
That
on.
depends. He keeps throwing out these terms, and we got to get the terms set first.
Yeah. Okay.
What
Please
are you
correct me on my
defining?
language.
What is
I
the
appreciate that.
definition? What is the definition of jurisdiction in your mind?
Basically, the authority over.
Authority over what?
Over whatever's in that jurisdiction.
Well, give me an example of what jurisdictions you think there's so many of. There's
so
the
basically,
United
if
States.
I'm a U.S. citizen, I would be in that jurisdiction. I would be required to follow their rules and regulations.
Well, if you're in the United States is set up under federalism. There's the federal jurisdiction, and then there's the state jurisdiction. So if you're within the state, and let's say you go faster than the legal speed limit, for instance, that would be a state jurisdiction over that matter. You're correct on that.
Okay. I have no argument. This is the first time I've heard I'm correct tonight. So I just. Jesus, I'm having really bad muscle cramps. I'm fucking might need to just set the mic down. But I'm here listening. I'm not walking away from. Yeah, I'm processing and open to more conversation. Thank you for that reasonable conversation. It's much appreciated.
Okay, it's like 8:30. We've been going for hours. We found out we actually come up with quite a few good things. Mars. You need to do your own. I would suggest. All right, we're gonna give everyone a chance to say something final here. My final thing for you, Mars, would be you really need to do some more research on Anna. You need to get a better understanding of your understanding of what she is saying, because after today, it really has come to my attention and my belief that you really don't know a whole lot about her. You're holding on to this email. Whatever research you have done um, is old, perhaps, and you don't have quite an understanding of maybe what her beliefs are now. So my suggestion to you would be do some more research on her and really come to understanding of yourself whether you believe she is a fraud or not, because uh, many things have been proven here that she is a fraud, and you just will not accept it. And at this point, we just have to agree to disagree on that. Iowa Hank, go ahead.
I don't know how I got wound up in second position here, but I was just going to ask Mars. He did the research, he says, on what Anna has said and found it to be credible. And so I think I would ask him to do the research on what we have said and make his own judgment about which one is more credible.
Yeah, I absolutely did, and I one of the pressing issues that Virgo presented was that she verified Anna is not a judge due to the records of the state of Alaska Judicial Council. And I think that is never what Anna was claiming. So I would say it's an irrelevant statement. I think it's inaccurate. And I don't think she ever claimed to be a judge. She's making a distinction here that is hard for me to articulate because I am an idiot and I do not know a lot, but I have followed the conversations and the evolution of thoughts, so to speak. I'm open-minded. I'm willing to change my mind, but I have done a lot of research, and I am an idiot. I don't hold on to a lot of things that I've been able to process, but I still do. I do not have any evidence to support that she is a fraud based on my newly recognized strict legal definition of a fraud.
Well, I would
Okay.
ask you to
No, hold on.
We're not
going to do a whole lot of follow up because I really am. We got a lot of people to go through, so I would ask that if you guys just break it down to one question, and then if you have a rebuttal, keep it kind of quick. Rogue, I'm a rogue. I'm sorry. Mars, if someone asks you a question, I understand you feel like you must respond, but please try and keep it as not as lengthy as you possibly can, because I really want to get this done before 9 p.m. Okay.
Okay.
Can I have my follow up?
Go ahead, Iowa. Go ahead.
My last comment on the whole thing is take a look at her website where she claims she is a Superior Court judge of the state of Alaska.
No.
There is no other definition of the state of Alaska other than the one that is recognized by the federal government. So, and she is obviously not a judge in the state of Alaska. So just put that in the back of your mind and look it up, and maybe you'll come to some better conclusions than you have so far. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, Kenny.
Thank you. All right,
Yeah.
Hank, you got something?
Thanks for the comment. I just wanted to say real quick, I think that's an inaccurate statement. She claims to be Alaska State Superior Court Judge Anna Von Reitz, judge of the actual Alaska state, one of the several states of the continental United States. She's nowhere does it say state of Alaska. I understand that you don't make the distinction, but she can articulate it a whole lot better than I can. It's very technical. And so carry on. Thanks.
Hank.
Yep. You've made several claims that you're open-minded, but you have shown no proof of that in tonight's stream whatsoever. Every argument that we present, every fact we present, you wholeheartedly reject. So I don't see open-minded being part of your character.
I disagree. Somebody said something about. I said it. I can't articulate this real clearly, but something I was like, she doesn't advertise. Like, I don't remember, but it was like a point made that it's a banner of the website, and I was like, yeah, fair enough. That's a valid point. So just to prove you wrong.
Yeah. But you won't take that as proof that she's a fraud.
No, I don't take that as proof that she's a fraud.
All right, Gregory Lawler, go ahead. I'm sorry, guys.
I know.
It's circular. We've been over this many times. Gregory Lawler, go ahead. You're muted.
You're muted, Gregory.
You're muted, Gregory. See, he can't even hear us over himself talking. You're muted.
Sorry, yep, I'm back. Listen, I'm just going to give you a summary of my observations of you over the past couple of months of listening and watching you on different panels. Mate, you suffer from oppositional defiance disorder. It doesn't matter what anyone says, you are just simply going to argue. It doesn't matter whether it's factual or not, it's a problem. And you're not going to advance yourself any further until you come to the grips with the fact that you suffer from this disorder and get some help. Honestly, mate.
Okay. Do you have any qualifications to make that diagnosis? Would be my one question. And then other than that, I would say as it was just proven, just in the previous conversation, that sometimes I am willing to admit I'm wrong. It's just I'm not willing to trust people's opinion that I'm wrong.
Well, you just basically simply putting yourself exactly in that box.
I knew I wouldn't have a popular opinion. I knew that from the very beginning. And
that's got nothing to do with popular opinion. You just simply argue for the sake of arguing.
I disagree with that. I don't argue. I don't like to argue. This was not fun for me.
Okay, you're arguing the fact that you argue. I mean, come on, that is just ridiculous.
I am.
So we're gonna stop that. We're gonna put a stop to that because that could go on for hours.
Yeah.
We're not doing that.
Anyone who speaks in absolutes is
wrong. You agree to disagree on that. You say he says you argue to argue. You say you don't. We're not gonna have a conversation of why you're right and why he's wrong, or why he's right and why you're wrong. We're not doing that. Okay.
Sure, understood. If he said I argue to argue, sometimes that would make sense. But he said always, and that's wrong.
No, it's not.
Cat girl, go ahead.
I don't think. Thank you for letting me on, pal. And Marla, I'm not trying to attack you, but really what you have done tonight, you being out there have really made everyone like walled up. I would say. I did think that you need. I did think that you should rewatch this dream and see like where you went wrong with it. But I hope for the best for you, and I think we're going to great. You did great. I don't think we're gonna come to a conclusion or anything. Cause what you think is different from how the rest of us think, and it's gonna go on circles.
You've been very wise and mature in your communication, and I absolutely appreciate your criticism. Thank you so much, Kat.
You're welcome.
Morgie. You're muted, Morgie.
Yeah, I know. I'm just going to say I want you to have a look at the supposed court she is a judge of and find out whether it actually has any legitimate standing anywhere in the United States. Okay? And if that doesn't prove that she's a fraud, because you're not going to find anything on it, you're not going to find any jurisdiction, you're not going to find that she's been anointed anywhere or officially elected to that position on a court that doesn't exist. And I think you really need to have a good look at that. Okay?
Yeah, I agree, and I appreciate your criticism again, but I think that I have tried to, and I would just say that if there was something, if it was that obvious or simple, then I would have faith in the judicial system to do something about it, I would think.
Juan.
Well, I first want to thank you for having me here. Basically, she's a judge in the state of her mind. And you keep talking about she makes a distinction between actual Alaska state and the state of Alaska. Well, sir, that's a distinction without a difference. That's just gobbledygook. It has no real meaning except in her state of mind. So I would just suggest that you try to find some actual evidence, like Morgie just talked about, something that proves that there is a court that she's a judge of. And you'll find that she cannot produce anything that backs up what she says. And I really urge you to broaden your mind a little bit.
I think I've been too open-minded, and that's why I'm so easily fooled. But yeah, cheers. Thanks.
All right, and Mars, anything last minute to say? Please, not too long, sir.
Yeah, I think there's a massive amount of double standards being applied here. Yeah, I hear your arguments. I would put a lot more stock in what you guys are saying if you had a sort of universal philosophy, but it seems to be a whole lot of cognitive dissonance. And I didn't expect you guys. That's why there aren't representatives of the assembly present for this argument, because they knew they've experienced people like you guys all the time. So you know, there's people that have an interest in keeping this fraud alive. That's without a doubt. And it's just remember, you know, we're the government. We're here to help you. Yeah, that's a great saying. And you know, shit, there was another really good one. I lost it. Sorry, but yeah.
Yeah, memes are facts that can be should be the focal point of your argument. Yep.
Yeah. So the government obviously has killed a lot of people, and
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, governments have done many bad things for many years. No one is going to argue that fact. That doesn't help prove your point or our point.
It does, in the sense that you guys aren't questioning.
That's bullshit. We are questioning the government. I question the government all the time.
Okay, well, what do you think is wrong?
I
practiced law for 40 years, challenging the government and not trusting the government. So I don't want to hear that stuff.
Yeah, so you're putting all these generalities on us now, and you said, "What do I think the problem is?" The problem on what?
Well, there's a lot of problems. Anything that you see that is wrong would be helpful to understand your perspective.
But regarding what?
Let's say mental health or homelessness.
Homelessness, there needs to. I think there's a big issue with homelessness, man. We don't handle it properly.
Exactly.
We need to do something about that for sure. But anyway, we're really getting away from the whole point of the thing. My point is, you're making these generalities about us, and I'm sure that's what what did he call it? The committee? It wasn't a committee. I'm wrong, aren't I? It's what'd you call it, Mars?
Hey, nobody from my community accused you of dog rape or of, you know, bullshit.
No, that's what we're going off track. What did you
I know
call
we're going
people?
off track, but you
just
gotta
real
realize,
quick. No,
you
we
guys,
don't
you
need
guys
to have
aren't
any of that.
You guys
No.
aren't innocent or victims in this situation. So
I'm quite innocent. No, I'm quite innocent in this, because I've never said anything bad about you. I've never said anything bad about you.
I fucked you without taking you out to dinner or something.
I've never said anything bad about you. Ever. I've defended you.
You have.
So don't give me that. So then stop lumping me with all these other people.
Just because you defended me once doesn't mean what you're doing is all right.
Oh my fucking God, Mars. Back to my original question, dude. Who did you call them? The person that was here, they're part of the what? Thank you. That's what I was looking for. I fucking forgot my train of thought. All right, guys, look, it's been.
Now you know the feeling.
It's been real. It's been real something. Thank you everyone for joining. It's been real. Hope you all have a great rest of your day. Mars, actually, if you could stick around, I have an answer to the question we were talking about earlier, so I will let you know that in the backstage. All right, guys. Hope you all have a great rest of your day.
You should do it publicly. I know what the answer is. I actually have the answer too.
Oh, do you want to do it publicly?
Yeah.
All right, we can do it publicly. All right. You were wrong. I did time you out for talking about
I didn't say anything about timing out. I'm talking about being blocked.
You were blocked because of Virgo too.
Okay. Did Hank not tell you when you blocked me? What led you to blocking me? What was the conversation right before you blocked me?
The conversation right before I blocked you was I was reading your last text. I was reading your last message, and then I said, "Okay, you're done." The message you're talking about happened way earlier in the stream, and we were both wrong on that. The conversation was he said he blocked you, and then I said, "Oh, I don't know," and then Kix chimed in and said he's trying to ride your coattails. I was like, I was kind of iffy about that timeout. But when I did give you your warning about talking about Virgo, I said, this is your last chance. You didn't heed my warning, and you went and said something again, and then you were blocked.
No, that's not what happened. So after you said
that's
after you have, I have the recording right here. After you said after you said it was the last chance, and I have also my comments.
Play it.
That I also have my comments there with the recording. So so either way, it can all be verified. But let me clarify the situation real quick and tell you what I claim, because you just misrepresented.
No, hold the fuck on. If you say you have this recording, fuck what you're saying. Play it. Prove me wrong and play it. Play it. You said you have it right here. Play it.
No, it's on my phone. I'll have it. You have to have a little bit of patience. I'll pull it up. Don't worry. I recorded it.
We're waiting.
Yep.
And so whoever cat that was.
Oh, it's gonna take some time. You can play games all you want. You might as well just be adults and have a conversation.
Okay, I've just come across something which is kind of interesting. As Ms. Wright decides that she's a judge, have you ever heard of a private superior court, district court?
Got their pussy up.
The Superior District Court, a privately owned and operated for-profit corporate franchise, which is under contract to act for the state of Alaska.
Yep.
That's what she's claiming, that the Superior Court, District Court that she's a judge of, is privately owned and operated for profit.
Possible. Interesting.
Yeah, and more.
Interesting to hear what a lawyer says that implies.
Yeah, and more. I'm not saying anything bad about you. I haven't attacked you or anything like you say everyone else here has.
No, I respect you a lot. Yeah.
All right, here we go, Mars. Listen up, Mars.
Kenny, are you going to give me a wrench sooner or later?
I don't know. We'll see. I don't want too many riches. I think I have. I don't know. I don't even know how many I have right now.
Wait, can you tell me the date?
I don't know. Is he?
Could you tell me the date of that, Kenny?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Kick. What'd you think?
Thank you.
Can you mind telling me the date of that,
John? Why don't we let you
Angel?
listen, and then I'll
By the
tell
way, I
you.
like that
Let's
picture
finish
you
this.
have up right now, Angel.
Thank you. I just think they're just running out of things to do, and it's just so boring. I mean, not that I wanted to fight with the police and make it interesting, but when they just harass people, they say that the police harass the private citizens. Well, what are they doing? They're harassing anybody they can harass. I just don't like it.
Could you tell me the date of that, please?
Okay, Mars, the next time you do that without any kind of evidence to prove that anything that Virgo did is a scam, you're gonna be removed from the channel permanently, just to let you know. We're not gonna allow that type of thing here. Okay, dude? Anything else, you're good. If you can back it up, then you go ahead and back it up. But if you can't back it up, don't want to hear it.
Could you give me the date of that, please?
Lavender. You heard that right there, right? Though
April 19th.
April 19th. This is the one I'm looking at.
This year.
Did you not hear me give you?
Yeah. Could you keep playing? Because that wasn't when I was blocked. That was the warning.
No, I know. I agree. You weren't blocked there. I agree. And
No, you
I'll show
just
you where
skipped
you're
ahead. Why don't you just continue from there? You just
blocked.
skipped ahead.
155.
You just skipped ahead. Why don't you go back to where you? Why don't you?
150.
Why don't you go back to where you left off?
Aware that he's the bait.
Because it's not said
Because
right
of
then.
his
Oh, why don't you go back to where you left off, man?
Because we don't want to listen to 20 minutes of shit that doesn't pertain to the situation.
I listened to this before the
It wasn't
stream.
20
I have
minutes. He blocked
timestamp.
me right after that.
Oh my God. Let's see.
Just go back to
I
where
guarantee
you
you I
left
didn't.
All
I
you're
guarantee
doing
you
is
I didn't.
deflecting from producing the evidence, mate.
But what's your car doing here? Well, you're not.
I don't want too many riches. I think I have. I don't know. I don't even know how many I have right now.
And just
Oh, make me mod. Thank you, John. Okay, Angel. By the way, I like that picture you have up right now, Angel.
Thank you. I just think they're just
No, that's too far. Josh for starting this trend.
and just
I mean, not that I wanted to fight with the police and make it interesting, but when they just harass people, they say that the police harass the private citizens. Well, what are they doing? They're harassing anybody they can harass. I just don't like it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Mars, the next time you do that without any kind of evidence to prove that anything that Virgo did is a scam, you're gonna be removed from the channel permanently, just to let you know. We're not gonna allow that type of thing here. Okay, dude? Anything else, you're good. If you can back it up, then you go ahead and back it up. But if you can't back it up, don't want to hear it.
I still want to hear the tape.
Lavender, what you think?
oh, I think Omaha's an idiot and just trying to get arrested.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'll let it play, Mars. I'm letting you know the next timestamp to where I'm mentioning your name is 1 minute 55. 1 minute 55 minutes is the next time you're mentioned. Okay?
1 minute 55 minutes.
55 minutes, which I was trying to go to, but you're
1
like,
hour.
let it play. I'm sorry, 1 hour. You're right. 1 hour. But you're like, no, let it play. No, people are going to be bored because it has nothing to pertain to you. I don't mention you again.
Okay. Yeah, that's a valid point.
So then, yeah.
As long as you're
let me
skipping
do what I'm
forward-
doing.
As long as you're skipping forward to your conversation about.
That's what I was trying to.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There
I'm
was
sorry.
no
I'm sorry.
conversation.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm saying, and that's why I said we were both wrong. There was no conversations, and I'm trying to tell you. I thought there was a conversation with Hank too, but there wasn't.
Oh, I've got
I
that
thought the
recorded.
conversation was before you gave him the final warning.
Yeah, the conversation was before you got the final warning.
My answer as a supervisor if I didn't know something.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna try to find out today everything, Lavender?
Huh?
You're gonna try to find anything out today?
I just might have been after.
He was wondering
he's-
if they could be charged, Gary.
Well, considering what I said earlier, that they could have used that as an opportunity to jump the cops or something, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Well, a conspiracy to get Omaha to commit criminal acts so they can get it on film for YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I was leading up to. Yeah.
In Louisiana, it takes 3 or more for a conspiracy, and one
Okay.
person to act upon it or act in furtherance.
Okay.
So it's not just talking about it. One person out of the 3 has to make a call, go somewhere, take it a little bit further.
Is that what Omaha was doing? He was the bait.
Now, see, I don't know if he's aware that he's the bait, though, because of his diminished capacity.
Skip forward to 55.
But does he need to be aware that he's the
I
bait?
think I don't think I
Yes.
wrote it down right. It's around this time though.
They
it wouldn't be a
planned it.
conspiracy unless you
Oh,
had-
absolutely. There is no doubt it's planned.
So I'm telling you, we would have been listening to this forever, and it looks like we're gonna be listening to it for a minute here because that's why I wanted to do it offline.
They
Yeah.
Planned it. It's not. It's
Oh, yeah.
not that they're.
Yeah, we're
stupid, it's that
arguing over
they
a
do
matter of
stupid
3
things.
minutes or 4 minutes.
Thought so too, buddy. I honestly did, but that's not true.
So my answer to your original question, Gary, is I don't fucking know.
Okay. Well, fuck you then.
And mine was
Thank you.
Mine was just for Louisiana.
And Ari will be able. I think you should ask Ari that question next time you have a chance to ask Ari. Oh, he's in chat. I don't know if you heard the question.
Yeah, he said how so.
Okay, how so?
How so? Well, 3 or more. I think in Missouri it's 2 or more. I'm not sure. They were obviously baiting the cops.
He was wondering if they could be charged with conspiracy to commit a crime.
Yeah.
But I think Job of the Guns could probably get charged with conspiracy for what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
I think Artie's trying to argue with the irrelevant.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah.
And I didn't mean to step on your toes, Kick. I know you're in school.
No, that's fine.
For all the criminal justice crap.
It's fine. I have nowhere near the experience some others have here, so I'll be glad to weigh in when I know. But when I don't know something, I'll be honest about it.
Yeah, I will too. I will right away tell you I don't know, but I'll try to find out. That was always my answer as a supervisor if I didn't know something.
You gonna try to find out today everything, Lavender?
Maybe it was after this.
Huh?
You gonna try to find anything out today?
I'm gonna try to figure out what color the back of my eyelids are at some point today.
That sounds like a great idea.
I've been up since midnight, so I'm kind of tired.
Oh, jeez.
Yep.
Yeah, you need to get some sleep. All right, Kick, you got anything last minute before we go, sir?
If I ever have to watch Omaha again, I think I would rather shove a whole pineapple.
Hank, you heard me. Was it after? It was before this, right?
It was after this.
And 2 angry porcupines up my ass.
He's had some more videos
Simultaneously.
Recently, he's been doing like other otters. They're losing. I don't know what they're just losing their edge. They're losing something. They're not getting the content that they want. But you know.
But I will remind you that tomorrow I do have a call with the deputy director of Houston Police, and I will ask her about the police's policy to start playing music when they're approached by cop watchers or frauditors. So stay tuned. I'll bring that information as soon as I get it.
Awesome. Angel, thank you for joining us today. Do you have anything last minute to say?
Well, I'm just glad
I don't
that I
think
was
it is
able
after
to
this.
catch you today because I haven't been able to
Just
catch
before.
anybody lately.
No, I think it's in a
Know
couple of
that
minutes.
You're one of my favorites.
Within a
I
couple
love
of
and
minutes.
adore you, and I'm glad I could.
Well, it's only like 2 minutes left. Thank you, Angel. Angel is all over the place. You'll see her in the comment section. She's especially in Patty's video. She lets Patty have it. She's probably one of Patty's favorite people in the entire world because she lets him have it, and he loves her for it.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Lavender, you got anything last minute, man? I think it's before. So I'm gonna wrap this one up. Yes, yeah, he really doesn't need to go hang with them. I think not at all. He would. Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, I don't think furry. This is an echo chamber when we wish. Oh, here it is. One hand and say, here it is. All right. I don't know. I don't know if it'd be now, Mars. I don't refer to you by name, but this is fucking you. That soon, but I think if he keeps this shit up, it's gonna happen eventually. I think that there's more cops that are hip to this sort of thing and know what's going on, and I think if he keeps it up, it's gonna happen eventually. But I don't know about anytime soon. I hope not. I really pray not, because I don't want to see the kid hurt at all. Not a fan of what he does,
Paul.
but that doesn't mean I want to see him get hurt.
Paul, don't say that. He will get hurt if he goes out there with them.
Oh, yes. Yeah, he really doesn't need to go hang with them. Not at all. He would. Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, I don't think Furry would film him from afar. I think filming Furry would be right up there with him. I think Furry wouldn't be filming from afar. Now, Silence Boy would be far away. SJV might be far away, but I don't think Furry would be far away. I think Furry wants a lawsuit too. So, yeah.
And she wants the spotlight.
That too. Absolutely.
Can you play it at two times speed?
What the hell is this on this? Oh, this is an echo chamber. When we wish violence on one hand and say be nice on the other. This is so not an echo chamber. You're just an idiot. You know that? You're an idiot, Mars. So just go be an idiot. Have fun. That is where you got banned.
I disagree.
Right there.
That's not where I got banned.
I can't find you on any other stream.
Okay. That doesn't change the facts, but
well then, Mars, you're gonna have to present where you could think you got banned, because you aren't the only other stream you are on is when you came up on panel.
Yeah.
And you're already banned at that point. So by the fact that you're nowhere else on any other stream, this is where you got banned.
No, because I was deleted. You can't find me because I was deleted. But yeah, I'm referring to the conversation that Hank had, which we all agreed, which is recorded on the after show of the last live stream.
Yes, that was a lot earlier in this
accident. That this
That was
conversation
before the final
took place.
warning.
And now both of you guys thought it took place earlier today. You absolutely could not be wrong about what had occurred. And now you're saying that you thought it happened. It didn't happen. That conversation.
No. That's not true. I said that I was not wrong about blocking you because of what you said about Virgo. That is still true. Now, the fact that the conversation happened earlier before you got your final warning.
I was
and it actually had nothing to
after that.
do with.
I was blocked
Yeah, you were
after that.
blocked
It must have been a stream after that because I was not.
There was no stream.
Yeah.
I had to unblock you today.
There was no stream after that. That was April 19th. What are you talking about? There was
no stream that you were in chat because you were blocked then.
That you couldn't find. But did you find the conversation that you and Hank had about me
on that stream? It was on that stream, yes.
That I was breaking terms of service by providing misinformation about Anna von Reitz.
That
no, it was about Virgo that you were providing this.
Okay,
yeah, it wasn't my Anna von Reitz either.
Did you find that discussion that you and Hank had? Because that's where I got blocked.
That is not what conversation never transpired.
Oh,
unless you can prove otherwise.
It happened earlier today.
Can you prove?
You guys remembered it happening earlier today.
Yeah, I thought so, but it didn't. When we looked back, it didn't happen.
But earlier today, you couldn't possibly be wrong about the chain of events.
About the fact that you were blocked because of what you said about Virgo, absolutely, and it still holds true.
No, you said you absolutely could not be wrong. True. That's not why I was blocked. Where do you have evidence that you just say that that's where I was blocked?
Then show me a live stream that you are in chat after the 19th.
I will, absolutely. And I have it recorded, and I'll tell you when it was. I'll throw you a fucking bone and tell you that when it was is when Hank told you that I was breaking terms of service for misinformation. And you said, okay. You said, okay, good enough, and you blocked me.
No, he said, and good enough, and gave you your first warning. A few minutes later, you continued, so he gave you your final, or he gave you another warning. A few more minutes passed, he gave you a final warning.
Just back up to that conversation.
Why?
My God,
you said it was a few minutes before where you started at 1 hour and 45 minutes. Could you just back up to a few minutes before?
He's commenting on your remarks made when he gave you that final warning.
Because Hank's claiming that conversation transpired before, and Kenny's claiming it never transpired. So which one of you are wrong?
I didn't see it.
Kenny's not saying it never happened.
He absolutely did say that.
I'm saying I didn't see it, and if you're telling me it happened, fucking Mars, listen. Okay, hold on for a second. Okay, if what you're saying, give me a date of the stream that happened.
Who's playing semantics? Okay.
Give me the date of the stream.
We already discussed.
Give me the date of the stream, Mars. I know you're back there. All I want is the date of the stream. I'm not playing these games with you. You say you configured. You say you have it recorded. Take out your recording. Take a look at the date.
He always says he has recording, but never produces a damn one.
Take the look at the date. Let me know the date. If it's past 119, then I'm wrong, and that's fine. I can be wrong. Do you have that? Can you give me the date that's past 119? Or is the date you're talking about on 119 like we're talking about now? That's my question.
Yes, and absolutely. As we resolved and established earlier, that absolutely does exist, and it was not a priority due to the situation, right? that I did not need to provide that to you right away. It could happen after this discussion with Virgo. And so I
agree.
I still not have been given the opportunity to even look it up. And I'm still in the process of doing it. And just like as I recorded in the after show with the fucking manipulation, the same tactics that you did earlier about this exact same situation for over a fuck.
Oh my fucking God, dude. Are you going to come up with it or not? We're not sitting through this shit.
You're a hell of a lot more
going to come up
patient
with
man
it
than I
not.
am.
You're going to come up with it now, the day, or you can say, no, I will look it up later. That's all we're looking for, bud.
We're going to
That's all we're
prove your
looking for.
true fucking character and how you're manipulating.
Okay, I double
I don't
peeled
think
that.
he's not really learning here. So we gave him his last opportunity to come up here. He's just being stupid. So we're just done with that. Mars, you have an you have an opportunity whenever you decide you want to do that. But I'm telling you, you're not going to find it because I looked. Because you didn't show up on my Derek Chauvin one. I looked that up. The next time you're there is on when Innocent Auditors there and you come up to his defense is the next time I see you on one of my panels. And that is 2 panels later. There was 2 panels in between that. No, actually maybe it was one or 2 panels that happened in between that panel and the one where you showed up to defend Innocent Auditor. So and I looked at that panel and you didn't get blocked on that panel. So, and the other 2 panels, the Derek Chauvin panel, you didn't show up there either that I saw. And then there was one that AK took over, but I'm pretty sure I didn't look at that one, but I'm pretty sure that's not the one you got fucking you got due for because I wasn't really on that one. So yeah, there's nothing there for you on that one. So again, when you decide to come up with it, then you come up with it. And then you'll see that you got blocked, not because of Anna Von Reitz, but because of what you're saying about Virgo. It's just really that simple. Okay? That's just it. Now I'm gonna let you back up one time. And if you come back up, you're going back in until we're in the show.
Yeah, I don't know why you decided to go circular with this because we already had this conversation and came to a resolution earlier today. And so I thought that things you said that you had evidence. I got blocked at that conversation that Hank told you I was breaking terms of service. And Hank just now said that it's a few minutes before where you started that you guys had that conversation that you say never
It wasn't that conversation.
That you say that you say never transpired. That you say never transpired, and Hank says did just a few minutes before.
But
now,
it wasn't
all
the
you would have to
conversation we
do
remember.
to prove me wrong is go to that conversation.
Okay.
If I go to that conversation, and it shows that's not what we talked about, you'll agree that you are blocked because of fucking what's her face, right?
Yeah, if you can
I'm getting your word right now.
If you could go a few minutes before 1 hour and 45 minutes and show that conversation transpired a few minutes before, as Hank claims.
No. We're not going by what Hank claims. We're going by what I'm telling you. I heard.
No, we are because it was a 3-way conversation.
No.
Me,
Listen to me. Hank is not remembering it correctly. I'm letting you know we had a conversation. I'm letting you know we had a conversation. It was not related to Anna Von Reitz. It wasn't related to Virgo either.
Okay, it was about me breaking terms of service for providing misinformation.
It wasn't about that either.
Did that conversation not happen, Hank?
It happened at one point. I'm not sure if it's on this stream or some other stream, but
okay, you just claimed it was a few minutes prior to the 1 hour and 45 minute mark.
I believe it was. If this is the right stream.
Okay. Fair.
Okay, look.
But
hold on, Ryan. Look. I'm going to show you my live stream since you are just like, I don't know. You're just being really weird about this. Here we go.
I'm really weird.
I'm gonna share audio.
Facts.
We're gonna share the audio here. Here we go.
Hashtag
look.
Facts matter.
Wait, where is it? This. No, that's not it. Hold on. Wait. It is. Yeah, it is this one. This is the stream that we just watched right here. Okay.
Okay. Could you go to a few minutes?
You didn't. You definitely didn't. You definitely didn't. No, I should take that back. That's not the stream. It was. No, it was here. No, it was here. Right here. Live with KTV. This is the one where you did, okay? You weren't here. I verified that.
I wasn't in the chat. You verified it by checking, which I would have been removed because I was blocked, right?
So then that means you didn't get blocked there.
So I'm asking you to refer to the conversation with Hank because I remember, as a matter of fact, that I was blocked at the point you and Hank had the conversation that I was breaking terms of service for providing misinformation.
No,
Means that's the same type of tactic that.
That was not what was said. And I don't know. I don't really have know. Shame on me. I should know better.
You can play it at 2 times speed to cover more distance until we hear.
Well,
Yeah.
Riveting.
We're like so proud of.
Can I get an instant report number?
What they're doing now is they're
Shine their lights into cars.
Squash.
Ace Ventura said it best.
But they're just pieces of shit. The way they treat the police.
Yes. Now Doofy knows you're live. Why is he going live?
Why would you endanger our lives like
Go
that?
all out? What's that mean?
We're not endangering your life.
If you hit the cog, you can go up to 2 times speed.
Sounds like a veiled threat to me.
Oh, this is the dumb sucker that was out with Patty.
2 times, not 0.2 times. Oops.
Hey, cat girl.
I think it's
What's up, Kick?
Hello.
Hey, Kick.
Hey, Kick.
I have anyone with me right now.
I called the police on this fault that night.
I just did. Don't fucking touch it. Don't you put your light in my face, cocksucker. You come around here like that, I'm not there.
I think it was an Omaha video. Have you already heard? Are you okay with that?
What was that?
You should have cited DMX because that was presented as your own.
Okay.
Oh, you said the little one was there.
Yeah, you said the little one.
Yeah, she
Thanks
might be
for
here, but she can't hear that shit. I mean, she'll hear me.
Well, then why
Okay,
did you
remember.
announce she was here?
Yeah, why now? I thought you were saying it for our benefit so we wouldn't have that would be
No. I thought y'all heard her go, hi.
It sounds fucking funny in 2 times speed.
No.
So do I.
Okay, there we go.
We just
So
saw
do
a
I.
turbot in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, her first word was fuck Glen Serio.
Nice.
I'm joking.
Yeah, petroleum jelly. What do you use that for?
Hey.
Weirdo?
Hank's right.
Hey, okay.
All right, here we go. Let's continue.
You like getting fucked, I guess.
Is that Patty I hear in the background?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, likely Jones.
I informed
This
the
is
police about
gonna be their new thing. They realized when they got the cops called, Earl got arrested, like we have gold. We found our new thing to do, and now this is all they do, huh?
Yep.
Yes, they're gonna meet the wrong homeowner.
Yeah.
Probably all dried up.
Hank, you do not sound very different in 2 times speed, Hank. Just letting you know right now.
Yes, the homeowner's gonna meet their First Amendment and see them with a Second Amendment.
Veiled threats. Such a hypocrite.
Stay the fuck off our land. We're not even on your land, asshole. We're not on your land. You were. No, we weren't. You were right fucking there. This piece of shit tried to light my face. We got it all recorded.
When they're gonna walk down the road, someone just got doing a fat line of coke, and they're gonna get in trouble.
You're such a shit. Oh, good lord. Give it to your wife before you get in trouble.
Some of the shit we say during our live stream, just like wow. Oh, listen to Patty trying to sound all tough, trying to sound like he's brave.
Do what your wife says until you're behind closed doors where you can beat her on recording.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're such a
One day they're gonna be
philanthropist.
shining light through a drug, one of the drug.
Maybe you should
houses.
start a GoFundMe
It's
for me.
cops and blast them.
Pat, if anything really does happen, Patty will holler cut. Bring in Omaha. Okay, get up front.
Omaha
Omaha went home last night.
Omaha was there.
Omaha's there.
Omaha was there.
Oh, look,
Yes.
it's right there. You see it right there.
That's Patty.
Oh, that's Patty?
Yeah, but Omaha's there.
I called the cops on these fuckers.
That doesn't look round enough to be Patty.
Yeah,
he
it
looks
is.
too skinny. Oh, wow. He looks
But more than that, one of these days they're going to run into somebody.
That's Omaha.
Yeah.
We're the government. We're here to
He's
help
there.
you.
Yeah, that's Omaha unless Patty lost a lot of weight and got a real dark tan.
Even somebody can't say fuck
He's got
Omaha.
gloves on.
Yeah, but see the wrist?
Suck Omaha!
This video is from a few days ago, but Omaha went home last night and got stopped twice on the way home for reckless driving.
Jeez.
That's why
Your mom or whoever she is. You're in my face.
Listen, you hear Omaha. You can hear him.
Yeah.
I think Omaha's going for getting arrested in all 50 states.
Hey, you're gonna get arrested. You're gonna get hurt. Okay, you don't like it, bitch. Hey, what's our Liberty signs? Liberty signs.
We don't even know where Liberty signs are.
Yeah, go ahead. Look it up.
So you're just walking around our neighborhood looking
No,
for
it's not your
trouble?
neighborhood. No, you
Yes.
get that right. It's not your neighborhood.
It is my
No, it's not your neighborhood. It's our.
I swear to God, he just said it's our neighborhood.
Okay, where's your
What?
fucking house?
What? Oh my god! So this is a public neighborhood, guys. Newsflash:
the taxpayer paid for these streets, so
tax-
it's our neighborhood.
Exactly, it's their neighborhood because the taxpayers paid for it. And yeah, get the fuck out of
Fuck
here.
Omaha!
Get it right.
I'm not gonna answer those questions, ma'am.
Because I don't.
That's just like I know all the neighbors. You don't live here.
Oh
Does he have like a map of the United States on his wall of his really shitty apartment where on every state he just staples
Thanks
the
for
arrest
confirming
warrants?
your
And he's
intent.
gotten like
Maybe
those
you
orders
are a
books, you know,
problem.
where you get the quarter from each state.
He's not that smart.
Okay, he's got a passport that he stamps every time he gets arrested in that state.
Fuck Omaha!
In certain states, he's got the state map, and he's trying to get all the counties down.
I wasn't on panel when I was.
Really, 2 minutes in, it's already comedy gold. Yeah, there's Omaha.
Oh yeah, let's see.
Oy
Victor
vey.
Whiskey 0118.
You guys are having way too much fun.
I wish I do a walk. What you gonna do, Patty? What you gonna do?
To make it an even fight, they need to go wake up their toddler to fight Patty.
They do.
No self-respecting adult would expose their child to that, no matter how much their child is.
Oh, wow.
This or summer kick was on.
Well, you're calling another man with a gun. Come on. Fuck out of here.
I would love to see somebody like you gotta fucking like, you just robbed me. I'm gonna call the cops. Oh come on, you're gonna call a man with a gun? What's up with that? Like really, come on, guys.
You know, pray to God they never meet my husband because these guys are being nice.
Okay. They really. I mean, I know we say it all the time. We do, and we say, "Oh, they're gonna run into the wrong person." Unfortunately, fortunately for them, that hasn't happened yet. And I guess with how long we discussed it, it hasn't happened. It kind of makes you wonder, maybe it won't happen. What do you guys think? Because it hasn't happened. We keep saying it, but it doesn't.
I'd be nice and polite as I help him into the trunk of their car.
Patrick's too big of a pussy.
He is.
And apparently,
Also,
the
I think-
dude is that's filming with them is also as far as back as he is. And
Omaha is the bait.
going to get shot.
Omaha's the bait. They already proved that with Patty and Earl in the truck the other day, watching Omaha bait the cops with his hand in his pocket.
That was not the only video that
Oh no, it's not. But that proves the point, though, Hank.
Yep.
The video of them fighting?
Well, it proves a point, though, right? I know, Baby Shark. It proves a point that if those two are sitting in the truck or a car, or whatever, waiting for Omaha to get tagged by the cops, then that means that that's the same type of tactic that people can use to attack the police.
Right on, A-dubs.
I don't know about anybody else, but I think it just added so much to the argument to have Baby Shark in the background.
Mrs. Kick shouldn't have left the house.
You don't like it, don't do it to me.
Mr.
Quit it. You're antagonizing me. You're asking for it. Now it is, but it wasn't. Now what? Horseshit. It was over here and then earlier. All right, don't call the police for anything. No,
Those 30 seconds of my commentary was more interesting than all of Accountability Angels video. I just want to point that out.
Yeah. That was pretty.
It wasn't my commentary. It was the baby singing. That's really what it was.
I just want to say the dispatcher was really nice and thanked me for telling them their information.
Nice. Right on.
I didn't know the third guy, but
which
Floyd and Patty both had their information handed over to them.
Get rid of criticism, right, Sassy? The truth
Patty
is not afraid of
to read his
criticism.
body language, because if he doesn't move out with the quickness, he's going to get his ass stomped. That homeowner is a gnat's hair away from swinging.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Well, he assaulted him. We're just walking in the neighborhood, and he just got all hands on him.
Well, you wouldn't need to invoke the fifth if you weren't doing anything illegal, or that would get you in trouble, right?
No.
Exactly.
Quit trying to plead for a fifth right now. Argument.
I know. Shame on me. I should know better.
Damn logical guy.
I know, right? Logic. Hold my camera.
Is that the auditor equivalent to hold my beer?
Yeah, I think so. Hold my camera.
If he'd have been closer to my side of town where he was, I would have went over there and slashed his tires.
That'd been great, Odin. I'm Sasquatch.
I'm not Odin. Don't ever.
I know Sasquatch. Sorry, Sasquatch. Sorry.
I'll bop you on top of the head and watch your feelings drop.
I can. They won't let me, Adam.
I'd remove all his lug nuts.
We'll let you, Mars. You're more than welcome
Actually,
to.
I
If
do
you
have
want
one
to
of
pull
the
it up. Pull it up.
Corey
Red?
numbers.
Justinian Deception. Pull it up, please.
Pull it up. You said you're willing to pull it up, so go ahead.
Oh.
If they want to know why we're watching this stream, if you got proof, let's
Yeah,
watch
yeah.
it.
As we discussed, I thought you had a clear understanding. Maybe you need a mental health evaluation, but
Well, no, you weren't talking to you. Weren't
as we
talking
discussed
to
earlier,
Adam?
it'll take
You
me
weren't
some
talking
time.
to Adam.
It'll take me some time to cue it up. And
So you weren't talking to Adam. You weren't talking to Adam in chat.
Oh, I was talking to Adam.
Well, then you said they won't let you bring it up. Well, I'm allowing you to bring it up.
Yeah, I thought that he was talking about the argument, not necessarily. I didn't know he was talking about this. But yeah, I do have evidence of this as well, and I will bring it up. Kenny and I had a very reasonable discussion towards the end about how it wouldn't be a reasonable expectation for me to have that right at this moment. But he said he'd give me time to locate
And I
it.
will.
And he said that he said.
Oh my God, no! Shut up. I was asking because you said to Adam, and I thought you were talking about that. If you weren't talking about then that's different. But you're not going to go off of that bullshit right now. So that's just all that is.
What I was talking to Adam about was the proof to my argument to say that Anna von Reitz is not a fraud.
But that wasn't what he was saying.
Okay, I misunderstood. Sorry.
There we go.
You put it on Drew and just do it real fast.
I was thinking that same thing. I was thinking that same thing. He's trying to become Josh in Josh's absence. What's Mars talking about now? You know, related. All right, here we go. Shit, I forgot what I was doing. Oh, here we go. Back it up a second or two. That's probably too far, but oh well.
Remove all of his lug nuts.
Actually, I do have one of them valve core removers.
Yeah, I will, Adam. I have my comments that have been removed from here.
Put it on Drew and just do it real fast.
I have it on screen recording.
I was thinking that same thing. I was thinking that same thing. He's trying to become Josh in Josh's absence. What's Mars talking about now? Even related? It's not related to anything.
Yeah, that's fine, Boston. If I'm a fraud, then so is your friend Virgo.
Again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Send him on his way. All he's going to do is just.
See, at this point, you're not blocked.
Correct.
Because we can see you in chat.
Interrupt things.
Oh, he's good as long as he doesn't go against TOS. Maybe that's what you're talking about when you're talking about TOS. I just said you're good.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is very specific. Okay, you and Hank had a conversation that I cited.
Hold on.
All right.
Hold on.
All right. Sorry.
And you said thank you after I said that because I'm letting you know you're good as long as you don't break TOS. So, but
okay, I remember a specific conversation between you and Hank. Hank told you that I was breaking TOS for providing misinformation. Hank remembered that conversation earlier today.
I wish I owned a company that rents out those big spotlights.
And you made the claim that it never transpired.
Events like that. And find out where these guys are and just bring that big old spotlight down and say, you want to see some white boy?
Well, what Patty's carrying around is a handheld version.
No, that's one.
I know.
If it's in my head, it's in Hank's head.
Did I show you guys the most
Hank
powerful
agreed this
flashlight in the world?
conversation happened. I'm not making this shit up.
Coming up.
The title for this video gives Karen's a bad name.
Yeah.
Oh, worst name. Sorry.
They had every right to be upset.
Agreed earlier today.
Every right.
Well, there's an SLMO video where he was confronted by Karen, and I was torn of who to root for. Yeah, that's not a normal flashlight.
There you go, Kenny. It's in private chat.
All right. Like I said, Mars, I do remember the conversation happening, but earlier today I couldn't find it.
So proud to disturb us.
But I did find that I deleted you because of what you said about Virgo. I don't remember you saying anything about Anna von Reitz, to be honest with you.
Okay, what I'm referring to is the conversation that transpired between you and Hank.
Oh, I told him that they got arrested for disturbing the peace.
We all agreed. We were all in agreement earlier today that happened.
Okay, but hold on, listen. Let's say that we find it here. Okay, that doesn't change the fact that you were removed from banning because at 1 minute 55 seconds you're still in chat. So even if that conversation happened, you were banned there, right?
It depends on where that conversation happened. So if you could find that conversation, I think that would answer a lot of your questions because that's where you said, okay,
for evidence.
I'm blocking you.
But they wouldn't do it.
But I didn't block you. If If it's anywhere before 155, you obviously weren't blocked.
Okay,
because you got blocked at 155.
I don't know where in the video, or I would have told you. All right, let's find that conversation, and we'll go from there.
Confiscate that. That would be a financial chunk out of his pocket because they're like $400, $500.
I think old HBO Matt gave those guys though.
No, my butt does not hurt. My brain hurts. Oh, stomach hurts. My muscles hurt. But my butt does not hurt.
Or the dislike if you dislike, that's fine too. Give him a break, guys.
Kick, you're being called out.
I don't have to acknowledge bullshit.
All right, so coming up right around.
Remain irrelevant, please.
Yeah, Patty's flashlight is what, maybe 10,000 lumens, 15,000 lumens, maybe.
Hey, Mars Life, go get Judge Van Wright.
We'll get it from Google
on us.
Oh wait.
Okay, so that makes me think you did say something about Judge Anna, but as you saw, you weren't even timed out for that.
She's not a judge. She can't do that.
Oops, I forgot.
The homeowner, binary, the homeowner has it.
I'm telling you, I was timed out after Hank told you I was breaking terms of service for spreading
talking against Virgo.
For spreading misinformation. So
talking about Virgo, yes, that's why you were timed out. That's never gonna. The stance is never gonna change, regardless of the semantics.
As soon as you find that conversation, it solves everything.
I got really boring really quickly. No, it doesn't. Part was good though. No, it doesn't. So what do you guys think, Hank? You want to know why it doesn't? Because if it didn't occur after 1 minute 55 seconds, then it's irrelevant. And the only thing after 1 minute 55 seconds is everyone's closing minutes because there's only 2 minutes after the video after that happened. Okay, so regardless of, we'll find it. We'll look for it, but it doesn't change a goddamn thing, Mars.
I think it does, and let me explain to you why.
There was no bleeding from any of the auditors, so it was a fail.
You can talk. I'm just playing this, and we're not wasting time.
I'm sorry, I can't talk.
They don't know what to do with themselves.
I know, but we're gonna be here forever if we keep doing this. So I'm letting you know right now, dude, it ain't changing. I blocked you at 1 minute 55 seconds. If any conversation was held before, it's invalid because you were still active at 1 minute 55 seconds. Does that not make sense to you?
What evidence? Yeah, what you're saying makes sense to me. But what evidence do you support the fact that you blocked me at 1 minute and 55 seconds, which is actually you're claiming, which is you're misspeaking, but it's 1 hour and 55 minutes. But carry on.
1 hour 55 minutes. You were, because I said you're done. That's you're done. If I say you're done, you're done. You're gone.
Okay. All right. It's
that. I mean, this has nothing to do with protecting anyone's First Amendment rights. You know,
and if you're blocked
that. This is
before
simply, what they're doing now is they're turning to the IRL crowd, in real life crowd. They're not auditing anymore. At least this group is not auditing anymore. Now they're just out there filming and trying to cause as much trouble and mayhem as they possibly can.
Well, in this case, the judging from the body language of the homeowner, the cops got there in just enough time to save them from getting their ass whooped.
Yeah, absolutely. Because Patty, as soon as the guy started walking towards him, Patty, you notice how his tune changed. He stopped being and trying to persuade him to come at it. Oh, you're actually coming. Oh, actually, I got something. Since you don't believe I blocked you at 155, right? At 146, you got your final warning. That means you were there in chat talking.
I'm not arguing that I was there at 146, and I'm not arguing that I was there at 155. I'm telling you that I was blocked at the moment that Hank told you I was breaking terms of service for spreading misinformation. So if you could find that conversation, it will show you proof because of your response to Hank. Will prove exactly what I'm telling you.
Well, keep your trap shut long enough for him to find it.
I will relax long enough for him to find it.
IRL stands for in real life. It won't prove a damn thing.
That's what I said earlier. They're getting forward and they don't have anything else to do. So now Patrick admitted, I think it was on a video that Frog has, that they shine their lights into cars and on houses. And then it gets the attention of the homeowner and they call the police and that gets the ball rolling.
Mm-hmm. And where do all these tyrant cops? Not one of them pulled out a taser.
Oh, no. No one told them they couldn't film. Their rights were not violated at all.
And they did go to them first to get their side of the story.
Oh, play that one. I got it time-stamped and everything.
All right, hold on. Oh, you're talking about the brightest light?
Yeah.
Is it audio?
No.
Why can't we have a faster speed?
It's just interesting.
No, I think that'll get me a... I don't know. I think that's going to get me a strike, so we're just not going to do that.
Well, anyways, it's got 1,414,224 lumens.
Gee, Lemons.
Binary. I don't care what Kenny says, but if you bring the fight to somebody who's not here, like Virgo, I will hide you.
You were just timed out for talking about Virgo. No, don't hide him. If he hasn't said anything that is not against TOS, he's good to say what he wants.
I'm tired of him hopping channel to channel.
I understand that,
somebody that's not there to defend themselves.
I understand that, Hank, but that's not how we're doing it on this channel. If he hasn't done anything against TOS, he's good. That is a conversation you heard. You were specifically not blocked.
Continue the conversation. Continue, because that's.
Let me see if I can unhide him. I guess. Look at the time. 1 minute 29 seconds. Regardless of what happens, you were there at 1:46. Does that not? I mean, what's hard to compute about that, buddy? Seriously, I don't understand why you don't get this. You might have heard what you heard and whatever, and we talked about it. And we're just talking about it right there. The point is, you were wrong because you were there at 1:46 and again at 1:55. You understand?
Yeah, I understand the point that you're making. I totally understand.
So then
I came in under other accounts. That's a fact, right?
Actually, I don't know. They said you did, but I don't know your account, so I don't know, honestly.
Okay, and so look, as we discussed earlier, you'll have to have the patience for me to bring up the recordings that I have and show to you what I experienced. We have, and as you stated yourself, until then, we'll have to agree to disagree.
Actually, Mars, since I don't know that you have fake accounts, the fact that I'm calling you Mars tells me that your name that I blocked was Mars. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
If I don't know, if I don't have know that you have different accounts, then I'm only going off of the name I'm blocking. Correct?
No, but you're saying that that's not when I was blocked. Because
you weren't blocked here.
Because I was still in the chat later, right?
Because he just said timed you out. Mods don't have the power to block. Only I do.
Right. I remember the conversation that transpired precisely. Hank told you that I was breaking terms of service.
That he just said, which he just said, and we had that conversation right there. You were not blocked.
Said it many a
timed
time.
Out. You were timed out.
Right. He has said it many of times. All right.
The point is you were timed out, not blocked.
But you're making the point that could not have been blocked because I was addressed in chat later, right?
Because he cannot block you, and I didn't block you then. I would have said I'm blocking you, and you got your final warning at 1 minute 46 seconds. What is so hard to understand about that,
Because I came in under a sock account, right?
Again, how do I know? I don't know this. I'm going off of what I see in chat, buddy.
Okay.
I'm going off of Mars.
Don't trust me. Just have the fucking patience for me to bring up my recordings and show you.
You were there under Mars.
Earlier today, this was not a priority right now. You said
Mars. Look. What name is that right there? What name is that? Please tell me.
Mars Life. I'm gonna drop.
Is that your sock, buddy? Is that your fucking sock?
I have a whole lot of socks.
And yes, there.
I have
You're
socks
fucking there. You
Mars
piece of
Life.
shit. You're fucking there. You're fucking there. You weren't blocked. Stop your shit. You're wrong.
Okay. We'll bring up my recordings.
I'm done. That's it. That's proof right there. You're fucking there. You're so full of shit.
What does that prove? What does that prove?
You were there when you thought you got blocked?
No, I didn't say that. I've been around in your chat. I came on panel after I was blocked, right?
You did. Absolutely.
Multiple times, right? I've been around. I've been around, right? The argument is
The argument is you don't have an argument. That's the whole thing.
You don't, dude. Your argument was you got blocked when we were talking about the fact that you were doing that. We just proved that that's not the case because not only what was said, but your presence in chat. You get it?
What happened?
You don't get the difference between being timed out and being blocked.
Yeah, there's a difference. Only they can.
Just
only I can ban. They can't ban you. Only I can.
No, that's not true. Moderators can ban you.
No, they can't.
For fuck's sake!
Yes, they can.
What is he just? It's Kenny's platform. He should know what he can. He should be able to know what he can do on his platform and what he can't.
That's what hide user is.
Oh, for
It
fuck's
doesn't matter
sake.
what you say to this guy. He's just
Well,
going to take.
look, regardless of that, the fact is you were there at 1 minute 46
It's
seconds.
always regardless.
We just saw.
Then
we
why
saw
did you
at
bring
1
it up
minute,
if it's always
30
regardless? If
seconds.
it's irrelevant.
1 minute
Why can't
30
you ever
seconds.
admit you're wrong?
You were top because I'm not wrong. I can, but I'm not wrong here.
You did. You were just wrong, and you said regardless of that. You could not admit you were wrong.
How am I wrong? How am I wrong?
Mars, he went off the information you supplied. You gave him the information. You told him what time to look up. You told him where to look up. He's just debunked you again, the same as we just debunked you in the with the judge stuff. You know, it's just stop.
What is it debunk?
Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Take a breath.
Do you even know what I'm arguing? Do you even know?
Yes, I know what you're arguing. I know what you're arguing, and it's all a load of shit. Everything you say is a load of
it's a load
shit.
of shit, then articulate one piece of it.
You just told Kenny, okay, where to look for where you got banned, supposedly. You're telling him on his own channel
I didn't tell him to look where I got banned. I told him to verify.
Shut up.
And
I
we
told him to
verified.
verify.
You just
I told him to
verified.
verify where they said I got banned.
You
And
just
it was
verified.
verified. It was just verified.
It is not verified.
It is
How?
verified.
It's verified.
How? How is it verified?
Where
did
my God, how many times do we have to say this? The time that we're talking about the TOS, you were still in chat. We just looked. You just verified your own name in the chat. So your messages were still being shown, which means you were not what?
Play the video. All right.
You were not what?
How did you come up with?
You were not what?
How did you come up with that?
You were not what?
How did you come up with that? How did you come up with that screenshot? How did you come up with that screenshot if my comments were removed?
You were not what? I don't know, dude. I'm looking at the live chat. That's a live chat.
How did you
go
come
and see
up
the
with
live
that
chat?
screenshot if
It's
I
not
was
a screenshot. It's not a screenshot.
If my comments were removed,
You're not
if
even
I would
listening
have
to
been
me. You're
banned.
not even listening. God damn it. You're not even listening to me. It's not a screenshot. It's the live chat. Do you understand the difference between a screenshot and a live chat? It's the live chat. It's not a fucking screenshot. Do you understand now?
Right. So then obviously I wasn't banned at that point, right? Because my comments
And
were
we
still
just
there.
we just talked about the TOS. So your argument is invalid.
Hey, Kenny, I think you're hiring the same crew that hides the court records.
I guess so. Good Lord. Hi, Virgo.
Hey, Kenny, can I just say something real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
So I've been watching the last, 40 minutes or so since I got back from what I was having to go do. And I have to say that I just figured out what's really going on with Mars. So the bottom line here is this is not really about Anna. This isn't about any of the sob sit stuff. For the last literal 47 minutes, Mars has kept you guys so far off base, yelling at him and trying to find something that's completely irrelevant to your followers, that he feels accomplished at this point.
I do.
He's a mastermind troll. And if you keep him on your channel, this is the kind of stuff that you're going to be dealing with on a regular basis. And quite frankly, the people that are in the chat are pissed.
Oh, you give me too much credit. I'm the mastermind.
So my thought on this would be to really seriously think about what I just said to you, because there's a reason why it's a consistent argument. Every single thing is a consistent argument because his point is to aggravate and agitate and get you triggered.
I could say the same about you.
You know what's funny, Virgo?
You understand what I'm saying?
Virgo, when you left, it's funny. He finally brought up some actual evidence, and you want to know what his evidence proved? That Miss Anna Von Reitz is inconsistent in her own beliefs, and he looked like a fucking idiot.
It doesn't surprise me because there's no real actual studying there. What the point was to agitate. That's what his whole thing is about. That's what a troll does. They try to keep people off balanced and keep people's attention on them. And that's exactly what he does when he's on your panel. Yep. He keeps attention on him no matter what, whether it's he'll argue anything. And when you've shown a fact or whatever, he'll just go around about and make a straw man argument and punch at something else. It's a tactic that most trolls will use. But the sad part about it is not so much that, it's fine. You get on here, you argue, and it's all, funny and everything, like prior to you trying to close out the stream. But when it gets to the point that the people that are in the actual chat are getting irritated and walking away from your stream, now it's affecting your channel.
You're right. No, you're right. I feel what you're saying.
I mean, that's just, I'm just trying to let you know what's going on from the standpoint of those that are watching. When it becomes no longer enjoyable to those that you are creating for, that suggests a definite problem that needs to be dealt with.
The chat seems to be getting a lot of joy out of me.
No, I don't think so. They want you to go. Okay, look, Mars, look, I've given you the proof you need for that. And if it's not proof for you, I think everyone else in here is more than convinced of why you were booted. If you want to prove me wrong or Hank wrong or whatever, then the onus now falls on you to come up with that. Because as of right now, we are right. We are done. I'm going to give you a chance to come up here and say goodbye. But if it's any more than goodbye, I'm going to put you down. I'm just not having it today.
So, Kenny, if you want evidence of that, just take a look at the chat right now.
Yep. Oh, I agree. Yeah, I know. So here's your chance to say bye, bud.
I'm going to hang out still.
Okay. Anyway.
No, you're not. Bye.
Thank God he's gone.
Hi, Shiva.
You just put him in the basement, or you kick him all the way out?
I just put him in the basement because I don't know, because I don't want to ban him completely. I don't like doing that. Not from StreamYard. I'm gonna reban from the channel because I just did it only so I could see him talk, so he would let me know that he was on panel. Oh, Lord have mercy. I just want to say I'm very sorry, Virgo. I mean, I thought it might go this way, but I mean, holy crap.
Hey, no, it's not a problem at all. It's just that when we got past the 2-hour mark, I had something that I had already scheduled that I needed to take care of. And, the point had already been proven anyway. I mean, the bottom line is, it's very clear to everyone that Anna is fraudulently claimed that she was a judge, that she is clearly not. And that's just the bottom line. You're never going to get someone who is an expert troll who is using it as a means to keep the attention on them, negative attention or not, to agree to anything. You can't teach a person like that something, because the chances are very, very great that Mars is already fully aware that this is nothing but a bunch of bullshit. He's simply using it.
Mars, I'm gonna have to kick you from the studio. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna have to kick you from the studio, Mars, because someone's actually trying to get in that might have something useful to say. You're not banned, you're kicked.
So I keep finding myself in this sort of position. But I'm not sure that Mars is a troll. I'm going to be honest. I think he probably believes what he's saying.
Oh, he may not identify himself as a troll either, but he plays the perfect role of one because he requires consistent narcissistic supply.
So I just wanted to compare and tell you, Kenny Klein, you have now been added to the list of Mars. Now you will be trolled by Mars, so-called troll, but it's more like harassed, because you did not see his narrative, and he gave you every opportunity to. He presented you all his evidence, and you decided not to look at it. I just want to let you know you will be now targeted by Mars.
He's been here before. He's blocked from the channel because
you're about 3 months late.
He was saying too much crap that was inaccurate, and to be fair, the stream we were playing, Virgo, was way before he ended up apologizing to you that one time. But to be even more fair, I was hearing that he was saying how he was going to expose you on other people's panels for
this has been very consistent. I've gotten reports back of the same thing. He'll leave and call me a scammer again, but that's what trolls do.
So do you think he's trolling?
I don't think he's trolling. I honestly think he thinks he's right. I think he's just. I don't think he's trolling, but I think that he knows he's wrong, and then he's just gonna argue it. And I know I'm wrong, but I'm just gonna keep going. So I guess in a sense he is trolling, but I don't think he's doing it as a smart troll. It's not like a smart troll.
Well, I never accused him. Wait, I never accused him of being smart.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Now, don't put
Well,
words
he's
in my mouth.
admitted he's not
fair
that
enough.
smart.
Fair enough.
That was good.
He hasn't really. I mean, he's been doing this ever since I've seen him on panels for the last couple of years. It's the same thing. He just argues and argues and argues. You're right. I don't think he actually knows what he's on about half the time, because he backpedals and he backpedals and he backpedals when he's proved wrong, and then refuses to say that he's actually wrong. You know, it's just. But he's been doing.
I didn't say that I know that he knows he's a troll. I think that he knows the majority of the things that he's spewing with regards to Anna's beliefs are not true anymore. He's been shown enough proof. I think that, he is just one that loves the attention, negative or not. And it provides him with that, like I said, it's a narcissistic supply he's getting. Consistent attention at Kenny's expense.
There is another possible explanation for Mars's truculence with regards to evidence that disproves his position, and that's that there has been research that indicates that when people are presented with evidence that flatly proves them wrong, rather than accepting the evidence and changing their viewpoints, they'll double down.
Yeah, they call it doubling down on stupid.
And there's also evidence of Dunning-Kruger, and we could be dealing with that.
Yes. Dunning-Kruger, I know him well. I live life according to his principles.
Kenny, I think you need to change the header on this from Virgo versus Dunning-Kruger.
Good one. I might have to borrow that one, Morgie.
Oh, so when are you going to update the thing on the letter? Because I think you and Artie should totally do take on his letter and just fucking rip it apart.
Yeah, I'll talk to Artie about it. We might be able to do that.
I think that would be fantastic. I think everyone would love to see that because they want to see Artie do it, but then you just have a good way of doing it too. So I think you guys would work wonders together.
That would probably be a lot of fun for Artie and I. And this in the chat that I wanted to address real quick says, notice how he laughed when he was confronted. And that's exactly what he did, because he was keeping you guys going, getting you reared up and excited and all ginned up. And he was feeling pretty relevant there for a minute.
Yeah.
The problem is I don't think they actually realize how stupid they actually come across. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you're actually proving how ignorant you are in the whole stream of life. It's just complete and utter ignorance. It's scary actually that there are people out there that are that ignorant.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I could tell what soon to Beta what he would do was to try and get a reaction or one, and that I would try not to sound annoyed like everybody else would, because I want to get that to affect them. But yeah, the turn to a train wreck real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And Virgo, I look at you did a great job ripping him with your information. I do think he's still in denial about stuff and not even funny. I'm surprised he didn't go off on me or anything.
Well, thank you, Kat. I appreciate that. Very kind compliment. Thank you.
You did great. He had 2 weeks prepared. I don't know if he sat there twiddling his thumbs or what.
Well, it clearly was not that important to him.
No, it wasn't.
He had a massive amount of information in front of him that he could have used. If it had been me and I was on the opposing side, I certainly would have been doing several attempts at debunking it myself. to see at least what avenues the other party was going to take, but that's just me.
Oh, I think the concept of trying to disprove your own hypothesis is going to be lost on this community, Virgo.
Oh, okay. I will stop there.
So I didn't get. I just now get tuning in. I was doing some other stuff, but did he bring any evidence whatsoever up here by chance?
Fuck no.
I mean,
The one piece of evidence that he did bring actually cast more doubt upon him and Anna. At first, Anna was saying how the U.S. was corporations, but then he showed a 2-minute live stream where she said it wasn't corporations. It couldn't have been corporations. So he showed Anna contradicting herself and
Twice.
essence him contradicting himself.
Twice. The first time he did it was when he brought up the letter that clearly said that she was claiming to be a Alaska State Superior Court judge.
Yep.
Yeah, or as he called the actual lack of days.
I just wondered because the last time I had him on my panel, well, not the last time, the first time that before I knew Mars, but I didn't know Mars. That makes sense. And I gave him, I rendered him about 5 hours, 6 hours of my time.
Like me,
over 3
you were
emails.
like me. You were like me. I heard of him, but I didn't know him. Now I know him.
Well, yeah, but Joe Cool jumped up there and didn't tell me that since I didn't agree with his narrative, that he's now going to go around and put my name in. He will go to other people's chats out of this community and talk trash about you and try to get them to come at you.
Oh,
I've watched him do it to me.
Okay.
It's amazing.
It's okay.
Well, Joe Cool could have told me that was going to happen, and I could have prepared for it. But I mean, I didn't need to prepare. But I'm just saying, it would have been nice if Joe Cool had told me. I'm just saying.
The other thing I love that he was bringing up the 2 wombats from Australia who've been debunked and even basically thrown out of court. The court told them that they were a bunch of fucking retards.
But Morgan, it's relevant.
I'm going to be honest, that really did my head in when it transpired. It was talking about a fucking Australian case.
I know.
I was like, what the drop become part of the Did I miss the memo?
I'm surprised you're able to keep your composure when you read that.
I know you did a great job.
That the United States government was run by Britain.
Oh, well, I didn't manage to keep my composure entirely. Like a little chuckle slipped out.
You were giggling pretty good there for a minute.
Well, it was when he said, I mean, it was kind of ridiculous. Like it was, I mean, in the UK, we'd call it Freeman on the land nonsense, and in the States, I think you'd call it sovereign citizen nonsense. But when it got to that the British still own America.
Yeah, you lost it for a minute.
Hey Mars, I'll take a bet with you. How long do you want to bet that before he finds out who all your sock accounts are, you start getting banned? How long do you think it's going to take?
Is there a sock account in here?
Yeah, he's got one of his socks in here. I think
He's
got
not banned.
Socks
I don't know
together.
why he's not banned yet. I haven't banned him. Unless someone timed him out. Did someone time him out or something?
Oh, I don't know. I can't see. I just know he's got a sock account in here.
I don't know why he shouldn't.
Have you lot encountered sovereign citizens before, like in terms of trying to engage with them?
No,
because I'm going to be honest. Mars is not atypical. He is, in my experience, typical of sovereign citizens in that they're kind of circular, closed-minded, won't listen to any actual evidence, or they'll just kind of dismiss it. If you bring court cases or statutes, they'll just kind of dismiss all that.
So like frauditors.
There is when I first came across when I first came across the auditing community, the similarities between auditors and Freeman on the land or sovereign citizens was quite clear to me. Like, yeah, I mean they're different, but.
Well, I look at frauditors as basically sort of like an alt-light sovereign citizen. They're basically the entry level. They're the entry level sov cits. This is where they start, and then they, as we've seen, a few of them have keep going further and further. And what, 6 of them were picked up at the Capitol riots.
Well, you've got Eric Brandt, who is a full on soft sit.
And the thing is, there hasn't been a single court case, as far as I'm aware, that has been fought and won on sovereign citizen principles.
No, nothing.
Not a single fucking one.
Not one.
Now, however, I agree with you there, but I saw this. There's this video out there on YouTube right now that is showing a soft sit successfully argue his way out of a ticket and driving off without a license and without license plates.
And
it looks legit.
There are actually 3 of them, and 2 of them that I'm aware of are falsified.
Really? Okay. The one I saw looked legit, but it seemed like the officer himself was a fucking soft sit too, or was very interested in what the dude was saying. So
or he didn't want to spend 3 hours doing paperwork on one idiot.
Or that, true.
Now, there are several sovereign citizens that have actually gotten off by dismissal, meaning that the cop didn't show up, some technical error occurred in clerical or something like that, where their case has been, just dismissed, but it didn't have anything to do with their sovereign argument.
Mm-hmm.
No, there's never been a sovereign case won on the merits. That's absolutely correct.
I think there was a document. All right, so this is a little bit of a confession. Oh, I fucking hate saying this. But I used to be kind of fairly involved in the UK version of Sovereign Citizens.
Say it ain't so, Shiva. Say it ain't so.
Well, I mean, see, the thing is, all right, so here's the thing. I actually have a lot of sympathy for the theory behind the sovereign citizen stuff, in that I do think that human beings are automatically superior and anterior to corporations, right? But that's jurisprudence. That's the philosophy of law. That's not actual law. I mean, and I think, to me, that's their biggest error, is confusing jurisprudence with jurisdiction. Yeah.
Bacon more, there he is.
See, and the thing is, this is proof right here. If you pay attention, this is proof right here that it's all about getting attention. So it's trigger words and anything that might potentially get somebody aggravated enough to say something. The only way to get rid of a person like this and stop them from doing this is to simply put them on ignore.
Yeah, it is.
So what I do is I have all his soft accounts banned. I said, I believe there's 18 of them. So about every other stream, I'll go in and ban the account he's on, and then go unban one of his sock accounts, and he has to thumb through all of his sock accounts to find which one's unbanned. It's a pretty fun game.
Nice.
Pretty fun game.
That's good stuff.
Mars, it took you 6 minutes to get out of your sock account back onto your main account, dude. You've got to get better at trolling. You look like a newbie.
Oh man. So Juan, man, thank you for you showed extreme patience when you were talking to him. And for a minute it seemed like you were getting through to him for a minute.
Well, I noticed he has a tagline when he's backed into a corner trying to escape reality. He has the tagline of, "Hey, I didn't graduate high school. I'm homeless. I'm a dumb shit. I don't know anything." No, this is his diversionary tactic that he uses.
Yeah, the victim.
Yeah,
Well,
to try to steer it away from that uncomfortable zone that he's in, and take it to a different direction. I have to agree with Shiva that he, in my experience and what I've done, and I've been debating soft sits on the internet now for about 3 years, and he is the epitome of one. He has his narrative down pat. And he thinks he is so good with it. He's like a soft sit on the roadside. He's going to educate the cop. Well, he can't. He goes in and he's going to educate us because he has this superior knowledge. And he gets off on the fact that there's an attorney here. There's all these intelligent sounding people, and he thinks that he's winning all these arguments, and that's what feeds him. And I don't know whether you can call that a troll or not.
it is a form of trolling, even though he doesn't probably recognize himself as a troll. But the majority of it is just an attention tactic.
Oh yeah, he he got to spend a lot of time with some human interaction, albeit through the internet, and he got to be the center of attention for a long time.
Which, I mean, a lot of these people that fall into the sovereign citizen movement don't even actually realize that it's a political agenda from the top down. What they actually get into it for is they feel wronged by the government, or they feel like they have been not given a fair shake, or that they didn't have, couldn't get into college for whatever reason, or something happened, and it makes them vulnerable to the movement, and they feel superior with having this, what they consider to be secret knowledge that nobody else has, because that's what's promised to them from the movement.
Well, it also gives them a self-esteem that they don't get from, the competition of life.
Right. That's right.
Poor Mars. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think this is the first time I've seen you on Kenny's panel, Andrew.
Oh, I've been up here a few times.
No, Andrew used to come on all the time. He stopped, but then I guess I don't know. He got busy. I don't know. You got busy or something. Shiva doesn't come on very often though.
I think that's partly because, and I don't really know why this is, but I initially found you slightly intimidating.
What? There's no way. I'm the nicest dude. That's what everyone says. They find me to be the least intimidating of the panel. That's why they choose me as their first. So that's kind of weird to hear, to be honest with you.
I'm a weird kind of guy.
Shiva, quit trolling.
Right.
Yeah, no,
I'm not
trolling. That's trolling.
I'm not trolling this.
That's great. That's great, trolling.
Okay, you guys, it's 11:11. It's time for me to put my tinfoil hat on. I have to go and zoom in to Anna Von Wright's podcast now. So I'll talk to y'all later. Have a wonderful
Can I get a link to that?
All right.
Take care, you guys.
You too. Thank you.
All right.
Virgo.
See you, Virgo. Thanks a lot.
See you, Virgo.
I mean, seriously, is she really going live? I don't know who this person is. This Anna, whatever her name is.
Yeah, she has a weekly podcast, and
it
might be right now. I don't. If that's where she says she's going, I believe her.
Oh yeah.
I never heard of her until Mars mentioned her the first time, and I was like, oh, let's do some research on it. I thought, why not? Let's have some fun with this. And yeah, it's all kinds of solid crap, and the more you read it, the more you understand it's solid, and it's hard to realize. It's hard to believe he doesn't realize it.
Now, I would take issue with one statement that was made, which is that he has his arguments down pat. He doesn't. I could argue the sovereign citizen position way better than, way more effectively than Mars did.
Let's hear it.
But the way he argues, it does play into keeping him, because he gets the sympathy to, instead of just bashing and trashing and dumping him. You'll get people like Kenny that will try and go the kit glove route, and Shiva did the same thing with them. And
well, I don't think any other I suppose for me, knowing that he has actual kind of physical brain damage, that actually kind of changes the whole way that I approach him, I suppose, because I can't treat him as someone like Joe Wolf, right, who is just malicious.
Shiva,
yeah, and he knows this, and he plays into it, is what I was trying to infer.
Right, yeah.
And I wasn't saying that he had his arguments down pat. I was saying he had his narrative down pat.
All right, okay, yeah.
Well, hang on, how do we know he has brain damage?
He says so.
Okay.
That's it.
I'm a millionaire, by the way.
All right, so hang on.
It definitely seems like it to me. I mean, I've had conversations with people like that, and he definitely, kind of gives me that same feel. That's just my thoughts. I mean, that's what I think.
I mean, I suppose I don't know that he has brain damage, but I'm kind of taking that at face value, which isn't to say that he does, but I mean, other people have said it as well, so I'd maybe just assumed that there'd been some documentation or it'd been somehow verified by somebody in some way.
So there's documentation that he had an accident and he bumped his head. It is very clear that he doesn't voice his opinions, as I would call them, very well. They're not very collective. They're scattered throughout. That doesn't mean he has brain damage. Nothing wrong with the boy's brain. It works just fine. Stupid is stupid. And I'm gonna kind of use Raz for an example here because I know Raz, and I don't think he'll get upset with me. Raz had a horrible accident happen to him also, and it messed with him. He had some difficulties. He's having trouble recovering. I heard him tonight on Shiva's panel, which I was in shock at how far along he's come. And congratulations, by the way, Mars, but Raz. But that's the kind of damage that Mars is trying to claim is that he's brain damaged, like he's a disability. He's not disabled. The only thing disabled about him is his stupidity.
That's a beautiful dog, by the way.
Put it out there. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, it's a beautiful dog, by the way, Brock fan. Beautiful dog.
If Mars worked hard enough and stayed on his own case instead of worrying about everybody else, Mars could overcome his inability to speak clearly and collectively.
Yeah, one of the things I know was when he realized he was getting big, how's I blame it? He seemed to like ramble more when he realized he was losing arguments.
Yeah, I will say I'm very happy with how he treated you, Cat Girl. He treated you with the utmost respect, and you were very respectful towards him. So I would have been a little upset if he would have got a little upset at you because you were being nothing but respectful to him. So I'm glad he didn't do that. So I guess that is the one good thing I will say about Mars during the stream is he treated you with respect because you deserved it.
Has anyone else noticed that each time he gets up on a panel, he'll latch on to one person that is the nice guy?
It was so funny when he was trying to say, Shiva, can you maybe explain this? And it's like Shiva just like, shut up, like I'm not getting involved in this shit.
Well, I think I'm gonna be honest, that whole stream was a bit fucking weird because I wanted to jump in at several points, especially when they were discussing logical fallacies, and I was sitting here a bit being quiet. But my role in being here was never to be part of the debate. I mean,
exactly. He really tried to get you there. I think he wanted someone that he thought. I don't know why. I guess maybe from my understanding, when you were on panel with him, you were like really nice with him, and you like kept him calm, and you did that. So I think maybe he built some sort of rapport with you, and he thought maybe you could go in and help back up his claims. I guess that's what it seemed like to me.
Which is a bit weird because I mean I do like I try to be kind with Mars because I think like for me that's the only way that's going to work. But I think I've also been clear that I fundamentally disagree with his opinion on Virgo Triad and this Anna von Reitz woman.
I agree. You laughed. That was so funny. You were like, "Oh, hold on, the Brittany thing." That was so hilarious.
Yeah, I had to. I mean, it was kind of all right for most of it, but that one line got me. That one line.
I'm amazed that you just chuckled and was able to carry on without. I would have been peeing my pants laughing so fucking hard.
I'm surprised you didn't like give pause at the talking of the corporations part. I'm like, God, he's reading this with like a straight face. Like, damn. All right, that's more than I could have done.
Well, couldn't tell what his face was. He could have been having his face all contorted.
That's true.
No, I think you'd have heard a smile. I mean, I'm smiling now, right? You can probably tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, I couldn't help but talk a bit when I one point said, "Oh no," okay. I was like, "Oh crap, I can't get mad," or someone could get mad when he Mars did that.
I will tell you this: if you're going to be on a panel with Mars and try to and actually try to get somewhere with him, and get something accomplished, you can't do it with more than one, maybe two people, because Mars automatically feels like he's being attacked, and he stays in attack mode the whole entire time.
Yeah.
I've learned that from experience with him. If you're going to have a panel, it's got to be you and him, and maybe one other, if you're lucky.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I
well,
can
the
have a
first half
conversation. Sorry, Hank. Sorry.
The first 2 hours of the debate, it was him and Virgo. Kenny was moderating, and Shiva was there to help him along with his debate. But
moral
he
support for Mars.
Yeah, it was more
get
just.
point across.
It was
well,
more
if he
just.
would have brought any debate to the debate, Shiva could have been a great help to him. But he brought nothing.
Yeah, Shiva, I don't know why you thought you had to back him up.
No, I wasn't here to back him up. I was just here just so that he had someone who was vaguely like friendly towards him on the panel, so that he, just as a kind of bit of emotional support, really.
Do you want to borrow my dog's vest?
Do I want to borrow your dog's vest?
My service dog.
All right.
All right. So, real quick, Shiva, you are currently hosting what you have dubbed the Fuckwit tournament, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you are currently going this week. You're going through round 2, or are you still doing part 1 of round 1? How's that looking so far?
This week we're going to be doing part 2 of round 1. So round 1 is going to take 4 weeks because it's 32 people, right? Yeah.
Who's featured this week?
I'd need to check actually. Hang on a second.
Yeah, when do I come up? I need to know if I can vote for myself.
Hang on a second. Right. Okay. So this week we've got Dramadome versus Jeff.
Yes.
Daniel Sullivan versus DDT. D Johns versus Panda, and the Nightwolf Show versus San Gabriel Valley. I don't know who SGV is, so I'm hoping someone will be able to come up and advocate for why he should go through.
So this seems like a really fun little thing. So if you guys have not subbed to the Church of Four, the link right here is in the chat. Please go ahead and do that. He does all kinds of content. Why don't you let everyone know what kind of stuff they can expect when they sub to the Church of Four?
Mostly idiocy, but I mean, I suppose, it's a panel channel. I suppose our host panels, and we have discussions, and that they can be just kind of light-hearted silliness, like the Fuckwit tournament, and sometimes it gets serious, and we talk about auditing and politics and religion and the dramas that happen in the community.
Or you just do the shit show.
Or we just do the shit show, yeah.
And I guess, and occasionally he will do some scam baiting, which I personally want him to really go back into doing because I love scam baiting. And I don't think I really got to see any of your scam baiting because I remember when I first came into community, you were known as Shiva the Scam Destroyer.
Yeah.
And I don't remember you doing any scam baiting by the time I showed up. I think you were done with the scam baiting for some reason.
Well,
I remember it. I remember it. I was subbed to your channel. You were one of the first people I ever subbed to.
Was I? All right.
She's one of my first subs too.
The thing about scam baiting is that you're essentially doing the same thing over and over and over again. And it just gets boring after a while. Like you can rattle off the scammer scripts, as they're chatting to you. And I suppose, it's it would be good to kind of get back into, but it's hard work, right? I mean, if you're actually going to do a proper bait where you're playing the victim, that requires acting skills. It requires concentration, because you've got to pay attention to what the scammer is saying and what the scammer is doing. Organization skills, especially if it's collaborative. If you've got one person operating a VM, another one doing the call, and say someone else kind of fetching fake information and whatnot. One What else do we do? I suppose occasionally I do non-panel content, and that could be stuff on, stuff like maybe I do like the odd video on logical fallacies or kind of Buddhist content, which not very many people are interested in.
Hey, the music's good. The music's good.
And also we have this is my first time meeting Juan Galt, but I guess people are in there saying you have a channel too. Would you like to kind of shout out your channel and let everyone know what exactly you what kind of content you produce, sir?
Yeah, I take on the pseudo lawyers, gurus that are in the SovSit movement. I focused primarily on, when I first learned they existed, Mark Stevens, because he has had quite a influence on a lot of different, sovereign citizens. There's like religions. There's all kinds of, their beliefs, but they all seem to pick on some of the things that he does. So my videos, the early videos, I take Mark Stevens' own words pulled from his shows on YouTube, his live streams, and use his own words. And then I go and debunk everything that he says. And because he was selling misinformation on, things to file in court, how to conduct yourself in court. And he had all the laws and court decisions and legal procedure totally wrong. So I was going in and debunking all of his stuff that he would sell. And it's Juan Galt on YouTube.
So My Two Beagles is doing a great job of posting links. If you are interested in what you just heard from Mr. Juan Galt, please go ahead and go over and sub to him. Let him know that you look forward to more content from him. Also, please sub to Shiva. Let's get Shiva up to 2,000. It took a minute for him to get to 1,000, but I think we can get him to 2,000 a little faster. So please, everyone, go sub to him. Even if you don't watch, just go sub.
I did my part. I subbed to Shiva, and I've been a long time Juan Galt watcher. So,
and last,
I own stuff from Shiva.
You know how long it's been since I've heard the name Mark Stevens?
I hear he's referred to all the time when people are still using his scripts.
Are people still doing his stuff?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I love the I think you do it. One is you get the poor bastard who uses Stevens's package tour or whatever you want to call it, and tries it in court, and just sits back and laugh at every time they fail miserably and wonder why they're not getting anywhere. It's great fun to watch.
The guy that always has the intent of pleading guilty.
Yeah, that's one of his things.
Yeah.
Mark Stevens, he's big on corpus delicti, isn't he?
Yeah, I actually have a video where I go line by line on his infamous motion to dismiss and debunk everything that he puts in that motion to dismiss. But that's one thing that he does is corpus delicti, and I chew that up and spit it out.
You do the Canadian fuckwit as well. What's his name? Bernard? Is that his name?
Oh, the family Bichette, whatever.
He's
he's a fucking retard.
He's well-known kind of Canadian freeman on the land who regularly fails to help the people he's purporting to help.
Well, I don't know anything about Canadian law, so I wouldn't even attempt to dissect a Canadian pseudo lawyer.
Well, you got Flat Earth Fokkers, kind of. He's a flat earther and freeman of the land.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I know I can count on my hands and my toes how many activists has actually made a change, and I can't count on my hands and toes how many of them are just fucking idiots.
It would help if you took your gloves off.
That would.
and definitely last but not least, DFK also has a YouTube channel. DFK, if you would like to explain to the fine people what your YouTube channel is about, what you offer, what you discuss, everything that is DFK on your channel. Or not.
Is DFK here?
Isn't that DFK?
Who?
The right one. That's JFK, isn't it?
No.
Oh, holy shit.
Andrew,
I'm so
Drama Dome.
sorry. I'm so sorry. For some reason, I thought it was JFK. Oh, that's right. JFK sounds like Hank. You sound nothing like Hank. I take that back. I'm so sorry. Drama Dome.
I gotta
please let
leave
everyone
now.
know.
Now I've been assaulted.
I'm so sorry.
I have been assaulted.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, DFK sounds like me, but drunk.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
I have been
I feel real bad now. I feel so
It's been a
bad
long
now.
night, Kenny.
I feel so bad.
No, hang on. You've got to give it to Kenny and give him a little bit of room. His brain's still hurting after 4.5 hours of the bullshit he's just put up with.
That is true. That is true. That's true.
Lightweight.
He's
Sorry,
got
Morgan.
severe brain fuzz. He has
Morgan,
severe brain fuzz.
He's a lightweight. He's a lightweight. I did twice that length of time with Mars.
Oh, jeez, I couldn't imagine, Shiva. I couldn't imagine.
Well, actually,
it was like hours
round,
on. Sorry, Hank. Go on.
This was round 2 for today, though.
Yeah, it was.
Because you did 2 or 3 hours earlier today with him.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm sorry, Drama Dome. Please enlighten them to how you are so much not like DFK.
He's usually sober.
One, I don't drink. I don't consume any alcohol at all. I haven't in way so many years. But anyway, besides that, I'm just not him.
Well, would you like to let everyone know what you do on your channel so they can go and sub to it, sir?
Oh, the Drama Dome. It's just a shit show. Just get ready for a shit show. We try to make it a shit show and make other people troll shit shows. It's kind of fun. Just go disrupt people. We're just trolling. We're friendly trolling. Usually.
Now, at the same time, I do hear that. No, I've heard from other people that they praise your show because you will go after people that are really fucked up to you, to people you enjoy having. Like Kimber sings high praises of you for defending her honor on many occasions when it comes to certain POSs like cameras of mass destruction. So I would like to say thank you for that. That is great because he is an absolute piece of shit and deserves it. So. If you're looking for someone that's loyal to his loyal to his followers, you want to go with the Drama Dome. He'll make you laugh and he'll make you say, "Aww."
Yes,
at the same time,
he'll make you laugh at his technical difficulties.
You might also make
my sound's gotten better
every now and again.
My sound has gotten better. It's been better since I finally learned how to work voice meter.
What, do you mean you took your hand out of your underwear?
I don't wear underwear.
And like I always say, I'm still waiting to see if we can't get Morgie to get a channel. I'm telling you, if we can get her over 1,000 subs, she might just be forced to do it.
Not.
Oh, and if you want to if you want to see an activist that was kind of, I wouldn't say led down the wrong path, but wasn't helped along very far away. If you go look at the Not Now Maybe Later channel, you'll see an activist over there that meant well, but looks like an idiot. In most of the videos.
Is that Jackass Andrew you're talking about?
Yes, that would be him. Yeah, that Jackass Andrew, yes.
Yes.
The Drama Dome, I think.
Yeah, that one where you standing where Eric gets arrested for the 3rd time in a week, I think it was. That's quite good.
He was trying to hide behind a car.
Yeah, the one, the car. Yeah.
It was great. And then he tries to run across a 4-lane roadway with the cops sitting at the red light. Like the cop couldn't run the red light to get him.
Oh, geez.
It was pretty great. It was great.
All right, so let's try this one more again. Iowa Hank, you got anything last minute before we go, sir?
I said something. Jesus, an hour and a half ago, Kenny. You wanted to be out of here.
Well, like I said, one more game.
Nothing much. Thanks for having me up, and we will see you guys all later.
Hank.
Thanks for having me up. I need a 6-pack now to.
Oh, I need a fucking gallon. Juan.
Again, thanks for having me, and I totally enjoyed it, and I'll be a regular.
Well, thank Cat Girl.
Thanks for having me on, and I hope I did a good job on panel tonight, because I was listening to myself on our dreams, and I worried that my voice sounded annoying, kind of my baby man.
I think everyone who was here enjoyed you, so you did great. Morgie?
I just want to say thank you for having me. I'm going to go and put the garbage out. Bye.
Shiva.
I think Mars already left.
Yeah, Mars.
All things arise in dependence upon conditions.
All right, and I'm gonna get it right. DF Andrew.
Forever action is reaction. Causes another action.
All right. Okay, I just want to thank everyone that joined. Again, so sorry it dived into what it was, but I hope you at least found some sort of enjoyment out of it. Thank you for everyone that stuck around during the whole thing. I'm sorry you won't get those 5.5 hours back, but I mean, what else could you have done, right? All right, thank you guys. It's been interesting. I'll say that. The last part was fun. I hope to see you guys all again. And remember, if you're just hanging out in the chat and you're complaining about what is being said in chat, just always remember, you don't have to just sit there. Don't hate, participate. All right, guys, I'll see you again. Peace.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
I can't believe you two took that raving lunatic seriously. What do you think this is?